comma, gotta get it, get it.
Welcome, everybody, to the C3L Ontario Showcase. My name is Seymour. With me is Seb, and we are live at the Conestoga Condors facility for all weekend long of Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I'm looking forward to this one, and Seb, I'm sure you are too. I get to actually be right next to you. How you feeling?
Oh, yeah. You know, we've had a few instances where we've been able to cast through online spaces in different games even, but now we get to be next to each other on LAN here supporting Canadian in person for a new title, the first Canadian Collegiate Black Ops 6 LAN. Have that on record.
Exactly.
Really cool to see. I'm very excited to see what these teams bring us.
No, and we got lots of teams here today. We've broken them down into 2 groups of 8 actually fighting across a prize of $2,000. And it's going to be fun because every single team here being, you know, the first ever Canadian Collegiate LAN wants to be the team that comes out victorious as we're taking a look at those, you know, a mock-up bracket, I'm sure, of not teams playing today, but this is the Group A that we're going to be looking at behind. It's going to be Condors Esports Varsity, Western, alongside, I'm pretty sure that was OTSU
yes. So Ontario Tech and York University.
And York University. So there we go. We got it right on screen.
Yep. Yeah, there we go. Let's go.
And this is a good one because Conestoga Condors, the varsity team, the hosts of this tournament. So they got the hometown turf.
Yes. Well, they also not only have their main varsity team, but they also have their academy team as well. So both teams get strong development on LAN. It's not, you know, and I will say that generally LANs, especially within collegiate, they are relatively rare, right? You don't get to see them too often, and it brings out a different sort of player. Here we have Group B. Heading up as the first seed, Brock University, second seed with Condors Academy, UOttawa being that third slot, and then Carleton University at the bottom there. Pretty well-rounded across the board.
I would say it gets as easy even as it could be, but the Group B is a little bit spicy, having both Brock and Carleton in this bracket. I mean, both of these two teams, you know, winners final for CXP last year for Collegiate, so going to be seeing that as actually a rematch for our first match of the day. But you're topping that off with a Conestoga Academy team who has just been nurtured to the max here at Conestoga, and, you know, actually recently winning their NACE division to finish off the Modern Warfare 3 years. So that's a big shout for Conestoga Academy, and I'm excited to see what they can bring against some of these varsity teams as well. But honing things in here for our first best of 5 that we're going to be looking at between Carleton and Brock. Brock being one of the more successful club programs in terms of Call of Duty in the collegiate scene, and Carleton right behind them, as both of these two, at least for Canada, were playing in the CXP last year. Winners finals, Brock takes the win, and Carleton kind of right next up. So this is going to be a pretty good start to both of them to see kind of what changes they made into Black Ops 6.
Well, you also mentioned club program, and I think that's also important to note, is that especially among a collegiate field where we have so many different, and as we take a look at the pick ban across the board here, we will be able to take a look at which we're going to be playing on to kick things off for our first series, which will be Brock versus Carleton. Starting things off with Rewind on Hardpoint. Rewind for SND. Control, we're going to Vault. Hardpoint, again, going to Red Card, and then finishing things off on Vault.
Surprised to see the red card hardpoint come through. Not a lot of teams have been enjoying red card, but you see Brock goes for the Skyline ban, Protocol banned by Carleton, so neither one of them want to go to, I'd say, the more traditional hardpoints that we have been seeing inside of Black Ops 6 so far. But we get that rewind for map number 1. I'd say out of all of the hardpoint maps, me personally, I've been a big fan of rewind. I think the rotations are very healthy. The hills are, breakable for the most part, aside from the P4 that we're going to be highlighting later on during this game. But it's going to be a hotly contested map number 1. A great map to start off to kick things off for the tournament, and to see that red card for map number 4, that's when, if we do get to that map 4 down the line, I think things are going to get a little bit shaken up in terms of making sure that those ARs are really on point. But here we got McBain starting off for Carleton University, one of the most notables inside of Canada in terms of competing for Call of Duty. He's been at so many TXPs ever since the start. He ends on Brock. You got the veterans of Wonders, Cool Tux, and Wreckers that are looking to really take control here.
Ready for first point. Street being fought over to handle that control of the first point. As we have Wonders holding down the sight line. Chip in control of Street right now, though they're going to be trying to make a fight on 2 point. Kill is going to be coming through for Wonders already early, as the point will switch over into Carleton's favor.
Yeah, this is some good time early for Brock. Already 24 seconds to boo. It's a quick, back and forth between Brock and Carleton. But what you're going to be looking at is the battle over towards P2, where Starry just takes down Ziz. It's a big setup now for this rotation, and Carleton winning out first is the initial time. And this is not the easiest one to break, especially with those anchor spawns in the back, and the Jackal really turning up for Starry already. He's on 3 in a row looking to push the issue.
And that's what you see is a lot of players holding that front container spot over there. It gives you perfect sight line down into the opposing spawn, though. You can see a fight from Starry trying to get a 2K, and does, though last alive here, as point will still be held on the Carleton side. The one down, Wonders will be taken out for his efforts.
So Carleton with a swing from P1 into P2, a team kill from Records, and we still haven't been able to uproot this team yet.
It's so
from
hard.
This hard point, and I think for Carleton, this is just exactly what you wanted to see after struggling into that P1 with a little bit of a contest battle. But I like this from Carleton, setting up for the late game. They're really putting a heavy priority over towards the rotations. You can see that 3 members pushing out over towards the outside bottom right of that minimap. It doesn't work, but they want to take these players out of those back spawns for P4 later on. And for P3, breaking that's just going to come with time. So back to the start. Starry, he's been great for these breaks, and he's looking to do it again off that Hellstorm already from Aliali. That is amazing from Carleton.
Yeah, especially because Carleton was trying to make that rotate through side street, being so aggressive coming onto this point. It failed, but they were able to make it work, take the rest of the point, and be able to rotate from the other side onto Main Street instead. So now we'll see them holding down a point. The Hellstorm just did so much, though we're going to be seeing some picks coming on. McBain will fall to Ailey here.
Yeah, Cool Tux in for the contention. Looking for the player towards Berger, going to take him down. Starry just continuing to trade out for Carleton to hold on to this time, 92-36. He's still the back spawns for Brock, so this is where you can get a good setup in. Those ARs are going to be deadly towards the streets, and if Records here can just hold off these waves, it is going to be some easy time for Ziz to soak up.
Brock just trying to play the long game, especially with the ARs. They're going to find a pick on McBain, though. Cool Tux will dive in and will be punished. The trade will come through. Chip looking for another pick. As the rotates start coming in for the next point. Now this one is a super interesting point to fight because you have 2 buildings to fight over, and everyone is covering the rotations from street, making sure no one is able to go in and out from the outside. Will be 1 pick coming in from Cool Tux, taking out Chip and any player looking to aggress onto the hard point.
You can see Carleton again on heavy notice for this rotation. It's going to be a steady 60 there from the side of Brock, and you do get a rogue spawn from Ailey, so not sure if you're going to be ready for this one at all.
Yeah, no.
Ailey actually able to get the scrap time over towards Old for Carleton, but in turn, you see that Cool Tux starting to work towards the break for P5. Set up inside of generators. Brock has flipped this map, and that is red alert for these Carleton players who now have to work back across and see if they can do exactly what Cool Tux did and break back in.
But he has no trophy too, so he's going to be taken out. That kind of leaves things up for Carleton, who's going to be able to take the point once again. Brock going to have to wait on the respawn and just look for these early picks. Trying to get an opening. Wonders goes in, doesn't know where he's at, and will be taken out. Cool Tux as well. Brock going to have to reset. And as Records slowly gets these picks, looking for Chip in the yellow crate here, which is always a tough head glitching spot. So Brock, they're going to dive in now, looking for one pick, going to be able to get two. Starry coming in, Records getting the two-piece for himself. Can't get the three-piece. Starry will clean up, keeping this point.
Wonders has been great so far for Brock across the first set of rotations, 17 and 9. You saw Records over towards P3, did a great job with that Amy's at keeping those players at bay, but for Carleton, it's just been break attempt after break attempt, and that's what's keeping them in this marginal lead heading into the second set of rotations, 136 to 96, just about a 40-point lead for the side of Brock, and Carleton looking to, or sorry, for the side of Carleton, Brock looking to cut that down, but I did get a look at Ailey. He has another Hellstorm for Carleton, just going on sprees for this team. So they have the tools to continue this break fest, but they had to get through Wonders, who is 20 and 10 right now on the map.
Oh man, but Wonder is doing such a good job at holding these points as well. And this is P1 where it can be argued it's more difficult to hold because there's so many points of entry that you have to worry about. Starry doing everything he can to survive. Going to be able to get two, potentially does. Wonders, of course, the top frag will come in and punish. And with it, hold down the line for Brock.
So you see for Carleton again, P2 is where they got majority of their time, almost a full 60. Ziz is going to be in the back to see if he can maybe disrupt this, and he does take down McBain, so now looking to pull some attention away, see if you can maybe find another kill. Ziz not able to secure it onto Ailey, so back spawns in for the moment of Carleton. Is the kills, though, that you need to get because Brock are hot on your tail, and Brock's going to be the first ones in. They've completely closed this lead that Carleton had from the first set of rotations, and now Brock swinging it into their favor. This is the Badgers starting to turn up in game one.
And this is a point that we did talk about briefly. It is very difficult to retake because of how many angles you do have to worry about, especially since your only point of attack is essentially on side street because it is so open. So Ailey will come in, send text, and just trying to get these picks down. Chip, again, Carleton cleaning up quite nicely. It is contested. The picks will come through. Chip holding down the hallway. With it, I believe Carleton just are going to settle this one. Yeah, the rotates are going to come from Brock into the next point.
Hey, you remember over towards P3 back in the first set of rotations, Carleton put so much focus onto trying to flip these spawns that they lost a lot of that initial time towards Brock in this hard point. This time they're sending 3 players through Restaurant. They want to make sure that they can hold this hill from the front and, you know, take those long duels against Brock throughout those back spawns. And you have the presence right now. It's just the kills that are going to struggle with Brock being able to hit this time after time off those close spawns. They get through. Ziz dies outside the map, but not before taking out Chip. They're whittling down the presence from Carleton.
Carleton last time had the benefit of a Hellstorm to really clear things up from Brock. They don't have it this time, so it's going to be straight up gunfights all the way through. Cool Tux will take down Starry. Ailey will be able to get the trade. And I love this little pit here, just throwing out some of the concussions, and with it.
And, I mean, that is fantastic from Carleton to hold that almost entirety from the front of that hard point. Now looking for the kills towards the back spawns. Ailey's going to slide through. Ziz didn't see it coming. 3 in a row. Ailey, 21 and 14, has the Hellstorm as well and is ready to dethrone the rest of them. But Records holds his ground for Brock. A sigh of relief, and they get back into the hard point.
Brock can still hold steady with Wonders on the line. 27 and 14 for him. Ailey, though, both of the top frags starting to pop off as Carleton starts to approach from the outside, gets one pick. Ailey going nuclear, looking for another potentially, but the back line will be able to clean things up.
Bulldog slides in, contests itself in the back door. It's a Jackal versus an Amos. We know who wins that. It's Baden Starry to break these hills. And again, Carleton just keeping this lead by around 30 points. Team Nate onto Wonders, that's not going to help you whatsoever, but it seems like Brock are looking to maybe put this one away. One last attempt from player number 8, and it's Ziz to take down Starry, but Hill's not going to be dropped just yet as Brock need to take their focus away from P4, start setting up for P5, and see if they can close this gap once more.
Ailey playing it patient. Brock holding down. And this is already an incredibly tight affair that although Carleton or Brock were able to swing it back in their favor, it is immediately swung the other way once Ailey has shown up on the board. So Starry will try and approach the entry. Actually just going to go dive in. That is one pick, but that is also a team kill from Carleton. That could be disastrous.
Round 3 for the point. Starry teasing with the idea. Cool tucks inside. Big win, but traded. It's Starry and Chip that cost the rest of them. It's 4 down for Brock. Carleton breaks through the front and only 25 seconds away from taking map 1.
Bane needs to hold off, though. That will be a pick. And with it, hardpoint slowly whittling away. Carleton to maximize as much points as possible. The Cool tucks with it. 1 pick, but will go down to McBain.
So it's a little bit of reprieve for the Brock Badgers. As you can see, the lock-in key for the 3rd set of rotations coming in suit. You're down nearly 30 points as it pops open. Brock's not looking to make any mistakes in terms of the break, but you can take a look at McBain, taking the long route around, Jackal in hand. Can he be the catalyst to put it away?
Carleton was trying this side street push before and was punished before, but this time it looks like Brock does miss it, though it is incredibly hard in this point to have all angles covered. 2:40 on the clock. Carleton slowly, Brock having one last chance, one last possession to be able to make this work and to dive onto this point with only a few seconds left. Can Brock get the picks necessary? Ailey going to be able to do it, and with it, Carleton will take map 1.
And what a game indeed from Carleton, behind the presence of those Jackals, just constantly putting together multi-kills inside the hills. It was Starry to kind of tee things up, but it's always Ailey to go on those sprees. The follow-up was great. The presence inside the hill was maintained, and they were always holding about a 20 to 30 point lead across the first set of rotations and even towards the back half of the second set of rotations. So you see that Carleton just really showing up here on Rewind. It's their map choice. You know they wanted to go to this map to kick things off here at C3L, but you got to look towards some of these players for really stepping up, and it has to be behind Starry and the performance that we saw from that SMG. 33 and 27, with majority of these being the entry into a lot of those hills.
Yeah, and it's a shame too, because you see Wonders, he was able to get a lot of like side picks and really open things up for potential retakes, but the moment he did, it really felt like a lot of his team really dove in. There wasn't sense of coordination when trying to get these picks, and frankly, yeah, like we had Alien Starry going nuclear and really holding down the line quite well. It felt like as though Brock, when it came down to, they were doing a good job of covering the rotations from off angles, and then the moment that they got their lead, all of that pattern just disappeared.
And it's kind of like a lot of those mixy hills, especially P5. I was noticing that Brock and a lot of their setups were very, I'd say, clustered together.
Yeah.
And you didn't really see them trying to work towards any of that map control, especially on those routes that the subs like to run with, P5, for example. You have 3 people inside generators. That opens up a route towards RV. It opens out a route through P1 in towards books. There's just so much area on the map that you saw players like Ailey or players like Starry taking advantage of, and I'm not going to say that Brock were neglecting them because they were winning some fights, but leaving them open and taking those fights a little bit too late rather than setting up in those positions, it's letting Carleton close that gap. And when you do, the Jackals are going to punish you, which they did time and time again. So map 1 going the way of Carleton, kicking things off for this little CXP rematch in our first game here at the C3L Ontario Show match, setting us up for our second map. We go back to Rewind for the Search and Destroy. Things slow down a little bit in terms of the game mode in general. You're not going to be seeing, hit after hit for the objectives because of the life base that is Search and Destroy, but it is going to be something where, a team like Carleton, where you have those Jackals really showing up, if they can get hot again for those first bloods, Brock are going to struggle.
Yeah, but also I think with a team that is so focused on the ARs, like Brock, it might be good for outside control generally in a lot of, points of the map. I mean, even though I think the Jackals were really helpful in controlling a lot of interior, a lot of close angles, which is where the points generally are focused, I still think having that outside control from Brock is going to be good at just honing things down as far as just knowing where the rotations are coming on the map, where general placements are going to be. So it's very fast moving. So I'm very excited to see kind of where it goes. I have no idea which way this is going to go, though. I mean,
You make a good point, and if you can dominate the outside lanes, and especially something like Rewind, where we just saw retake after retake into the hills from Carleton, it's vice versa in terms of that AR pressure. If they can hold off and maybe find a few picks on the outside lanes, it just sets you up for retaking A, for example, in the later portions of your defense. And if Brock can kind of get a hold of that and deny those first blood attempts from players like Starry and players like Ailey, you retake that A site with 4 down. It's not easy to hold that site in a post-plant situation with how many lines of sight you're able to retake from. I mean, you can hit it from blue, generators, books, windows. There's just so many doors and so many areas to cover in the post plant that if Brock on the defense can step up with their AR presence, you definitely will see success from this team.
I mean, it is kind of funny that you do mention like the first blood. And looking back, it is crazy just how much of an effect it had. Mainly, that early Hellstorm. Right? That was a big point that essentially secured.
Who's in P3?
Yeah, it's like, okay, all right, well, you're balling, I guess, and it just created such a comfy zone. And even though Carleton, I think, at some points got complacent, Brock were unfortunately not able to close it out. So we will be going to map 2, back to Rewind. It's so funny because I swear this is from Rocket League. I'm pretty sure this is the hype chamber, unless they just custom made it. But anyway, it is. So I'm like, it's looks great.
Nice, though.
Good asset. That's something that Epic gave us. Oh, yeah, they modified it, they said. So, a little piece of Rocket League here. Either way, we're going to Search and Destroy on Rewind.
Leave it to you to pick up on that.
I just finished a term where we saw it every single game. So.
No, I got to give a little bit of respect over towards Conestoga with what they put on here for C3L. It has been very welcoming to these players and to the competition. But Cool Tuck's kicking things off at the first blood. Amos in hand, quickly traded by Ailey over towards B. Bomb getting planted. No trophies in round number 1, so you got to be cautious for the stuns in this post-plant scenario. But the kills continue to flow for Brock. It's all red in the feed. 3 versus 1. Yeah, you could try to hop the bomb for a defuse, but no ninjas happening here.
Yeah, and that orange spot is so difficult to actually play around because having to clear it out, but also all of the other areas around the site, it's incredibly difficult, especially on side street where there's a lot of tight angles and a decent amount of head glitching spots where you really have a hard time clearing them all out, especially early on when you don't have too much utility to work with.
So big offensive win here on Rewind. Very much a curveball from Brock. You don't usually see a B hit in the first round, barring that there's no trophies for that post plant. But first blood from Cool Tucks, the follow up from the rest of them, getting that bomb planted so fast. It's not easy for Carleton to keep up with that pacing. And it looks like the first blood is just continuing to be dominated by the Badgers. 3 down immediately inside of A. Bomb down as well. I'm not sure if Cool Tucks would have noticed that, but it's McBain in a 1 versus 3 this time to see if you can make some magic.
Cool Tucks playing that so aggro, and it's just Carleton, they're really not expecting it. And this is a Carleton team that was willing to push forward, willing to be aggro. That will be Brock taking round 2 off of, again, mentioned it before, but an AR outside, huge factor. That was a bad I don't know if you saw the nade from Wonders, but he straight up threw it at the garbage and it flew behind him.
I'm surprised too, because you see the follow-up there from Cool Tucks inside with that Jackal in hand, and to be able to follow that up and actually win those fights over towards Books, that was being non-stop won back in the hard point by the Carleton Ravens. So to see Brock actually swing things around, it just seems like Carleton are not ready for these timings that Brock obviously have been polishing up on within this Rewind Search and Destroy. This is the map choice of Brock, so not a surprise, I'd say, to see them restabilize after a map 1 loss. But take a look at this. Full hit towards B again. You have player number 6, McBain, on a delayed pinch. Starry first blood. Cool Tex gets the trade, but you're waiting for McBain to play this flank.
Carleton playing much more passive angles, especially in the B hit, knowing it's a full B hit. The records trying to chase down this pick. Gets 1. Maybe looking for the second. Gonna have to dive around. Sees A's clear. Play this, just taking apart these angles slowly but surely. 2v2 at the moment.
Well, bombs down at B, and everybody's on red alert. Where is McBain? Where is McBain? He was in our backline, and now he's just disappeared. He's snuck all the way back around, and Ailey's actually going to double up here in the 2-on-2. So bomb's been spotted. They know that Brock have to return to the site, and now they can just play some ratty corners and wait for Brock to reveal themselves.
They're diving in. They're diving in now. Going to be able to pick up the bomb. Going to go for the plant, but they don't see orange. They don't see orange. It's going to be coming through. Ailey sees it. They're going to have to stop the plant. And at this point, Brock has to play for picks. They're going to try and get one, but will be taken down. Carleton collect their first round.
Yeah, they get on the board, and it doesn't take too long. You lose the first two, but you still keep things in a close one-round gap right now if you are the Ravens. So big wins from McBain on the flank there, and to be able to just disappear into the shadows and create that disconnect within the idea of Brock for their B follow-up. It delays so much time. It allows for Ailey to return and double up alongside him over towards 18, and I think for Carleton, I don't want to say McBain gets away with murder right there, but he kind of did.
Yeah, a little bit. It just was a very incredibly tight affair. Wonders, I don't know if he saw whoever was outside. That's going to be a pick. Wonders going to be able to collect one. Will be traded. 2v2s is able to come out on top. Sorry. You know, Ziz Jim stuff. You know, everyone knows Z's. The Z's, you know, we go Jim. Anyway, point being, this is essentially done and dusted. 3v1 as all of Brock are looking for McBain.
Shot in the back, 13 health. Hunt is on, and everybody just chasing him through L. McBain doesn't know what's about to hit him. And Brock back into the 2-round gap, just like that. A fast defensive round. And again, they're just dominating inside of the First Bloods towards that A bomb site. I mean, it's very typical for teams to go for the quick hit into A, especially after the way that Carleton was playing in towards hardpoint. You kind of saw it coming, and I think Brock just have the right read on it. Just play a little bit passive, wait for these players to try to hit that timing and catch them in the irons. Wonders for the First Blood. You had Ziz right next to him, and the follow-up between them, the trade battle comes out for a 2-for-1, and you know, Brock just playing the numbers after that. Cool Tucks making sure that you're hitting those long routes to get him behind and collect that third player. Carleton are kind of eating out of the hand of the Brock Badgers, or paws, I guess you could say, but 2-round gap again for Brock. Carleton needs defense. You don't want to let this get out of hand just yet. And Chip almost finding 2. Starry's there for the follow-up. And Starry over the top, just shutting them down.
Yes.
Oh.
Solo. Beautiful from Starry, and that is exactly what Brock needed. It really feels like Carleton, hands up in the air, don't know what to do, because it's not as if their positioning is too bad. Starry, good job, but even then, at this point, they're putting themselves in decent positions. They're just losing the fights.
That was just a beautiful that was beautiful tech to isolate all 3 of those players. It's the movement there. You don't see that in any other game other than one with Omni movement.
Omnidirectional movement.
And I think for Starry, I mean, the only thing that might be able to compare to is how beautiful the Starry Night is. And he might be right alongside that right now. Shout out to Starry for that play, but Chip finally winning the battle towards A. First Blood to Carleton. The issue is, you look towards Cool Talk, on the outside of Restaurant, now looking to catch a flank, but into the back, McBain watching for this. He's going to tag him up, get that information, and now the call is on to hunt this player. Now 2 down for Brock for the retake in a 2v4.
You can see Brock, they're playing pass on the A side the moment they lost it. They were playing for the retake, but that is one pick that is disgusting. Records still waiting for any Warrant players. So you can see Cool Tucks.
And you win the fights with the arrows on the outside, but now you have to take the battles inside. The stun's up. Records another one. 4v2. Now brought down to a 1v2. Records going to hop the defuse. 15 seconds left. Wonders looking over top of him just to watch to make sure that you can't shut down this defuse. And it comes through. The defuse is stuck. And you're not there to watch for it. Brock hopping on for a 2v4 clutch to give them another 2-round gap.
And we were saying they were playing the passive angles, but they were isolating the lanes. They were isolating the picks. Carleton put too much outwards, wasn't focusing on just surrounding the site. More willing to try and hunt down. They already thought that round was done and dusted, but Brock showed them why it wasn't.
I mean, just big ups for Brock there. The confidence between Wonders and Records to make that happen. These two have been teaming together for a long time, so you know that the camaraderie is there. Cool Tucks, First Blood, shut down though, is the advantage. McBain's going to trade it up, but it's still a back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Carleton going to have to recreate what Wonders and Records just did to them.
Ailey was trying to go for the street flank, though, and was punished. that's really going to make Carleton hurt in the long run. That's going to be a 1v3 now. As the pick comes through, bomb down. This is done and dusted. Brock will be moving to 5.
This is one thing we always highlighted with Brock as a team in Call of Duty is that, yes, you know, the hard points, the controls, always just a toss-up. They always take some time to get used to those respawns, but the S&Ds from the Brock Badgers have always been on point. These players know how to get it done, and you can just see how composed they are on understanding the timings, the setups, where you need to be, where the setup or where the ARs are going to be watching for those initial gunfights, and they are ripping through the Carleton Ravens. Wonders is 7-3 for Christ's sakes. He just had an incredible map number 1, and he is not stopping anytime soon.
Oh, Carleton, he'll be on the offense here. It. Oh, the AR falls. Records can't be the one to fall, but that is an AR battle that's gone Carleton's way, though it will be traded. Bomb will be dropped, though. You can see Brock collecting slowly but surely. We are down to a 2v2.
Sorry's got away. Haley's alongside him, but Wonders catches that. Haley now for the map. A 1v2 clutch to keep you alive here in Rewind, but Wonders takes the duel at range. The Amy succeeds, and Brock take the second map, equalizing the series one apiece.
And what a stark contrast from the first map, where it really felt like Carleton had so much confidence on the hard points, but for this one, every single pick, every single angle onto the point was taken with the utmost confidence in their ability. I mean, the amount of times I think I saw a fight just straight up won, whether it's a 1v1 or 2v2 in CDs, was just insane from Brock. 9-3.
9-3, 7-4 too from Records. I mean, the two of them just worked through Carleton so easily across that Rewind, Search and Destroy. And I'm not going to sit here and say that they were bad in the hard points. It was a close hard points, but even at one point Brock had the lead. But what was surprising in the Search and Destroy is just how much they were able to shut down what they weren't able to do back in that respawn, and that was the sub pressure from Carleton. It was just again and again just winning those SMG battles inside the A bomb site, stopping Starry when Starry was looking to make those overextension plays, and Ailey wasn't able to really catch up and put on for Carleton like you did in the respawn. Having those health storms in the respawn was nice, but in Search and Destroy, when you just can't hit those routes and have those constant respawns in your back pocket, you're kind of put on a leash. And I think Carleton just haven't been able to sharpen their S&D as much as Brock has.
Yeah, well, you also mentioned how First Bloods were going to be a factor, and this is where Brock was taking full advantage. Again, just being able to push aggressively onto a site, not too worried. I mean, it really felt like Carleton just had a hard time holding angles. Like they were just struggling with the movement that Brock was offering when pushing onto site. But also the AR pressure from Wonders, the amount of picks that Wonders was able to get from street and side street whenever it came to either point, and blocking any, especially when Carleton was on defense, blocking any rotates from another angle, it really came into full effect. And it felt like Carleton, even though the rounds they won were just more kind of off trades that just happened to happen, Brock, it very much felt like they had a full plan going in, especially on offense. It was just so clinical.
It was. And you can see above me, it looks like the players have kind of stepped away to take a little bit of a break between the Search and Destroy and the Control. So that means that you and I are going to step away and take a little bit of a break between these maps as well. We got Vault Control coming up next. The series is tied. Next one going to swing into a little bit of an advantage. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the C3L Ontario Showcase. We'll see you soon with some more COD.
Condors Esports is innovating intercollegiate gaming in Ontario and beyond. We've built a community where you can compete, play, and work in a dynamic program accessible from all campuses.
Condors Esports is more than just gaming. Here, you'll find empowerment and inspiration in state-of-the-art facilities equipped with the latest technologies and unwavering support.
We are varsity athletes, turning victories into championships as high-performing gamers.
We are relentless, constantly pushing our limits and pursuing excellence through every match.
We are Condors. Gaming connects us on campus or online, all through best-in-class equipment.
We're building a foundation of experience, powered by our passion. and developing skills that drive personal and professional success.
We are eager students transforming our dreams into careers in dynamic and emerging industries.
Condors Esports goes beyond gaming, fostering enduring friendships, unforgettable experiences, and meaningful connections.
This is your chance to transform your passion for video games, esports, and technology into something impactful. Learn how Conestoga is introducing Condors Esports to your campus and connect with fellow Condors striving to soar.
We
are Condors.
Hello and welcome everybody to the C3L Ontario Showcase, and we'll be saying that a lot today. It's going to be better than seeing what the CCCL Ontario Showcase. The 3 is a lot easier.
The Canadian Collegiate COD League.
Yeah, it's a mouthful to say. So bringing it down to the C3L, I love that. But we got Brock versus Carleton, the Badgers versus the Ravens in our first match of the day. And we knew that this rematch from previous years of Collegiate Call of Duty was going to be a close one. And, you know, Carleton, they came out swinging in that first map. Starry and Ailey really put themselves on for myself in terms of the slaying powers in those respawns. But turn to the S&D, and Brock pull out all of the stops with a 6-2 stomp. On the rewind of their choice. And now this brings us back to the respawn of control, and it's, can Brock catch a respawn for themselves?
Yeah, vault, control, and again, when we get into this, I'm interested to see kind of where the pace is going, because like vault is a map, especially as far as control, a little bit less so, but it is a typical 3-lane with one underneath. And as we get going into it here, I want to see what the weaponry is going to look like in terms of control, because I think that especially here, S&Ds can rule, but you might get the odd AR pick that really just controls pool, controls lots of street, as well as the first pick will come out from Wonders on our map 3 of control.
And one thing that the defense on a map like Vault is always going to be looking to do is overextending to see if they can find somebody on the flank. Ailey underneath the Vault. He's going to make himself known, but he's got some help in Starry looking to shut down this progression over towards A already. That second pick getting worked on, almost secured. Starry's going to hop in, takes out Wreckers. The decap onto A is very much needed for Carleton here as they give up a lot of progress, but they are starting to claw their way back.
We'll see the fight for Cat, though. That is a great pick from Cool Ducks. 2-piece for him to stop any pressure on a site. Another one from Ziz as Cool Ducks controls outside from top here. And just expecting any push, but not going to see it.
This is tough because you're in spawn trap territory for Carleton. You got to work out. You got Cool Ducks in your top balcony. Ziz working towards the other building with a Jackal, but A's already been secured. 2 minutes to capture B now. With how much success Brock has been finding in the slaying so far in this Vault control, you're a little bit worried for the Ravens here. They need to find a moment of reprieve, take some progression back onto the map, and get these ARs set up, but they're just not allowed to. Ziz is breathing down their necks with this Jackal.
Yeah, being the anchor for the site has been so important for Ziz. He's really had the movement to be able to control that interior territory. Though as A is gone, and the focus is put towards B. And thankfully all the cars are blown up, so you don't have to worry about anything too weird. And Ailey going to be able to collect one. Cool Ducks going to play it low. That will be a nade coming through for Chip.
Yeah, and this is where you want to see Carleton slow things down, see if you can find these picks, which they're doing kind of perfectly, just checking off this shopping spree so far. And you normally want to have somebody with a Jackal inside of over towards that A area, somebody with an Amy's over towards the planters and the top side of your mini-map, and then your second AR going to be sitting in that building balcony to make sure that there's no flanks through mid in case that SMG player is gone. But Ailey's going to hit a flank of their own. Wrecker's going to be shot in the back. It's continuous kills from Carleton to slow the roll over towards this B control. 52 seconds left. Lives about even. And Brock, where they came out a really hot start so far, the flame has been doused.
Yeah, though the lives are pretty similar with time slowly draining away. Carleton playing it slow again, just holding angles, is getting a 2-piece somewhere. Going to be able to collect it. I think it was on the interior to try and stop the flanking routes. The respawns will come through. Ziz will be taken out, so that reestablishes some coverage, though. We have 2 Brock members, 3 Brock members coming in from outside. Wonders trying to hold down the line to prevent any sort of flanks, and with it, Ziz going to come onto site just in the nick of time.
Well, they stopped the clock. 17.5 seconds. 7
so
but they just haven't been able to set up with the whole team. You just continually fight 2v4s or 3v4s, and Carleton always good for those first kills. The life disparity now 6v4, no more respawns for Brock. 6 seconds left. They're throwing whatever they got here, but Carleton's still not out of the woods. You need a big play, and Starry's going to make it happen. Double kill, leaves it into a 2v4, now 1v4. Ailey shutting down Wonders, really setting up Carleton for a defensive round win. Time is going to halt, and Carleton giving up what seemed like 4 ticks of progression in the first round of control.
Yeah, a little bit close, but especially on that B point, it really came down to that garden top position with that essentially overarching point. You get so much of a vantage point and coverage on that B site, and especially on B, where you really do not have a lot of coverage from any sort of angles. It's very blank, it's very sparse. You're kind of poking in and out of the point each time. So with it, Carleton will collect the first point here on control. We switch sides. Brock, I only hope they throw in a better defense.
Not an easy map to get those offensive wins, so you can't fault Brock there, but to take A in the fashion that they did, Carleton hoping to recreate that for themselves. You need that take progression, especially towards the later ends of this control. But Brock come out fast. Sizz is going to hit them with a sideline. Double kill as well. Takes the pressure off of A. McBain going to get traded out. Of course, it's Sizz again. 3 in a row looking for more. They line up, but Ailey shuts him down. And out to A we go. Time stopped at a minute 10. So progression that Carleton needs.
Good fight on the A site. I would have liked to see Carleton just have a bit more CAD control because there's so much coverage onto A site. Two-piece will come on. And with it, a 2v1, but it will be traded out. Starry will stop this push right at its head.
One more fight here. Over the top. Wonders times in with the pistol. I love it. I love it. I think Black Ops 6 is just going to be a joy to watch every single time I see somebody dive sideways from the top shelf. But Sizz not going to be able to hit that flank. Starry, good heads-up play to cut off that overextension. You still haven't taken the pressure off of A just yet. A member is here. It's player number 2. Cool Tux, you have to deal with. Slides out. Starry with the Jackal, taking Cool Tux down and working on the second tick of progression. You get it locked in. You've just been able to get so much work done so far onto not just A, but B as well. And it's going to distract Brock to maybe put this one away.
The AR is taken care of outside as well, making sure B is covered okay. Control on A. Going to be stopped. Cool Tux stopping it in his tracks. Respawns will come through. Careful of the pick, though. Cool Tux goes aside. Records will be able to take out one. Chip will take out Cool Tux in turn. A site still covered as the respawns come.
And you notice that Brock aren't really putting a big focus onto neutralizing it right away. They want to set up that line of scrimmage and kind of push the issue into the face of Carleton. And it's bled the clock down to now 24 seconds. So Carleton, they kind of ditched the idea of B, have to go all in at A, but they don't have any security towards the outskirts of these points. Ailey has some cover towards McBain, but can they hold off the oncoming pressure from Cool Tux and Records? They cannot. 19 seconds, 4 go down, 8 lives left for Carleton, and they only get 2 ticks of progression so far. You need one last effort to this A zone.
It's so close. It's within reach for the last 10 seconds. Carleton needs to make a dive, needs to get this pick on Cat, but not going to be able to. Sizz will cover it from outside. Last 3 seconds coming in. It is done for this one. Brock will collect the point.
Yeah, it ties us up here in the control and in a lot more of a clean fashion than what Carleton was able to do on their defense. So in terms of expecting a round 5 in control, which we see a lot so far inside of Black Ops 6, Brock in a lead so far in terms of that progression, 4-2. Hoping to continue that
too,
for
right?
the rest of it. And I think for Carleton heading into this next defense, you almost need to make sure that Brock does not fully capture either one of these 2 zones. And with how easily Brock got that A zone, it's going to be a tough task.
Yeah. Like the defense on A site, when you look at the contrast from offense to defense, just Brock knew exactly where to be positioned. The oversight through Cat. Have the movement on the wide angles on A site, so the picks will come in. Cool Touch diving in. Starry able to collect one as Carleton will disengage just a little bit.
Far pushed up Chip is already into the spawn of Brock. He's just going to be lessening the numbers and the pressure that you have to deal with over towards this A side, allowing Starry and Ailey just to clean up the members of Brock with these Jackals. But as they get aggressive, they go 3 down. So now Starry, the furthest one pushed up. Can you stop some of this pressure at A? And he finds the first one, slides out Starry for 2. 5 in a row. As your SMGs are heating up here for Carleton. 46 seconds left, and Starry looking for this Hellstorm.
Starry taking the off angle, but also aggressive peek onto the Brock side. That's sort of the confidence you need to be able to have. Tries again, but a bridge too far.
It's another 4 down.
Yeah, it's a little bit, so that will get Brock onto the site. We'll be able to take away 3 respawns in for Carleton. They're going to be able to dive in. This is a bad approach as well, as the Cat push will come through. Onto site now is Cool Tux. Oh! That is a pick for Cool Tux on Ailey. Terrible affair here for Carleton.
There had to be some team shots there from Brock as they're double stacking or almost triple stacking on towards this A zone. It's going fast. Second tick already locked in, working on number 3. You're going to take some different angles if you're Carleton to try to retake this one from the flank. Wonders turned around. McBain's going to find that kill. Starry doubles up, and there's only one more player to deal with. Records continuing to hold off this time bank. 24.8 seconds. Starry's here to maybe take the rest down, but Ziz for the trade. They're in for the 8 points secured. 15 playing 13 in favor of Carleton. But a big capture there from Brock to continue this progression lead.
And I feel bad for Starry because you could tell like he was really trying. He was essentially the only one left of his team alive. Brock already had the flank onto Starry at that point locked in. So unfortunately, Carleton will have to try, but they're going to take this high angle. Actually, Brock is going to take this high angle. If they can hold this angle, it'll be a breeze to collect B.
This is where you normally expect your Amos player to retake from, stem that, but where do you start? Player number 6 trying to get some eyes on. It goes all the way underneath the vault, but McBain's not able to find any kills. First segment in at B, second one almost there. Woo! You have Ziz inside your spawn and Cooltex shooting bodies. This is game 3 of the C3L. Nobody's stopping Cooltex so far. And it is just non-stop success in the offense from Brock. They capture both zones and an offensive win, setting them up for a potential map 3 victory.
Shooting bodies. It's the first match of the day, guys. It's groups. We're getting spicy. And Chip, this is where we saw that top angle come in for Carleton. It was so important. You could see, especially with the AR, how much the AMS has an effect through this angle. It has a complete view of that B site. Unfortunately, Carleton couldn't put it to work here. So Brock will collect 2-1.
Even if Carleton wins this offense, they still have to win a second offense. There's no chance in the world, objectively speaking, they don't have the ability to get enough ticks to actually give them a shot for that round 5 defense. So Carleton now have to go back-to-back for offenses just to steal away this map number 3. And Brock have already shown that it's not an easy task to have to get done.
This is on a 5-3.
He's shut down though, so he's not able to come out for anything. We haven't seen a Hellstorm since Ailey back in that map number 1, but Starry's been good. Not good enough against records in that moment, but you have an overextension from Ailey to stop the clock over towards this B zone. Maybe get a tick of progression as well behind it. Tick doesn't come through. Contestion's helping the kill. What? Secures it. Had to be some help from the team, but you're on to A as well. Just trying to get some semblance of control for this map. First segment in at A as well. Cooltex looking for the flank through balcony.
Yeah, Carleton shifting focus over to A site now that B site has a tick on it. This will be a fight on Cat. That will be in Ailey's favor. Now Records taking it wide, will be taken out. So you can see Carleton, they're taking a combined approach on A and B to split the focus right now of Brock. But this is all going in Carleton's favor.
It is. They have that second tick at A. Cooltex now going to have to cut fast through mid to see if you can pinch out these members onto this control zone, but Cooltex falls. Sorry, almost a double kill. Wonders has to peel away, and with the third tick at A secured, another minute onto the clock, a 2-life advantage for Carleton, and already with 1 segment secured at this B zone as well. So if Carleton could get a clean 4 down, they set themselves up for a realistic chance at an offensive win.
Wonders holding down B. The AR. 2 Carleton players, 3 actually perched up. That will be a pick on 1. Now everyone is collecting. Chip trying to take the wide angle, looking for some attack on the spawns, or at least taking down some Brock players in the cross. As the respawns are going to come through, Chip is completely isolated right now. Ziz is going to get a flank of his own, but he'll be taken down by McBain.
And McBain has been fantastic so far as one of the ARs for Carleton. 25 and 24. Starry 29 and 25. The two of them just leading in terms of Carleton slaying, but on the other side, it's just getting past Wonders. 30 and 18 with this Amos. That is ridiculous to be seen, and it's not just in this control either. This has been Wonders across all 3 maps so far, so he's not going to be stopping anytime soon as McBain gotta catch the number of that train that just hit you, because Wonders just is running amok so far.
Man is an AR demon right now. Just as I say that, caster curse galore. Chip going to be able to get some penetration onto Wonders. This will be Carleton on site, continuously getting picks. I think Brock, with the spawns, playing a little bit too aggressive. They're going to keep going. Brock going to dive in, going to be able to collect 2, 3 records. The hero for Brock, keeping Brock in for this fight. It's the last 30 seconds. You'll get one more push from Carleton.
And we're in Canada right now, and I feel like a referee at the goal line, just no goal.
No goal!
They had the triple stack. They almost put away the B zone, stealing away that capture, but the control goes towards Brock. They take the third map, and in a swing that goes back-to-back to give them a lead in this series. It was close towards this last offense, but really setting themselves up for success, being that first defense that they did play against Carleton, only holding them to those 2 ticks of progression, really setting up Brock for the long run. Even if that did go to a round 5, you have another shot at defense where Brock just looks so dang good here in control.
You mentioned, especially that last stack was so important for Brock, getting every single pick from ulterior angles. Carleton just had no idea where Brock were, and I think part of it is lying in that their positioning was more centered towards receiving some utility that was coming in. But Brock were like, no, we're just going to dive in. We know exactly where you're positioned. We're going to dive in, have no problem with it. And literally, it was just a 4-man sweep, just straight up sweep across the board.
Brooms out, dust them underneath.
Dust them, you know,
underneath the head.
Put it in the garbage.
And I think for Carleton, really, they had the idea, and so many times they're trying to work towards the exterior, trying to hit that overextension over towards the P4 building of Vault. And whenever you did, I think it was McBain who was mostly trying to do that. Wonders was finding kill after kill, really just whittling it down. And towards that last effort that Carleton had, you saw that Ziz was able to stay alive on that flank. And being so, it again just separates the Carleton players from actually fully getting onto that B zone. It gives a moment for the rest of Brock to respawn, hit that, like you said, go all in. And the follow-up in terms of, you know, Wonders finding at least 1 or 2 kills, you can guarantee that was exactly what Brock needed, saving it on the goal line there for that last defense. And Brock taking back-to-back maps in this series, the Search and Destroy and the Control. You go back to now a hard point. We're switching things up from Rewind and Vault. We're going to the red card, and this kind of continues a really big trend for Wonders in terms of a very AR-dominated map. Wonders is somebody that Carleton needs to shut down, and I look towards somebody like McBain to get that done.
Yeah, speaking of goal lines, playing a red card, you know, soccer, you know, they have goal lines.
They also have red cards.
Red cards!
I kind of just put that together.
We are on red. Wait, you really?
I just put that together.
There's a soccer arena in the map. Okay,
hey,
whatever.
Football.
We're underway. We're on map 4. We're on hard point red card. Not my favorite map. I think not a lot of players currently favorite map, but it was an interesting pick that I think came through for Brock, actually. They did pick this, of course, Wonders being the key factor, already opening things up with the AR kill.
Yeah, you shut this down, win things out in 4 maps. You go to a map 5 and potentially a Neslo in the cards for Brock right now. Carleton on the other side, they were fantastic back in that rewind, just dominating the rotation. Starry was always the forefront of these breaks, but you look at that kill feed light up red. Brock so far has had no problem bouncing back in terms of slaying. They're going to hop in towards this P1, start to put some time on the board, but so far really setting them up for a smooth transition over towards P2, where you see player number 7 just spawn up.
Yeah, we were talking about it briefly, but so much of this P1 right now is based off that outside control, since there's so many points of access. But Wonders going off. Chip will finally be able to collect. Not enough to take the point, as Ziz will be able to collect. Respawns coming through. Carleton having a bit of a response at the moment. At this point, it's just trading as everyone moves to P2.
Stars get over the top. Ziz cleaned up. Low HP Ziz. And there's the break for Carleton, flipping the spawns out. Now Brock have to break from the opposite ends. And so far, so good. Wonders is going to find his way in, but how do you deal with the rest? Topside control for Carleton. They're going to look to take this from multiple different angles, but Ziz puts together 2. The third one around the corner. Records cleans it up, and Brock hold on strong, now switching the lead in their favor.
Wonders taking the passive angle as least far back as possible to make as much use of the AR range. Chip finally able to get on. Carleton will be able to secure the point for themselves. Cool Tux will be able to take care of Ailey, but everyone is moving over to the next point. P3, such a contested point that is incredible. I wouldn't say easier to hold, but you do have fewer points of access for sure.
You do, and you really look towards, again, holding on to that left side of the hill towards the outside to make sure most of those spawns cannot take those different angles. But so far, Brock just have had no issue with dominating in terms of the kills. They flip the spawns out, so Carleton have to be careful. This is potentially a spawn trap on red card, and I'm pretty sure that you're going to know that if you're Carleton. McBain's going to take the elevator going up and see if you can hit this from two different sides. But again, another set of kills for Brock. The Badgers just in full form right now on red card.
Fighting on stairs, which is such a key point as well. Chokehold, if you will. And now look at these spawns coming in from Carleton. They have to go so far just to even contest. They're just giving it up. They're just giving it up, already securing on P5 at that point. Cool Tux, and so few kills at this point for P2 in particular. Securing this point as P5, you need to secure it. It's impossible to access.
And Ailey and McBain just confirm it for you. I mean, you are stuck right now, just continuously spawning in behind P3. Now you're going to have a chance because you've had a player rotate all the way around, but Brock are inside the hard point. You can hold this one from the bottom of the stage, so very safe hardpoint hold for Records to soak up this time. Ziz on the flank. He's going to find not one, not two, but 3 kills with a Jackal. 10 and 5 from Ziz, putting this SMG to work here in map 4.
We knew Ziz, even on Vault, he was going for these long route flanks, but Red Card loves to reward that. Those who take the journey and pays off. Ziz with a 3-piece of his own, securing this point.
102 to 36. Carleton have found no success so far on red card. The rotations have been late. The kills have been lackluster, and I think that Brock, ever since they've roared back in with a 6-2 victory on that rewind search and destroy, they have not looked back since. This team looks deadly right now.
Yeah, remember that this is match point. Carleton finally being able to secure a point of their own on P5, which they were previously baited with. That is a kill. That is a complete 3-piece from Brock here on a point that is so incredibly difficult to defend at times. But Carleton coming in, respawns coming through. Brock, grenades, that's going to be a pick as well for Records. The ARs, you have to fight for these long angles on P5. You get rewarded for it. No one even on the point right now. That's how difficult this point is.
Wonders is going to be holding it close, laying down. Nobody watching through ticket, and that's going to give Alien angle to shut down this time for Brock. In over the top, Starry clears him out, but the trades again for Brock, just keeping this one uncontested. 127 to 45 as P4 finishes off. P1 starting to open up. We're heading into the second set of rotations, and Carleton have a mountain to climb right now. And you look towards, somebody that I called out at the start, McBain, who has to go toe-to-toe with players like Wonders and Records. And he is 6 and 13 right now. Heading into the second set, McBain needs to turn things around for this Carleton team.
Yeah, Ziz with an uncharacteristic mistake, and at this point, P5, the fact that it was so uncontested kind of goes into Brock's favor. It whittles the time down just a touch more. Fight's going to be going on for control of outside as Carleton slowly ticking away at this lead. That's a great pick from Cool Tux.
Half the setup right now from Carleton to get a lot of time here from P1. They're actually getting 20 to 30 seconds on this hill, and so far, that is exactly what you like to see from this team, playing from a deficit that they are. They're going to hop back in for the rest of the scrap time. Ailey's starting to work towards the stage to see if he can open up a route to P2, but he's shut down by Wonders. Wow. Cool Tux finding the scrap towards P1 as well, and Carleton now having to work again through the middle of the map to see if they can get some pressure here onto the next rotation.
Carleton still keeping this within reach. Starry needs to go off, checking the angles, going to be able to collect one. Another one behind the hot dog stand. Starry will collect another, and that will be Carleton on point. But another pick needs to come through. McBain finally does. Able to secure the point for Carleton, keeps things within reach.
From 5 and 13 to 11 and 15. McBain definitely looking a lot better in the second set than in the first, but not enough to hold off Brock just yet. A teammate from Records, that's going to give a breath of life back in towards the Ravens to take one last swing at it. Starry's going to catch Wonders, not ready for that last hit from Carleton. Some scrap time here for Starry. They've closed this lead from what was 125 to about 30 for Brock's favor. Now it's a 147 to 105. This rotation over towards P3, if Carleton can get a clean break and flip this one out, this can be a tie game come the end of this hill.
Yeah, so they're going to try and rotate through inside at the moment. I think Carleton even getting that scrap time. Will be taken out on the rotate again. Carleton just getting a brief misread on the respawns, and now the respawns have flipped. So Carleton will be able to approach from a closer angle onto this point in particular, though everyone's still fighting for stairs, and they will be able to get on.
So now it's holding it. It's the difficult part when you don't have all 4 members into that setup. Ziz finds a way through, penetrates the armor of the Carleton. He's going to get traded out, but you're already back into this one if you're the Badgers, holding this one from the front, trying to find the kills to follow things up. Ailey for 2. Starry a third one, backs up Brock, and they've completely brought Brock out of this initial setup towards P3, flipped things out yet again, and now Brock in danger of getting spawn trapped towards the back of this hill.
Yeah, that is where essentially this hill becomes done and dusted, but Ailey holding the angle on stairs through the doorways, being able to essentially secure those lines of sight, and with it this point, so Brock, they're going to have to try again on to the next one, still holding a relatively comfortable lead, but Carleton, they're nipping at their heels.
Yeah, for Carleton, I mean, you not only need like one good break, but you need 40 seconds behind that, and the kills have been the issue. Just trades after trades for Brock, giving them that edge in confidence. Starry's going to be able to look to get in, slides forward some time here, but you need some pressure from the top sides, and these ARs just haven't been able to get it. Ziz constantly catching them and shooting them in the back. He finds the players outside. Starry trying to hold on to the rest of this time, but it's 3 down again for Carleton. Brock hop in, and this lead just continues to stay comfortable.
I will say that particularly on this point as well, you see the respawns, they tend to come a little bit further, which means that you have more of a journey to go. Ziz, yeah, I think even though ARs, I wouldn't say that they've been the be-all, end-all for this game. Ziz has been able to mitigate as much as possible through his flanks with the Jackal. It's been so much pressure here against Carleton, especially on the rotates.
A couple angles here for Brock to take, and the kills open up this route through Ticket. Cooltux finds an angle onto Chip, and that's 3 down sight. But the hill opens up. Fourth one's going to allow Wonders now to slide in for the rest of this time. 207, they're in counting distance to putting this series away. And Carleton need to step up sooner or later, or they're going to be starting their groups off with a loss against the Brock Badgers. This is it for the Ravens. You need to pull out all the stops here rather than later.
Carleton starting to get some entry picks, but might start rotating over. So Record's going to try and just as much time on it as possible. Wonder still preventing Carleton from getting anything on the board, as we will transition to P1. Carleton, I think, have had a much better record, at least getting picks onto P1 relative to P5, especially as Wonders just keeps going off here on P5.
And you remember that, you know, P1 rotation into the second set of rotations is what gave Carleton, what, a 40-point difference for that P2 rotation. So hoping to maybe do that again now with McBain putting a couple kills together. He's going to be traded out. Cool Tucks from up top. Nice shots from Chip. 3 go down for Brock, and Carleton looking to find themselves into this hard point, but it's not going to be easy off the respawn. Brock just setting themselves back up onto these power positions and trading out these kills. 7 seconds left. The closest is going to be Chip for one last chance. Slides in. Can he stay alive? Starry now following him up, but the spawns are so far away for Carleton.
And at this point, you need to get someone on the last couple seconds. That will be contested. One on. The pistol kill won't come through. McBain will get taken out. The last one will come through. Carleton diving in. Everything on the line, but it will be done. Brock will win our first series of the day.
And it's a very solid series from the Badgers, to say the least. Yes, a hiccup in map number 1 going to that rewinds. It seemed like, you know, it's early in the morning. It takes a little bit for you to wake up the wheel, but as soon as they got going, it didn't seem like Carleton could really stop what they had to offer. Ziz really stepping in for this red card in hitting so many different angles, making sure those ARs just could not feel comfortable
get on the board
in those long-range battles. And when those long-range battles did happen, I mean, just look at the record for Cool Tucks and Wonders, 30 and 36 between the two of them in terms of killing. A very good series for Wonders himself, I'd say, putting the team on his back in some games, especially back on that Search and Destroy with those first bloods, but the control as well, nearly having a 2 KD at one point, and then that red card, just the whole team flowing when it all got into form.
It really felt like for red card that Ziz was such a mitigating factor to the ARs that it really gave Wonders just as much freedom. He didn't have to worry about so many long-range fights with particular ARs, and if he did, he could count on Ziz to be able to get those long rotates, those long flanks, to be able to take him out if they were stuck in a fight for particularly too long. I think that generally Wonders fantastic on the last point, and so much of it just came across when you talk about picks onto entry points for particular sites. The P5 control, which I was kind of surprised that they were able to handle so well. Wonders was sticking around, being able to stay on that point as much as possible, getting those long-range picks that he needed to. I don't know, Carleton, they had a hard time, and Chip especially, like, who was such a much better AR factor, even on Vault. Yeah, they lost, but still, like, on Vault, Chip was a much better factor. Just couldn't get on the board here.
And this is just a kickoff tournament. So for Carleton, I mean, you have to give some flowers to the team for the fight that they were able to give, especially into the second set of that red card. I mean, you saw that Carleton were able to actually close that lead from what was almost a 100-point lead into about a 40-point lead off of that second set P1. Granted, you know, as you rotate from hill to hill, it just seemed like Brock were able to, you know, hold those rotations a little bit better. And even into that P3, when Carleton did get the break, they weren't able to hold that hill because of the constant multi-kills coming from the front. It just seems like they were giving a lot away to this Brock team in terms of the slaying as the series went on, rather than that rewind, which looked very comfortable for players like Starry to hit those routes and play the natural cover. Red card doesn't give you that chance whatsoever. It's a lot of long lines of sight. It's a lot of long routes that you need to be confident. It allows so much
for lurking, right?
And the timing just doesn't always work out for these SMGs. And Ziz just seemed like he was really on point for that last map. But for our first series of the day, can't complain for this one. I mean, teams starting to get the hang of things, and Group B was definitely one that I was looking forward to seeing those two play each other. But we got our second game coming up very soon as we get the teams set up here on the stages. We'll see you soon with some more C3L Ontario Showcase. The Call of Duty is not one you want to miss.
Conestoga College is setting the stage for a new era in gaming. In 2025, we're opening a state-of-the-art esports venue, a premier facility for high-performing gamers in Canada.
In this 10,000 square foot facility, we're putting you in the center of the action. The facility will have 50 top-tier PC stations, 5 console stations, immersive VR stations, a team operations room, a full production suite, and a premier competition stage.
Esports is a rapidly evolving industry with global viewership of 532 million in 2022. This initiative goes beyond esports. It's also a platform for forging bonds, making memories, and creating connections.
Since 2020, Condors Esports continues to evolve, providing industry-leading facilities and experiences to the esports community.
Conestoga's esports venue expresses a sustainable and intentional future to compete, play, and work, all powered by gaming.
Welcome back over to the C3L Ontario Showcase. My name is Seymour, and I'm joined here with the new co-caster. We got Willow on the desk. How you feeling?
A little stressed, but like I feel like that's normal at this point.
Well, I mean, we got good games at least. We get to enjoy some good Call of Duty as well, and we just a rager in our first game as well, with Brock taking what seemed like a pretty simple game against the Carleton Ravens for a little bit of a rematch, but it's now moving into further into this Group B bracket as we're going to be taking a look towards the Conestoga Condors Academy team taking on University of Ottawa. This is going to be a fun one.
It will, especially, I mean, these are my boys against Ottawa, so I got hopes for them, and if not, they will hear it from me.
They're on the chopping block right now for if they win, you know, it's all celebration, but if they lose, I mean, this is the host team. You don't want to see the host team losing, or at least the Academy team here. And on top of that, the Academy team as well kind of showing up after a little bit of success from their division in NACE. We talked about this at the start, NACE divisional champions for themselves, and that's going to give some confidence, I'd say, to this Academy team now against Ottawa. You're taking on now the next step for these Academy players against, you know, these varsity level teams or these players on the main teams, and you're really putting Conestoga on the map if the Academy team can really show up here in Group B.
Oh yeah, I mean, Academy really worked hard. I mean, they're completely undefeated in like the whole thing, which was really impressive. I mean, something to be proud of, especially, I mean, being a Condor myself. And then just watching everyone grow, and we've talked about getting them up against varsity to see how that would go.
Oh, an in-house matchup.
Yeah, hopefully we'll maybe one day.
Maybe one day, especially considering, I mean, we got Savvy on the roster too for Conestoga, who's going to be playing from the main team as their fifth down on the Academy team. So I'm sure that's going to give a little bit of weight over towards the Academy to kind of boost up against some of these other teams as well. But we're looking over towards Group A for some, I'd say, results there. And you do see Conestoga taking a win in their first game of C3L, and through that group, I think Western is another one you're looking at. OTSU with Tyler Fury is a team that we actually haven't seen the results for just yet, but it's something that's going to be, I'd say, eager to see the outcome for OTSU playing. But Western and York right now are going to Game 5. So I think for Group A, that is very exciting to see already at Game 5, not on the main stage, but in the pit that is Conestoga right now. But for our matchup here for Condors versus Academy, or Condors Academy versus Ottawa, we gave a little bit of a hint over towards the Academy team, but we have to give some flowers over towards Ottawa as well, because this is a team that I think a lot of people who are fans of the Canadian collegiate COD scene would be excited for. I mean, you have Shady kind of at the helm of this roster. He was one of the, I'd say, initial members towards Western University for creating their Call of Duty team. So a transfer over towards Ottawa now as he's kind of grouping this team together for whether it's going to be, you know, the C3L or through College COD or any collegiate Call of Duty scene. I'm excited to see what Ottawa can put together, because we got a little bit of insight, and they're also bringing, I'd say, some Warzone talent into Variant now, as well as some really up-and-coming members that should be looking to put Ottawa on the map.
Yeah, the Warzone player is a little bit of an interesting one to throw in there. It'll be really, really interesting to see how he performs, especially coming from Warzone, which is kind of a little bit of a hectic game mode.
It's different.
It's a little different, just a little bit.
But even still, it's something that you're excited for, because, you know, you do see players from Warzone transfer over, or at least, you know, back in the day, I say back in the day for Call of Duty, but it's like, you used to have players who would strictly play Search and Destroy. And then the whole thing is like, how do these Search and Destroy players transfer into playing the Respawn? And, you know, it's definitely a different type of Call of Duty that you're playing in that sense. And for Warzone, it's completely different. You don't have that, you know, knowledge of rotations or positioning in respawns. The timing for Search and Destroy is going to be different. It's a learning curve for a member or player like Juice here, who we're hinting to over at Ottawa. But it's going to be a test for Ottawa for sure. And neither of these teams having any warm-up going in towards this. This is their first match of the day being against each other. You don't have to worry about the guy across from you already being hot and ready to go. This is where you get to kind of step up and shake that rust off.
Yeah, hopefully they perform somewhat decent. I mean, they probably had like bot warm-ups, But getting into an actual match is
Yeah.
completely different.
It is, and I've heard that we're had a little bit of issues kind of going over, getting one of these members logged in. That's why it's taking so long. We apologize for the tech issues and why it's taking so long to get into this game. But we have Shady. He's going to be playing under the name of Rice, I'm pretty sure, in this game. So one of the admins was nice enough to give Shady an account to play on while he figures out his own accounts. If you go to a LAN, make sure that you change your password. You know your passwords that you can log in. We have too many issues with logins across this as well as TXP, which happened in Windsor a couple weeks ago. But for this matchup in general, it seems like the vetoes are ready to go, so we can go over the map set for this best of 5, because you and I, we were kind of talking over it, and we got to see that we're kicking things off with a protocol for that map number 1, a hardpoint map that tends to be very traditional in a lot of best of 5s for these variants. Players have had a lot of practice on protocol, and you definitely see players kind of moving over towards this map rather than others because of how I'd say simple it is to kind of ping pong hard points and get full 60s, maybe 40 seconds. It's not an easy, I'd say, hard point map to chain hills together, but it is something where you can get a considerable amount of time from hill to hill. So players have been liking this protocol. But we got a rewind, search and destroy, skyline control, vault, hardpoint for a map 4 if needed. And then if this goes to a distance like Western and York, we get that red card map 5 search and destroy.
I don't like red card.
Not many people do.
No, and it's also rewind is another one, but it's good for S&D.
It is good for S&D. I'll say. I think that even we saw it back in our last match for Brock versus Carleton that the AR players have a lot of weight on that one, so you have that outdoor preference. Still, you get that timing over towards B to get those quick plants off, but a lot of it comes down to the slow plays, very traditional S&D, and you kind of ease your way into it.
Yeah, it's a very slow game. It's actually the reason I don't like S&D is how slow and very precise you have to play it is just next level.
It is, and I think for a lot of these teams, you see that some teams definitely favor search and destroy. Some teams favor the respawns. And for this one in general, we got a little bit of inside scoop, is that this Conestoga Academy team actually favors the search and destroy aspect. So I'm excited to see how they kind of take a hold of these, game 2s, potentially game number 5s, and if they do struggle at the respawns, where they're going to be looking to improve here in Black Ops 6, because it's still very early in Black Ops 6. A lot of these teams are going to be new, with the school year still kind of being in, I'd say, that transitional phase into the season of Call of Duty. And you're learning the maps, you're learning your team chemistry and that coordination, and it's not easy to just kind of jump into one of these tournaments and be the best. The teams are going to be learning throughout the day.
Oh yeah, especially teams like Conestoga Academy. We have a player that they don't necessarily play with all the time, especially with Savvy. Savvy usually plays with our varsity team.
Yeah.
So now you have a new player. You're not usually used to running together. Thankfully, Taylor, our usual main guy, has played with Savvy, so they kind of understand it. I'm pretty sure Shaco's also possibly played with Savvy, but Shatter is one of our new players. So to see how they all run together and piece it together and actually work together will be very, very interesting.
It's a ragtag team of misfits on this academy team kind of thrown together.
Yeah.
Which is exciting, too, because it's kind of like the sky's the limit for this team on what they can achieve, when you do put them together. Because as soon as they click, I assume that this is going to be a team that's pretty scary. For Ottawa, it seems the similar situation with Shady moving from Western into UOttawa and now bringing a team together of, players who might be not as familiar with traditional Call of Duty as they are with other forms of Call of Duty, or, players who do excel for this one as well. I think we have some information for a player, that we got to look out for. Eck on Ottawa, who seems to be the player to keep an eye on for this team, who's going to be really at the forefront of, putting on for the slaying like Wonders did for Brock in our last series. But altogether from Ottawa, the most information that I got for this team, I haven't seen them play together, but this is a team of junior hockey players that have that, I'd say, chemistry outside of the server, which does tend to translate a lot inside the server when you have that friendship.
Hockey players in Call of Duty and just esports in general,
so Canadian.
A different breed.
So Canadian.
They, honestly, getting them in interviews is a wild thing, because Shaco's also a hockey player.
Oh.
Very interesting interviews from him. Good ones, though. Hockey players, best interviews you can get.
How, okay, you go to a land in America, you don't expect to see like hockey players.
Oh, they like live and breathe in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the percentage of like player to hockey player is for these Canadians at this land. It's probably
at least 70.
It's probably up there. I'd agree with that. Maybe like that 60, 70 around. It's definitely higher than 50% off a chance because I mean this is Canada after all. We live, breathe hockey. But to see that, this Ottawa team has, I'd say some value of camaraderie outside of Call of Duty in general, it's going to make it easier to gel inside of the server, be used to each other, be kind of, it breaks that initial barrier down of criticism and constructive criticism in terms of trying to improve. So it's going to be fun to see this team evolve and elevate as we're getting ready for this first map on Protocol. But teams are lobbied up. I see them. I'm just waiting for them to start this game for now. But it's interesting for Protocol to be this first map for both of these teams because this is kind of one of those bang out maps right away. That's like, it's not easy to chain together hills. It's one of those maps that if you are struggling at breaking, you're probably looking to give up 40 points per hill. 30-40 realm, I'd say, for this map. I usually see a lot of good holds on this map.
That is true, honestly, yeah. Do you remember who chose this map?
I could take a look and see, actually. It looks like this is Ottawa chose Protocol. They bound out the Skyline. So Conestoga, they banned out the red card, and they picked the Vault map for. So Ottawa got the first map choice.
Interesting. I would be really, really curious on what their whole mindset is picking Protocol. Protocol is a 50-50 map.
And we saw it for the series prior where it was Carleton. They had the first map choice. They picked the Rewind, and they looked great in Rewind. And this could be a pocket pick for the team that they love to play. It just fits their chemistry. And you had somebody on Carleton like Starry who's just so used to playing in that front line, breaking those hard points. If, a player like Eck, who is supposed to be the star of this team on Ottawa, can find that form on Protocol where an Amos can do some serious damage. That AR can really do some damage on this map. It's going to be difficult for Conestoga to fight against that, or it's at least it's a hypothetical right there. It's going to be something that we're going to be keeping our eyes on for Conestoga to kind of match up against.
Yeah, this game is going to be really interesting.
Yeah. And not to mention, Eric Potsy walks in here. He says, guys, these two teams in scrims go map 5 against each other.
Yeah,
and they're not afraid to play against each other. So this definitely has the history of going the distance.
And I kind of hope we see the distance.
Are you ready to go the distance?
We'll see. I mean, I hope we go because that means then ACAD's putting up a fight, and I want to see that.
Well, the Condors all around probably want to see the Academy team go the distance here. So it looks like we're locking in. We get the fly through for the teams. Ottawa versus Conestoga Academy. Protocol map number 1. The hard point to kick things off for this series, as is tradition here in Call of Duty. We got Rice X stepped. Rounding out and Shady, rounding out the lineup for UOttawa, and it's Juiced topping that off. Steppy, Juiced, Eck, and Rice. Rice being Shady for UOttawa. For the side of Condors Academy, is it Savvy we're looking for from this main team dropping down?
Yes, Savvy is our varsity player. From what I've been told about Savvy he's more of an S&D player, one of our top ones. And then Taylor's our IGL. He makes most of the calls. He makes really good calls. Wing is actually Shaco. Wing is actually their sub. So Shaco's just bored his account. And then Shatter is one of our new players, but he hits his shots.
Yeah, shout out production for giving us a little bit of a quick pick-me-up for who is who. And we also get 68 on Shatter, so he's not going to be popping up in that kill feed anytime soon. We're going to have to watch out for what's going on right now on the map. It's Conestoga coming out to a quick lead off of this P1 setup, soaking up a lot of time, 24 seconds. They have to worry about this rotation. They actually get the flip over to the other side for that tower control, so Ottawa has to be careful, turn around, deal with these members. Taylor's going to find 2, looking for 3, taking Juiced as well for the rotation over the P2. Conestoga feeling good.
Very good. I mean, these boys are pretty confident on this map, dare I say. I'm pretty sure it's Taylor also prefers this map, so having Ottawa choose it is very good. I mean, you see Taylor absolutely dominating with shots. Juice coming in and taking out Shaco. Absolutely insane on these shots.
And for Ottawa, fortunately for them, they're able to break from the front of this one. So finally getting some time here into the hard point. They have Conestoga trapped in the back, and the Condors Academy have to be careful not to get pinned down and stuck in the spawn trap situation. Ottawa get 25 seconds off this hill, and they have the rotation in next. So you can see Shaco now looking to make a play from underneath through the spiral staircase.
I mean, this spiral staircase has definitely changed the course of many of games. It's something that you kind of forget about, and you get up top of this building. You can take people out on the zip line, just like we see Shaco do there. And it's just, you can really get on top of different teams, different players, and win these points.
Well, for Condors, they get lucky. Ottawa take a second battle over towards that P2. Gives up the spawns for P3 and the initial time. Taylor's going to find a kill alongside Shaco. He puts together 2. Shatter tops things off for 4th down in favor of Condors Academy. Continuing to just pile on this lead. 54 seconds. And doing a great job at slaying out as well. Another 3 down. Eck, the only one to find a trade, but he's from the outside looking in. Has to regen and wait for the rest of the team. There's not a lot of time to break on this hill. Might look to hit one the last time towards this P3 and start setting up for that P4 rotation.
Yeah, these rotations are extremely important in these games. You want to have at least 1 or 2 players getting over to that next spot, the next hill, to make sure that you are almost guaranteed the next points, get those points lined up. Condors are pretty good at doing that, but Ottawa's deep from there.
They have, and Ottawa finally getting themselves a good setup, needed down 77-46. So looks like Condors Academy going to break this from different angles. Sliding in towards the back is going to be Shaco leading that charge. Takes down Steppy. It's an easy break for Condors with all 4 members staying up. They have the setup. They flip the script, and not going to be an easy one for UOttawa to try and re-break. And here it comes. They take the step in. Steppy, in fact, finds 2 of his own, but it's not going to be enough. 2 versus 4. He only gets those 2, and that's going to be it.
Absolutely. We see these points just collecting themselves pretty much at this point. Ottawa desperately trying to break into this hill, and it's not an easy task, especially when you are dropping down the elevators like Shaco is, where you might take some damage. Taylor taking out 2 of Ottawa's players, which is very important, especially with this next point popping up. Lots of gunfights.
Lots and lots of gunfights across the respawn. And heading into the second set of rotations, Condors Academy leading about 60, 70 points ahead of UOttawa, and having this initial setup as well. It's just going to be more time to add to this ever so growing lead. Shaco, another double kill from the bottom side of P1. Taylor up top, and Grandma's going to find a second one. And it just leads Condors back Academy back in towards this hill. Steppy, no, he's going to fall off the map.
Oopsie.
And that's just going to make things from bad to worse for UOttawa. Back to the respawn block, trying to fight their way outside and see if they can contest this hill.
Absolutely. Contesting is honestly almost a huge advantage in this game. You contest it, you figure out where those other players are, you take them out. But Condors Academy is holding down this hill like it is their own house. They get some exchanges. Ottawa, that's really trying to take them out, but there's always another Academy player to very quickly make those trades.
There is. And for Ottawa, I'd say good thing is this is where you got most of your time back in the first set of rotations. The P2 on over towards Tower, they had a great break from the front of the hill. The only issue is they've allowed Condors Academy to get hot, and you see 3 go down for UOttawa, and Condors break from the front. They force these spawns in the back, and with the way that both Shaco and Taylor are shooting, those aim assists just aren't missing. So you have to be careful for UOttawa not to get pinned to the back of this spawn. Condors Academy in full control of this hard point right now with a 173-55 lead.
We see Taylor up here, up near the zip line, a spot that I hate because you could, if you are good with your long shots, you are hitting these people, you're taking them out, making them kind of hate the game a little bit. But that's what you want to do. You want to land your shots. You want to get these kills because getting those points is kind of the whole point of the game. It's hard point. You need the points.
After all. Well, P3 is going to open up, and it's a 100-point lead for Condors exactly And it's UOttawa to touchdown first, so hoping to put together some sort of hold on this one, hoping for a full 60, but not an easy hard point to lock down, especially when Shaco waiting in the wings with this jackal in hand. 14 and 9 is going to cut down the first, opens up a route for Shatter to hit. 2 go down for Ottawa, and you don't even see it coming. Up the rope goes Wing. Shaco's going to take down yet another. It's 4 down for Ottawa. They flip out, and now going to have to break things back in from the front, still down 100.
And it's hard to contest these points when you have an entire team on it, watching all points. They got each other's back, trying to take them down. You essentially have to hit every single spot. You got to do your little flanks, your little whoopsie-doos, take them out, try to get those exchanges. But we don't really see that from Ottawa, which is a little not good.
It isn't good at all for Ottawa's. You have to make sure that you're getting this time, especially considering this is the 3rd hill in a row that they've been the first team to rotate to. It's just the easy breaks from Condors. They keep finding it, and you're getting no time off these in the initial rotation if you're UOttawa. Another one here from Savvy with the help of Taylor. Is it going to be enough to lock things down? It's not. Ottawa managed to hold on. It's Eck there alongside Juiced to cut down those 3 members, and breathing a sigh of relief. They get a little bit of time now to set up even more.
Yeah, we see University of Ottawa is running together a little bit more than they did. They're pushing these points together, keeping and watching each other's backs. However, Condors trying to push their way on. UOttawa says no. What? And Shaco took out one of his players.
A little bit of team kill there.
It happens. Sometimes you mistake your player as, Condors come in, they think it's you of Ottawa. I've done it before. They've done it before. Everyone's done it.
Everybody's done it at one point or another. But Eck was there on 5 in a row. He's 21 and 19. Does get cut down before those streaks do come into fruition. And Condors Academy into the 3rd set of rotations have cracked that 200-point marker. But at one point, it was 170 to about 70. So since then, it's been a 70-30 split in favor of UOttawa. So starting to actually get some good time onto these hard points. It's just, this has been the bane of their existence. This first hill does not treat Ottawa well.
No, it does not. It doesn't really treat anyone well. Whoever's on there first with their full team, I mean, it's a solid. You're going to hold that point for as long as you can because you are up top. You can see all the spots that everyone's coming in at, and you could just easily just take them out, especially if you push points that you're not supposed to push. And we see University of Ottawa, I mean, they're holding this down pretty much as well as you can at this point.
Yeah, they flip things out for Condors there. A couple of good shots from these ARs of UOttawa, and they managed to hold on yet again. 215 to 156, slowly chipping away at this lead. Ottawa starting to wake up on protocol, and that's what you like to see for a team who this is their map pick. Now the kills starting to flow. 3 down again in favor of UOttawa, making a full 4. Juice puts together 3. My man from Warzone starting to turn up here, and that lead that Condors Academy once had, suddenly it's disappearing.
It is, and a Warzone player knows how to shoot shots. I mean, it's a stressful situation. You learn to be under stress. And Juice, I mean, he showed everyone what he's made of.
Condors do get back in for the scrap time, so slow and steady now for Condors Academy. Still a chance to steal away this map that is not theirs. That was originally picked. 2:35, so only 15 seconds left. Over to P3 again. Ottawa, the first ones here. They have the setup, but you think about how often Condors Academy have been able to break in within 5-6 seconds of this hill rotating. You can't let that happen anymore if you're Ottawa. Condors Academy only need 5 more seconds to win out this map.
That is very true. I mean, Condors, I know these boys, they're really good at essentially splitting up and just coming in from all sides, overwhelming you and taking these points. Whether we'll see that now at this point, considering they only need 5 whole points, will be very interesting to see. But we see U of Ottawa really trying, desperately holding these hills, trying to get the points. I mean, they've risen up to 210.
Yeah.
They might actually spin this around and come back.
It's going to take a lot. drive this one back right now. Rice gets overwhelmed. Shatter's going to take him down, and now this is it. One last contest through the front. Everybody sliding through. Pistols out for Juice. Not going to find it, but X there to back him up. Taylor now alongside Shaco, looking to ice up for the Condors, and this could be the moment. The kills for Rice. Is it enough? Shady looking to hold on, but not just yet for the Condors. We're going to P4 and Ottawa here first.
1 whole point is all that the Condors need, and they are desperate for it. They are shooting their shots. They're trying to take out University of Ottawa.
Oh, no.
But Ottawa is holding it down. Look at Juice absolutely taking them out.
That's another 4 down. Condors off the respawn. They got to put the pedal to the metal. 8 seconds left, and this could be a breakdown in front of us. Taylor looking to hit a Hail Mary now. Slides on through into the backline. Steepy takes him down. The kills come through. The contestion's out, and Condors Academy. I cannot believe it. A sigh of relief is breathed on that main stage as they just barely sneak away with a game that at one point they were up a whole 100 points. Ottawa, a team you do not want to take lightly and underestimate because it just seems like they're starting to heat up.
I for sure, not going to lie, I thought we were going to lose that. I thought Condors was going to lose that with the way that last end
I did too.
I was like, oh, these boys are done. They're blowing their lead, but they very quickly corrected both of us. What on earth? Juice even, like Juice went crazy too.
It took him a little bit, but into the second set, I mean, he kind of highlighted it. It was at 1.70 to 170. A whole 100-point lead in favor of Conestoga Academy. But then the kills start coming through. Protocol, one of those maps, especially from P3 to P4, that you can get a good chunk of time on. And Ottawa, they were doing a great job, especially in the first set, of being the first to those rotations, being the initial to set up. But it was just the kills were the struggle. They weren't able to put any value behind those early rotations. And into the second set, they started finding that value. They were getting 3 down, 4 down, starting to lock it down. You saw Shady going on spree after spree. And Eck, especially in P4 with that Jacqueline hand, was really turning up for the team. But you called it. I mean, Juiced really found his form in that later portion of the protocol in that third set of rotations. And it really helps out when the full team is finding those kills in succession as clean as they were. I think that for Condors Academy may have been a little bit of taking your gas off the pedal. You got into the comfort zone there and you're cruise controlling. That's a wake-up call.
Oh, 100%. That's the moment where you go, oh, whoa, okay, these people are, they've come to play.
He's like, my bad.
Yeah, it's okay. We need to take a step back. We need to recollect ourselves because Juiced, a Warzone player, is popping off right now.
Yeah.
I mean, and those kills, those are major turning points. Getting those 4 stack kills, you completely reset everything, which, to be fair, in all honesty, I think Juice is the reason that they're able to come back as much as they did.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give it to Juice for sure for turning up. A full team effort to make a comeback like that. 4 seconds away from making that comeback, too. I mean, Ottawa, yeah, it's a heartbreaker, but the fact that you were in that contention in general towards the end of that game, it's going to bring some confidence heading into the search and destroy. And, you know, obviously that morning espresso finally kicked in for a couple of these players. And maybe for you, Ottawa, this is where they turn the leaf into a new phase. So we're heading to Rewind, Search and Destroy up next. We've been given the intel that this Conestoga Academy team is more of, I'd say, a Search and Destroy focused team, which is crazy considering the way that they came out swinging in that hard point. But for Ottawa, I'd say this is a must-win map. You don't want to go down 2-0 to this team, seeing as you kind of struggled towards the start of that respawn. And for this Search and Destroy, if you can even things up and continue this line of confidence for your team, completely just shake off that map 1 loss and bounce back completely, heading into that control, it's that full new form for you, Ottawa, that they are looking to find in order to start to bring this back against Conestoga.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Ottawa really plays into this, whether they know what way to go. Will they go for B? Will they go for A? I mean, the Condors, seriously, they are really good at S&D. Most of them are honestly individual S&D players, as in they only play S&D, which is crazy. And we see right off the bat a little exchange between Ek and Shatter, very quickly following it up. That's what you want. You want those exchanges. You kind of want them in your favor, though. But, I mean, it's going to be, I want to know where they're going to take this bomb. And it looks like A. Which
is slowed down for a moment, but they are hinting towards a hit over towards A. Fortunately for UOttawa, they have a player hitting this flank. It's Ek, already working into the attacker spawn of Conestoga. So the longer that Conestoga takes, the faster that Ek's going to be able to, use this flank into his favor, and he has totally read this right. That's bomb down, taking Shatter, looking for number 2. He's going to be overwhelmed. Taylor comes to the rescue. 2 versus 2. A little bit of a break again in the fight. 33 seconds to lay this rock.
And we see one of Ottawa's players sitting on B, making sure that that back is held off. But we see Savvy coming in from behind. Like, oh, that was Taylor. Taylor took out. Okay. These boys. Oh, we're going for a B plant now.
Yeah.
A little bit of a fake on A, which is very interesting. We see Juice, our Warzone player, the last remaining man, coming from street, trying to figure out where these players are. Where is Savvy? Where is Shaco?
And it seems like Juice has really calmed things down since the start of that protocol. Right onto B. Both members separated on either sides, but it's not going to get past the first one. Shaco takes the engagement and takes the round. Conestoga, they find that first blood. They take care of Ek on the flank as well. And as soon as that happens, with how separated you were from the side of Conestoga, they managed to still find that kill onto Taylor, or from Taylor, working around that dumpster in P3. And that 2v1 easily goes the way of Conestoga.
It is, and Shatter's on 44 again. We love BO6 and their spectating. Hopefully that gets fixed in 20 business days. But you have Ottawa with the bomb. They are rushing A right now. Very interesting tactic. Got some players laying down, like normal. Oh.
Slides out. Big nade from Ek. That's going to catch Shatter. Double down onto Shaco as well. So numbers for UOttawa. The bomb down over towards A. You can see that Condors looking for a reaction. They're sending Savvy all the way through the spawn on this flank like we saw from Ek. But with how much it's taking, Juice is going to be spotted. The shots go out. You need that kill, but he gets away. So Savvy, they know he's on the flank. And Taylor, he's isolated and taken down by Shady. So 1 versus 3 for Savvy to clean up this round.
Savvy either is going to prove the so-called... Nope. Never mind. Never mind. He's not proving what I've been told. Savvy, get it together, buddy. 1v3 is not an easy thing, but I've seen these boys do better. I've seen them win them. But that laundry spot, sitting behind that desk, through that window, I've seen so many people get taken out because that glass, it kind of obscures your vision a little bit. Not a fun time. But, like, we are not in the business of making excuses because Condors back on the bomb side. Will they go for A? Will they go for B? Will they do a fake? We will see. University of Ottawa has got to respond, and they have actually split off 2 and 2. 2 going straight, 1 sitting on B, and 1 slightly pushing into movies, comics, whatever you want to call it. It's got it all. Steppy with first blood on Shaco. Come on, Shaco.
It was Taylor going down there. Get a little bit bamboozled in terms of that kill feed, but with still numbers over towards Ottawa. Looking to put 2 in a row here. Bomb hasn't reached A just yet, but it is going to be a trade there from Savvy. Immediately answered back. Shaco finds a route. Can he find 2 there? Gets Mixie and double kill from Shatter. Or Shaco opening things up and turning it around for Conestoga to get this bomb down at A. Ek for the 1v2.
We see, there goes Ek. Sorry, buddy. You got 1, technically, 1 chance. Hypothetically, 2. Depends on how you play this next round, especially since you of Ottawa will have the bomb. S&D is more, I would say, a defender kind of game mode. favors defenders?
I would say that most normally S&D does, but the difference in Black Ops 6 is that you are able to get that extra attack sprint with your pulling your knife out, and it creates a little bit of a mix-up with the timings on the offensive side, and for a lot of maps, those timings actually do favor the offensive side, and we see a lot of A hits really get opened up by some of these SMG players for the attacks. So we can see if maybe Ottawa or Conestoga on the attacking side can start to use that timing to open up some of those lanes, but even still, you still look at the defenders to be expecting that timing and holding down their iron sights with those ARs.
That was very true. I did not know you can get up there on Burger. That kind of shocked me. That's a new spot. But that's why they're good players. Ek, possibly, taking out someone. Chaco is gone. Out of the race. Ottawa already planting the bomb. They planted on A. However, they're losing gunfights. A little bit of an exchange there from Ek. Good. You want to see it. It's a 2v2. And
they're going to hop
Chaco's
the defuse. Do they even check this one?
Taylor's defuse.
Is it going to get there in time? They don't! The stick from Conestoga! And if I had a nickel every time that happens today, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it would be 2. Which is crazy that it's happened already twice in 2 series.
Has it actually?
I mean, that is ridiculous to have happen already for Conestoga, to have the gusto to make that happen as well, to call for that. That's a confidence play, and I can see it, the players right there just giving them a little smirk to each other, just like, yeah, we did that.
Taylor has told me he's made some very, like, calls that you would not normally make, either, like, just full-on pushing everyone down mid. Taylor obviously sticking that defuse, trusting his gut. That's what you want to do. And we got 3 more rounds. Condors at the bomb. Going for another A push. Or is it going to go B?
We don't know yet, as Condors have been very patient for which site they want to take to. But over towards Elbow. On blue, first blood is Ek yet again. 4 in a row for Ek. Playing in towards those possible streaks, but has to be careful for the re-rack here from Conestoga. It seems like they're looking to catch this player in transition, but X stays alive. He gets away, and that life deficit for Conestoga doesn't seem like it's going to get any better. X in trouble, pinched out. Taylor comes to the rescue. Savvy actually there. Found a second one is Shaco. So that's going to leave for an easy bomb plant at B, or at A, with now a player advantage for Conestoga Academy, and both of these members from UOttawa separated on either sides of the map.
They are, but sometimes the separation can actually be a benefit if you win these fights. Juice kind of had an exchange there. His teammate can get the info, know slightly where the Condors are going to sit. Unfortunately loses, and the Condors take the 4th win.
It was a possibility there, too, with Juiced finding that first kill in the retake. Brings it down to a 2v2. Unfortunately for Juiced, I'm not sure who was the player for Conestoga, but a very quick trade from Generator, just making sure that you're in an area where you can attack from that bomb site or make that wrap if needed. So Conestoga, after sneaking away with that hard point, are now 3 rounds up in the search and destroy, 4-1. On this rewind S&D. They swap back to the defensive side. Ottawa, they need a break, and they need to find an answer back soon. You do not want to be looking down the barrel of a 5-1 deficit.
They do. It's going to be interesting to see another A push.
Juiced.
I want to see a B push, just because my own personal. Condors returning their 1-player deletion with 2 against U of Ottawa. I don't know why I called it a deletion. It's
he was deleted.
He was.
Control Alt deleted off the map.
Alt F4.
Well, we don't want that. That would just give us even more tech delays. But bomb going down at B, or sorry, A.
Oh.
Into a 1 versus 3 for Ek. If anybody's going to do it, it's Ek. He's 8-3. He's been having a great S&D, but just put into an unwinnable scenario. It's going to take a lot, and with a Jackal too. It's going to have to be Mixie inside of this A bomb site. Everybody on Condors hits the brakes, waiting for that bomb to get planted, and now time to collapse. See if you can catch Ek out and trade him with the numbers that you do have. Ek playing over towards Elbow A chance to isolate a few of them. Slides out, finds the first one, back over it with the Jackal. A chance against Taylor, but no. The trades come through, and Conestoga Academy in cruise control on rewind.
It's a difficult one. Planting A, you have so many doors and windows to watch. It's, honestly, I'm proud that he got that one kill. He could have won, I mean, he could have won that gunfight if he had a faster reaction time. And a better gun. And I don't know what else.
Maybe not a 1v3. Maybe if it was a 1v2 in that whole sense. It's tough. It's tough to win those out. You can't expect Eck to do it all. And now kind of what I was fearing for UOttawa is that they are staring down the barrel of this 5-1 deficit. And Conestoga Academy, they have a real chance to go up 2-0 in this series here. And now, quick trades coming through from the Condors. And it's going to be Ottawa actually coming out on top with a 3 versus 2, with the flank coming as well, just to regroup.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Condors respond to this, whether they're going to go for some more kills. Obviously, you want to pick up this bomb, because the bomb is very important. And it looks like, who's got bomb? Shatter's picked up bomb, which means he's going to run with Taylor. Taylor really good at making calls. For B. Which is probably the better call instead of going for A, especially not knowing exactly where the U of Ottawa players are. They spot one. They gotta get it. Shatter getting taken out by Snap.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Almost makes it work.
I thought he was gonna get that, but hey, U of Ottawa needs these wins.
Ottawa staying alive in the search and destroy, and very secured as well after those initial gunfights happens. It's almost taking a page out of the book of Conestoga, what they did the round prior. You find those kills through mid, and you disengage. You hold that advantage, and you just wait for somebody from Conestoga to make that play. And over towards B, I don't doubt that that's the right call to make. If you do rip that player off the heady, that is the back truck, it gives you a free plant. Then all of a sudden you flip the map into your own favor, but you don't get that initial kill. The player stays alive, and you're suddenly getting pinched by 2 other members. So Ottawa just play the correct play in search and destroy, and now looking to stay alive here. Down another member. They lose the initial gunfights. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring Conestoga Academy, and that's going to force this bomb carrier of Ottawa, Steppy, to rotate away and see if they can find something to drag them back into this round. But just look at the way the Conestoga are playing towards the right side of the map.
Oh, they are very widespread. They kind of got a little V formation forming. However, U of Ottawa running together very close, going through Burger very cautiously, thinking that, I don't know, someone's holding down this site, which technically, yes, someone is. Shaco's holding it down.
I think they spotted.
They might have.
Shaco in the back. I'm not sure if Shaco saw them either, but this is not going to be an easy round to win. You have to go deep for this kill. And he's going to be spotted, actually. Shaco gets caught out. That's going to be a 2 versus 2 now. Bomb open at A. And Conestoga making the full rotation all the way through the back alley. Has to go in deep, and it looks like they want to hit this on 2 separate fronts. Savvy and Taylor. And Savvy's going to get the first shots. Damage onto the 1. Breeds out Shady, and he's going to rip this into a 2v1. Taylor immediately looking to hop this defuse, but this time around, you got UOttawa checking it. Steppy goes in, doesn't find the kill, and there's plenty of time to get this defuse. Condors Academy running away with the rewind and starting to pull away with the series.
I mean, this is something I'm very familiar with Condors Academy. They, in their series, very often went 3-0. Very luckily, very strategically. I also heard from Taylor himself, him and Savvy run together very amazingly, which, I mean, we've seen that in the last little round, where the 2 of them just went in. Okay, we're going to do this. Okay, I'm going to get the shot. You go defuse.
Yeah.
I'll have your back. And they take it.
They take it. And 6-2 as well. We saw Brock and how strong they were on the rewind S&T. Conestoga says, yeah, we can do it again. And we're the Academy team. And they looked so good right now in this series. The hard point, I'll give them a little bit of a break. You know, if I was up 170-70 as well, I'd start kind of taking a little bit of a step back and saying, wait a second. we're kind of in this one. This should be our map. You just sneak away with that hard point, and you have a reality check. Going into the Search and Destroy, they put their foot down. They say enough's enough. This is the Conestoga Academy that I'm sure everybody here at the school is excited to see. But we got the vault or the Skyline Control coming up next. A quick little break for us and the players. We'll come back with some more C3L. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Esports is for everybody. That's what makes this so special, where there's not a lot of barrier to entry. It's, do you have a passion for gaming? That's all it really takes. There's so many different things involved in this. It really does take that full team to make a successful event run. And that's what this program does. You got the lighting going on. You got the video capture going on. You got the whole production crew that are packaging this all together. You have the shoutcasting that's happening. We want to be, that pinnacle for esports. We want students to come here, learn from industry best, and launch their careers in esports. You have that new arena that's being built. To have that investment through the college, it proves a lot. We're invested in this. This can lead to something really big and something really neat and something that you're really invested in. It's $1 billion industry, and we really can't wait to see where this goes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the C3L Ontario Showcase. We got quite a strong game from the hometown heroes of Conestoga Academy, putting up, I'd say, stressful map number 1, but a banger of a map 2 in their favor, leading this series heading into the control. A chance to go on a little bit of a spree that you've been seeing, a chance for another 3-0.
Yeah, as much as I love these boys and want to see a 3-0, I still want to see Ottawa actually perform.
Yeah.
I like all these players, all these teams I hear a lot from, especially our varsity squad, because they, intermingle, they got friends. I want to see these squads actually do good. I want to see what else is offered out there skill-wise. So I want to see Ottawa do good.
I do too, because, Shady's a good guy. And, you know that Eric, the coach of Conestoga, also, came through the ladder of building that Western team alongside Shady. So to see Shady now, pack his bags like Eric did, move to Ottawa and start to do the same thing with Ottawa Garnet, it's a different atmosphere that you almost want to see succeed, like how Western has been able to build at their school as well, like how Eric has done with the Conestoga COD team here. It's something that you root for, and for Ottawa, it's been some signs of life in a lot of these rounds. For Search and Destroy, I mean, you got a Heartbreaker and the Ninja Defuse that you had from Taylor, just hopping it and making sure that you're just securely, safely getting that defuse in I think it was a 2v2 at the time. You were losing some of the first bloods, but Eck was doing a good job at making it close. And you look back to the Hardpoint being down at one point 170 to 70, bringing it back for a 250 to 246 loss. You had no reason to be in that game, but you injected yourself into that game if you're Ottawa. So moving into this control, you just got to find that light from the end of the hard point that was just making you overpower Conestoga.
Yeah, I want to see Juice, and I want to see, was it Shady that also made crazy plays?
Shady was making plays.
I want to see the two of them work together, get those kills. I love the Condors, but like I said, I want to see Ottawa excel. I don't want to see a 3-0. I want to see a 4-1.
Look, this is a Conestoga facility, but we're not biased casters here.
I kind of can be, but like I very often, even on our own streams, like outside of this, I very much am very truthful. I've talked very truthful about our varsity squad actually, and gave the full rundown. Because you can't just hype up your teams all the time. It kind of undermines them in a way. You want to see them excel, and when they're not, you gotta kind of be mean. Kind of
gotta be mean sometimes, or not mean, but like critical.
Yeah.
Critical in a nice way from the desk.
A sweet way.
I can't shoot like these guys can shoot. But
I can't either.
I can surely sit here and critique them.
No.
In some fashion of the way, whether it's right or not. I definitely get joy in watching these two teams play up against each other. And for Ottawa, I want to see them turn it around. I thought it was going to be a Skyline control, but it's I guess a protocol control that we're going to be going to for this map number 3. The teams have agreed that this is what they want to play. And for Ottawa, this is their last life in the series to try to hold things back. And they're going to be starting on the defensive side of this control.
And Ottawa, right off the bat, getting kills in. There's a lot of exchanges going on. Condors kind of slightly coming out on top kill-wise. They're up by 2, so they've taken Ottawa by 2, which means 2 lives less. Pretty simple. Either you capture all or you kill all.
It's one or the other.
It is.
Can't be both. Nope. And sometimes it's neither. Because defense and control, especially in Black Ops 6, is something that is very simple in terms of spawn trapping on these maps. It doesn't take too much to get that going. So you can already see Ottawa coming out with a couple of kills. They're pushing the line of scrimmage up towards this grandma's house, and they're following up with kills in that as well. So a little bit of a struggle bus that Condors find themselves on, and let's see if they can get off this bus and get into one of these zones pretty soon. With 31 seconds left, they got to put the pedal to the metal.
And they've got some contesting going on. That's a word I can't say apparently. Which is something you want to do. You want to stop those points scoring, or for the Condors, who is taking it, you want to contest it so that the time stops, which means once you kill those players, you get more points. Super simple.
2 ticks already for Condors Academy. Still, they haven't found that full capture. So Ottawa have a chance to win this in time. 24 seconds. You see Steppy now looking to cut some of these players off and respawn. Able to find the first one on the Shaco and slipping in towards enemy lines. This is troublesome for Condors. Steppy finds a second one. 3 in a row. Can you find the fourth? Not able to get the respawning player, but 6 seconds left.
Oh.
And still Condors struggling to get a foothold on this A zone.
Unfortunately, with that much time back, you're not getting on that point. So they stopped it. Oh, okay.
They're on.
Taylor's calling my bluff right now. My bad.
And they capture it too.
Which puts another minute on the clock.
You know what we call that?
Clutch.
We call that a caster curse.
Okay.
Ottawa. That's going to be a frustrating one, but they still have lives advantage. 13-8, 48 seconds left. Steppy still looking to punish these respawning players. He's always been in the face of them, and it's probably annoying if you're Conestoga because it's just kill after kill that you don't have to want to deal with inside your own spawns. They trade him out 11v7, but it's Juiced's turn now. He's got the Amos. He's on the flank. Nobody's going to be able to read that. They line up for Juiced. Easy peasy. 4 in a row for this player of UOttawa. Be untouched by Conestoga. There's only 17 seconds left.
This is a very tough spot, especially these Condors are getting absolutely run down in the top of this building near Zip. And B is a hard spot to get on because you can very easily, I mean, no matter what way you're coming from, if you don't do it right, you're getting shot down, which means UOttawa will hopefully take this win from the Condors just due to time alone.
Yeah, a lot of it. It got a little bit scary after that A zone was captured, and I thought that was going to be a little bit of a fire lit underneath Conestoga to just explode over towards that B zone, but they never were able to. And you kind of mentioned too the pressure over towards the attackers building the grandma's house, so it has big points. And you see that Steppy constantly hitting those routes, flanking. You just can't get a hold on the read on these players that are looking to make those overextending plays. And Juiced goes on 6 in a row up there too with that Amos. So it's a little bit of a struggle for Condors to track down these players, but we get a little bit of a reprieve here as we're going to be ending the game. I'm not sure what the call is or what's going on between both of them, but it looks like some communication from table to table, and I imagine the admins are going to let us know what's going on pretty soon. But for that first round, I think when you and I were kind of asking into this game 3, let's see something out of UOttawa, we got something. A little bit of confidence shown from Juiced and Steppy.
And those are the two that we kind of wanted to see a little bit. And, I mean, Juice, I've kind of come to love him, especially, I mean, once you learn he's a Warzone player and then absolutely is popping off. Yes, please, I want more of that, and I want to continue to see more of that because, I mean, I want to see a close match. We've heard that they've gone to Game 5, and I want to kind of see that.
I want to see a Game 5, too. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the players has a mic bug, so it looks like a technical issue. I'm not sure if it's going to be on the Conestoga side or the Ottawa side, but it doesn't matter which side it is. A mic issue is a mic issue. We got to deal with that ASAP. So, yeah, I mean, map 5, we're thinking about it here, and it'd have to be a reverse sweep for Ottawa, which means that you take this control in some fashion of comfort. If it's a 3-0, if it's a 3-1, you're feeling good if you're Ottawa, and you were coming off a heater towards the end of that hardpoint. You know these players can shoot, and they're not afraid to take these fights in the respawn. You go back into the hardpoint for that map 4, and then, you know, you don't expect Conestoga to go up 170-70 again. It's going to be more contested than that map 1 was at the start for that protocol. It's just getting to that map 5 and the search and destroy for Ottawa is what I'm worried about.
Yeah, that map 5, if we make it there, it's going to be a moment. And as you've seen, we got some more tech issues. It's a typical thing. It's Call of Duty. If Call of Duty does not have tech issues, that is a concerning day.
That's a great day.
It's great, but like it's also concerning because like when does Call of Duty never have proper working servers?
When I'm dreaming of Call of Duty.
Yeah.
That's when it happens. No, I mean, Oh, it's just going to take some time to get in. So one of the players still, Mike is bugged, going to reset into that round number 2 with a round advantage to Ottawa. So it was just kind of a recap for players who, or for viewers who may have missed out on that first round. For Ottawa, obviously they're down 0-2 in the series, but inside the control, they win the defense, only giving up 3 segments. So that's a pretty good stop, all things considered, with, on protocol control. That A zone is not the easiest zone to actually hold on defense. It's the B zone that's the issue for the attackers. For the attackers over towards A, you get a kill over towards one of the players in the top buildings. You clear off the player that's holding on to the head glitch on the point, and you get that player in time. You push another one into the next building, and you can obviously see that it's pretty simple to really terrorize your opponent when you get inside of their spawn base. So we get that from Steppy, and it shuts down Conestoga, but Conestoga is still able to get those 3 segments at A.
They were able to capture A, which was kind of nice to see. Weren't able to get on B, like you said. B is a struggle spot. It's not a fun one to try to get onto. Defense-wise, absolutely lovely. You can take the stairs. You can go back up zip. You can sit on top of near the ruins. It's attackers that are just good luck, guys. Good luck.
Good luck, have fun. So restarting back into this one, it looks like the players are ready to go, and we are rearing to see how they fare up with Ottawa now back on the offense. Conestoga going to take a little bit of a dip underground, see if they hit some routes, catch some players on timings over towards B, but instead it's a full mix-up of Ottawa taking the kills inside of bunker. Steppy's going to hop onto this B zone, start collecting that progress, and start to distract some of these players from Conestoga Academy.
This is a very interesting, semi-aggressive play by Ottawa.
They don't see him on the ladder.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
It's just, okay. All right.
They clean him up.
It happens. It's cleanup crew, garbage crew.
But over towards A, Eck standing his ground. Nice shots with the aim is, rips the head off of Shatter. Third tick getting worked on already. The double stack's going to make this one fast. Collection should be in 2 minutes and 15 seconds for you, Ottawa, to clear that B zone. Already catching up to Conestoga on this attack.
This is unfortunate. I mean, yes, I said I wanted them to win, but like, Condors, what are you doing? I know we said, obviously, S&D hardpoint. S&D is their best of all games. But these gunfights, not really being won by the Condors.
Not at all. And look at that kill feed. It is bloody red. Eck is on 7 in a row right now, looking to play for that Hellstorm missile. If you can get that streak, it's going to make this a whole lot easier in future rounds. Shady, nade lands onto Shatter. Another kill, second tick locked in. Third one being worked on. And Shatter's been spotted. Able to find Steppy though before dropping, so it's going to take a little bit of pressure off of that time. And it looks like 3 go down for Ottawa, so Condors break through. 19 lives playing 13. Conestoga at a massive disadvantage. They need to pull out full stop now if they want to shut down this offense.
They really do, and we see U of Ottawa only needs one singular tick to win this, and they are on it. Savvy just noticing, going over, getting the kill, and then getting exchanged, because that's what you want to do in this game. You want your exchanges. You want to be able to say, hey, I did my job, just like Shaco or Taylor can say. This kill feed is wild.
It is. A whole lot of red, but a little bit of blue now to bring things back. Steppy's going to clear out Spiral. Still a major life advantage for Ottawa, so they can play some TDM. They got the time to make it happen, and they just continue to bleed out Conestoga in terms of those lives. 12 playing 6. Shatter's been known. Shatter finds 2. That's going to find some help for the players off respawn to kick things back in. 10 versus 4. No more respawns for Conestoga. They don't have to worry about any of these players on the zone just yet.
Taylor finally hearing that gunshot, trying to win these gunfights, does not, unfortunately, which leaves it in a 2v3. Nope, it was a 2v3, but they've respawned. But Taylor is out for the count because of that lack of respawn.
2 lives left. Hopping onto this objective. Ottawa would love to get this 6 tick, but doesn't look like Shaco's going to give it up. Slides out into the middle. He's going to be cut down. And how about that? Ottawa with an offensive round on protocol with realistically no pushback at all, I'd say, from the side of Conestoga. Some issues here in the control in terms of where they need to set up and how far they can really push without getting caught off by one of the overextensions from UOttawa. Not to mention Eck, 7 in a row off the start of that.
Insane.
That makes it a little bit easier to get those objectives.
It really does. I mean, getting those kills, pushing those spawns back is obviously, as you mentioned, insane. It's beautiful. It's how you kind of get these players trapped in that spawn trap, which is the most annoying thing in the world. But it happens, and we see U of Ottawa going to B to defend, trying to expect a B push from the Condors Academy squad, and they are more so going right down the middle.
All in
And
on
there's
B.
B.
They've hawked the zone. Not sure if they have a stack just yet. It doesn't look like it. So this one's going to go relatively slower. Up the staircase. Savvy's going to catch another player from Ottawa. It's Steppy dropping, but a quick trade. Juice on the flank. Shut down by Shatter. The turnaround. 13 and 8 from Shatter. Really putting on for the side of Conestoga at the moment. Stepping up where they need him the most. Will it be enough, though, to continue this progression at B? Juice is going to swing around up the ladder. X going to come to the help of Juiced, and it is going to be 2 down at B. All the focus on A.
On B, though, we have managed to get a tick, which is really good to see. I mean, it's the point of the game. You want the ticks. However, Condors are just not getting where they want to be. Ek pushing into our spawn. Savvy trying to make sure that it is clear to run back out.
They haven't seen him just yet.
No, where did, oh, he went top.
Yeah, heck it, Juice still alive. Juice finally going to get spotted and cleaned. But 31 seconds for Conestoga to win this offense. And they have realistically nothing done across the map. A tick at B, but that's not going to amount to a full capture. B is one of the hardest here to get done. It's got to be A, and that's what they know. 18.5. They're going to slide on towards A. Stop that clock. And a big kill there from Taylor. Unfortunately, they line up for Steppy. It's 3 down again. And this clock, oh no, 4 go down. 12 seconds. Ottawa looking to put themselves on in the series and take a map from Condors to bring us to that map 4 hardpoint. It doesn't seem like there's going to be an option here for Conestoga other than this A zone. They run to it. They rush on. The double stack is here, but Savvy surrounded, cut down, and that is it. Ottawa taking the control. A secure 3-0 to keep this series alive for the University of Ottawa.
That's definitely going to be a little disheartening for the Condors. I mean, it happens. You lose maps. Throughout their season, I think they've only dropped like 2 maps overall, and that was when Taylor was sick, if I am correct. So having him in, this probably is affecting him mentally.
It looks like Ottawa's hit the next stride for them against Conestoga, and we expected that for the respawns, and we finally get to see the force that is Ottawa Garnett. Steppy, 15 and 9, Eck, 18 and 8. To the reset too. It's not even accounting for that first round that they had where Juiced was going crazy in the spawn of Conestoga. An insane map 3 for Ottawa. They really needed that. And I think you and I both expected that in the way that that hard point was going towards the end.
Oh yeah, I mean, we kind of called it. We wanted to see Ottawa step up, and they stepped up significantly.
They did. But can they keep it going into the next hard point? That's the big question, because it's the elephant in the room, and knowing that they went down 170-70 on that first protocol hardpoint. So going into this next hardpoint, it's something that you got to think about. Obviously, your rotations were good, but the kills have to be better, which, in their defense, it was.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are returning gunfights pretty good. Overall, I mean, there's huge exchanges going on. No matter what, it seems like every time I see one of the players on, say, the Condors get killed, they're very quick to follow back up with a kill on University of Ottawa, which is it's what you want.
It's what you want, but we didn't get to see it in the control. So for Conestoga, you have to kind of draw things back in your own right and put some respect on Ottawa. They took that respect away in the hard point, and you saw how close it was. That reality check in the hard point that was from a 100-point game to a 4-point game in the blink of an eye. You could be looking at a 2-1 the other way right now. If you're Conestoga, that map 1 was not secure whatsoever, and realistically, you'll look back at that P4, Ottawa should have won that with the setup that they did have. It's just late heroics from Conestoga, one last shot, and it just pays off. That's not going to happen this time around. You do not get to see that lightning strike twice most often. So Conestoga, you need to put that respect back on the table for this Ottawa team. It's not a team that you want to underestimate at all. And Juice is starting to let you know. Eck, a player that you and I highlighted going into this series, really showing up in that control. And you imagine that that's going to bleed into now this vault hardpoint for map 4.
I'm really hoping, and I'm also really interested to see who sits where, who runs where. Right off the bat, sometimes people go straight mid. Sometimes you send 2 mid, 1 down the left straight and the right straight to pool. But there are spots in this map that makes you absolutely want to scream at players, because if you get people sitting up in those little 2 towers, especially aiming down this end that we see Juiced running, it gets really annoying real quick.
That's that P3 to P4 rotation that you're kind of looking at on that street. It's very difficult for teams to get a good break on that P4 if you lose that initial rotation. So it's got to be on the mindset of both of these teams to make sure that you're staying ahead of this game. But look at Ottawa off of that control success. They hop into the hard point now, and that's 3 in a row to break back into this P1. Look to put some time on the board, and a flank here from Shaco to maybe shake things up. He's in behind. The kills coming through from the rest of the team. 3 down the other way. Is not going to find Shady right away, but it is going to get the side of Condors a little bit of a break here in terms of pressure.
And we've seen Shady make a really interesting and probably smart move jumping out the window. Unfortunately, he did lose the gunfight and ended up ultimately getting killed. Same with Eck, and as we see, Steppy. It is a respawn map, which means you are okay to just die and come back. The main thing is getting on these kills, getting those points. Right now, it is 14 to 18 as the Condors continue to grow their point lead.
Taylor anchoring the back as she gets taken down by Eck. And that's looking to flip out the spawns here for Conestoga that were on the early setup. 3 go down for the Condors. And the Academy team immediately broken here on P2 of Vault. That's going to net some time for Ottawa to flip this lead for the moment. 30 to 24, an angle onto Steppy, and Shatter's going to find that. Conestoga piercing right through the front of this hard point and taking Ottawa away. Spawns in the back, flip out, and a little tastier on medicine there. Condors going to set up in P2, get that scrap time, and Ottawa pack their bags, looking to get that hole on P3 now.
They really are, and the Condors running as little individual duo squads, except timing. For... Did he?
He got timing in behind. And they have no idea. Rice about to be shot in the back, but he turns around at just the right time. Unfortunately, he's lost 2 teammates. Rice is in trouble, and it's a fast 3 down for Ottawa.
It is. I mean, we see the Condors. I mean, they're pushing for this little side door hill. It's not a fun one. It's hard to get. Way too hard.
So you want to lay down and try to soak up that time throughout the mid-cut. If you're any of these players, well, you have your AR set up over top of you. You see that nobody's really been able to set up like that. You see Ottawa just holding on to whatever time that they can get. Shatter's on 5 in a row. He's going to clear out that hard point yet again. Condors putting a lot of focus towards the left side of that map, making sure that they're posturing for that 4th rotation, the one that you rarely see teams break. And Conestoga knows that this can be a big money hill to start to push this lead. Shatter now up to 7 in a row, and Savvy right behind him on 4.
Absolutely. The 2 that are really getting streaks going right now, which is kind of shocking because Taylor's also one of the top frags. So seeing him sit back so much, especially running AR, which is probably why he's actually not on time that much from what they've told me. But they need these points.
And they're getting these points. Soaking up the time. Somebody slipped the net. Steppy behind. You're going to read it. Shatter turns around, but not able to win that fight. Steppy has found a way in. Doubles down onto Shatter as well. And the breakthrough from Ottawa, sneaking in behind, flipping things out yet again, keeping this just a small lead for Ottawa, but still a lead nonetheless.
I mean, we might see Ottawa do what the Condors did to Ottawa in the first game, which is essentially build up a giant gap between us and then just take the win. And we might see a map.
And they've already made a statement saying that even if you want to take those early rotations, we can break it too. It is not a done deal for Conestoga trying to rotate to these hills early, but into P1, starting to get some of this early time. Savvy with a big win on the outskirts, and he finds a second as well. So big step up for Conestoga, just making sure that they're keeping Ottawa away from this time, keeping it in and around a 20-point difference. And as soon as the kills come through, and Shako, he's on 4 in a row. Yet again, another streak here for the player of Conestoga. He hops this time, and he's closing this lead even more.
And you see some of the players love to this thing that is called laying on the ground and hiding away, which is really annoying, but it's such a good strat, which is why you see it happen, especially when you're reloading, when you're holding a point, because, I mean, ain't no one going to find you really.
No, and that's great. If you want to at least give yourself an edge, natural cover is something you definitely want to use to your best ability. So you see it there on P1 especially, just trying to isolate some sort of engagement. Steppy on the flank. Lovely duel there. Reads the second as well. 3 in a row for Steppy. Can he find Savvy as well? Slides out. Not able to shut down Savvy. A huge win for Conestoga to hold this now from the front. Spawns in the back for Ottawa, so they're going to be able to hit this right away. Steppy trying to find form around the outside. Shatter's going to find the shots. Savvy alongside him on a spree of 4 in a row. And another set of kills for Conestoga. 3 go down on the side of Ottawa. This time starting to flip for Conestoga's lead. Pulling ahead about 30 points here after P2.
Shatter making a little bit of a movement to possibly the next hill, which is nice to see. You always want to be prepared for the rotate, especially when you know you're not going to get back on that point, which is kind of what's happening right now. Some nice shots from Rice and Juiced, who I wanted to see shoot more.
Y'all, Juice started to put it together. 7 and 16. Maybe a slower start for Juice, like what we saw from Protocol, but it took some time for him to get going. Once he did, what a treat it was to watch. P3 uncontested. So that time bank slowly slowing down. Shako on the flank. He's going to catch by surprise a couple of these members. Oh, holy Shako, 3 in a row. Completely breaks open this point. And how about that? He just jumps on, soaking up that hard point.
Absolutely insanity. There's a 4th. Oh, yeah, he did get the 4th, and then Steppy did get the exchange on him, which is what you want to see. You want to shut down those top fraggers, those people who are getting those kills, making it hard for your members to get onto those hills because they got to respawn and then push all the way back. And we already see the Condors on next point.
And it's been like a battle between Conestoga and Ottawa's players. Steppy versus Shako. Steppy 21 and 13, Shako 22 and 8. And he just continues to tally up these kills. Finally shut down in the back. Steppy's on 5 in a row yet again. Looking to play for those streaks. Does have that Hellstorm equipped, so if he does reach that score streak, it will be a great tool in the arsenal of Ottawa as this lead has swung back into Garnett's favor as they lock down this P4 hill. Can they get the majority of the time here? X soaking it up. The players around just finding the kills onto Conestoga, but a couple go the way of Conestoga, and now for the break on in, a team kill, but it doesn't matter. Still, they've broken, and Shatter's going to secure it. A little bit of scrap time here for Shatter to hopefully cut this lead on down, but the spawns in the back for Ottawa, not going to keep that for Conestoga for too long.
And you have Ottawa really putting in the work right now, trying to get those kills while also getting time on the hill, which is, I mean, getting both of those is very, very interesting. Not the easiest thing. You can see exactly who is running sub and who is running AR just based on time alone. From what I've been told, yeah, you don't want your AR really on point, which is very interesting to learn.
You want them on those power positions like you see here. Savvy taking the battle over towards Catwalk. SMG of Steppy and Juice just cutting on those flanks and making sure that they're ever so dynamic. Tough to read. Conestoga still down 170 to 134. And you can see that Ottawa holding a strong lead, a comfortable lead across these hard points, but it's not going to stop for Conestoga, and playing this very right. I'd say that every single time I'm watching Conestoga put so much focus onto the right sides to spawn at, and they, again, have the better spawns for this P2 rotation. They're good at getting time here on P2, and it was where we saw them flip that lead again back in the second set of rotations. So you see them going for that setup yet again. Hopefully it'll pay off for Conestoga to keep this game as close as could be.
I kind of hope it does, because I know these boys will be super happy to finally get this map win. It's a map that you either love or hate, and getting these gunshot wins, not easy, and you hate to love it.
But you love to see it. And Ottawa have a player on the flank here, Shady, in a big battle versus Shatter. Shatter's going to walk away with that edge. Double kill for Conestoga. Still locking down this time. We're towards P2. Slide out for Savvy. Cleans up Eck. And now everybody fighting from a distance. Steppy going to be the closest one, but with limited time here. One last shot at Ottawa to stop Conestoga from getting the rest of this time. Steppy's going to slide on in. He's not going to find the kills. It's 3 down again in favor of Conestoga, getting the time inside P2, dropping this lead all the way down to a near tie game heading into P3.
There's Ottawa stepping on the hill for the last couple of seconds, actually stepping off and trying to push for the next spot, which the Condors might beat them too. However, University of Ottawa is sending a player to sit outside in case they can get some shots on, which they did. Did not fully land, but that's okay, because at least it gives you some information on where people are going to be. You have Ottawa on hill for a couple seconds, but it is a close game right now.
Not a lot of time over towards P3. Very contested both sides. Nice shots from Taylor with the help of Shako. He's going to find a second one. A 2-for-2 trade, so the hill still uncontested on both sides. But you look at the minimap and you can see that these spawns a little bit wonky on both sides. You get a rogue one from the side of Ottawa, and I think Conestoga just going to catch that as is. A couple kills there from Shatter. They maintain the hold to the left side, but oh no, it is not secure just yet. Shatter's going to spawn out, and that is a big job now for Savvy and the rest of Conestoga to hold off the lines for this P4 rotation. We got ourselves a tie game, a chance for Conestoga to pull ahead yet again.
It is very, 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 very interesting to see just how fast the Condors are to respond to almost different strat changes from Ottawa on different maps. We see Ottawa struggling to now get into this building, which is arguably one of the most difficult ones to get into when it comes to points, because you only really have 3 ways in, which means you can have 3 players watching each door and one just kind of wandering around making sure everyone's all right.
Steppy's been playing great against Shako. I just noted again, 33-19 versus 35-25. The engagements are crazy, but Savvy has found himself on a spree. Now 8 in a row. He's got full streaks, Hellstorm, Barrage, everything that you can ask for right now for Conestoga to look to put this series away in map number 4, 224 and counting. P1 looking to get postured at. Ottawa, they are behind. They are not out. You still have some streaks here for Steppy as well. And he is holding down that front line, making sure that this team can just soak up as much time in P1 as they can possibly get.
And unfortunately for the Condors, Ottawa has already stepped down the point. They're gaining those points back, trying to decrease the gap between them and the Condors Academy team. It's 231 to 200.
And Ottawa just cannot afford to give this one up. Every second to Conestoga is a second closer to victory for this series. 234, 203, 19 seconds left of the game clock as well. So even if you contest it, Conestoga are feeling good. They have the better spawns for P2. They're ready to throw bodies here at P1. There's not enough time for Ottawa to close this lead here, so they're going to have to find those kills and start to flood on forward to Conestoga's spawn. But Shatter back into the hill, putting this one out of the distance, making sure you're still being an issue through the middle of the map and keeping Ottawa at arm's reach. 12 seconds left till Conestoga can put this one away.
Shatter absolutely proving his worth to his team. He may be new, but he knows how to kill these players and get on point. The contention is started and time is stopped at 9 seconds. What is going on right now?
Ottawa have a chance. It's a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. And we saw that protocol. You can never rule out Garnett until it is over. We're looking at a photo finish. Hellstar's going to be called in by Taylor. Shatter through the front. He cuts it off, and 2 seconds left. Do you touch? You're in, but you're dead. And Shaco puts it away, calls the series. And Conestoga taking map 4, taking the series against the University of Ottawa.
Did I call the final score? 4-1?
4-1. 3-1. 3-1. Game 4. But you did. You did. You called it. A 3-1 victory for Conestoga. I'll give you that one. The predictions are right on the desk. At least, you know, I don't even try to dabble in that because I don't want to.
It's become a common thing here. We get production in on it too for our Valorant games. It's fun.
See, but you know, then it's just you dabble with the whole biased caster thing. I don't want to be caught in the field. Luckily here at Conestoga, I don't have to deal with that.
No, you don't, because we got eight really cool teams here.
Yeah, 8 fantastic teams here at C3L, and Conestoga and Ottawa are just 2 of them. And what a series we get from both of them. This is still the groups. And it's close as could be between all of these members. Ottawa struggling, I'd say, to put away a couple of these games, and you saw them in that vault hardpoint. I mean, you got to give some flowers to these players as they were holding about a 20-30 lead for majority of that vault hardpoint. It wasn't until you started to see it really pay off for Conestoga and really prioritizing towards those back spawns, making sure that they always had the better spawns over towards the P2 rotation to the P4 rotation. At first, they were getting broken within the first 15 seconds, but come that third set of rotations, finally, the P4 rotation pays off. They pull ahead to about a 40-50 point lead, and that kind of seals the deal, especially with the game clock being run down and so open. It's like 20 seconds into that last set of rotations is crazy. You hardly see the games go to time these days, but that one was so back and forth.
Oh, it absolutely was. I mean, the Condors both times for hardpoint really pushing the clock, leaving it to quite literally the last 10 seconds to gather those last couple points to get the final win that way instead of by time. We've seen, I think, in Control, a lot of time limit reached, which was, I mean, these boys, both teams, Ottawa and the Condors, are just, they proved their worth.
They did.
Especially
and
Ottawa.
I think it just proves to us that this Group B, it's incredible to watch. And I mean, we've already seen 2 matches from it. It's been stacked to the brim with talent. It's so fun to witness here at C3L's Ontario Showcase. The first ever Canadian Collegiate LAN out of anything in Call of Duty. So that's something that is exciting for all of these players to look to be champions at. And the group stages are just going to continue. But here on the desk, we're going to take a step back, get things set up for our next match on the main stage. We'll see you on the other side with some more Call of Duty Black Ops 6 here at Conestoga College.
Conestoga College is setting the stage for a new era in gaming. In 2025, we're opening a state-of-the-art esports venue, a premier facility for high-performing gamers in Canada.
In this 10,000 square foot facility, we're putting you in the center of the action. The facility will have 50 top-tier PC stations, 5 console stations, immersive VR stations, a team operations room, a full production suite, and a premier competition stage.
Esports is a rapidly evolving industry with global viewership of 532 million in 2022. This initiative goes beyond esports. It's also a platform for forging bonds, making memories, and creating connections.
Since 2020, Condors Esports continues to evolve, providing industry-leading facilities and experiences to the esports community.
Conestoga's esports venue expresses a sustainable and intentional future to compete, play, and work, all powered by gaming.
Welcome back, everyone, to C3L here, showcasing some of the best collegiate COD teams from around Ontario. This is the Ontario Showcase, after all. My name is Seb, and along with me is Andrew. We got a new set of casters in. We're going to be covering over for our next match, which will be York University versus OTSU. How you doing, Mr. Ireland?
I'm pretty good. How are you doing, Seb? You holding in there?
I'm doing good. You know, it's been a long set of days. You know, we've had some technical delays, but they've solved. Everything is going smoothly, actually. Along with the rest of the matches that we've had off stream, which we've had some spicy results. Speaking of York, we were talking about them recently. They did play against Western already, Western University, and actually went the full map 5. Though we will have our Group A win-loss column at the moment. Both Conestoga and Western leading 2-0. And OTSU and York taking 0-2. That being said, York went the full map 5, and it was incredibly close.
Yeah, so they have a good chance to win to do well in this one against OTSU, it sounds like.
Yeah, OTSU is one of those ones where, as we take a look at Group B, we got Brock University, Conestoga Academy, Ottawa, and Carleton University, who did lose in our first match, which we did see, Brock versus Carleton. York have a decent chance. Though, I mean, OTSU, they have Tyler Fury, which you can never count out. He's easily like one of the best players here. And he's kind of, you know, relatively doing a carry job for his team. He's one of the players who played at TXP and got a really good placing with his challenger team. But he's had a hard time translating that into his actual, you know, collegiate team. And that is a case across like all esports that you'll see, is just like you have that one really hard hyper carry, and although they might be good on like their professional team or whatever, it can't translate as much of a hard carry in their collegiate team.
Yeah, for sure. I understand that definitely would happen. You know, when you're used to playing with maybe your professional team or your challenger team, you're used to people being in different positions maybe, and just that like muscle memory of like, oh, I should be here because, you know, teammate number 1 or whatever is going to be over here, and all of a sudden your collegiate teammate has a different play style, maybe not quite as up to speed as what you've expected. All of a sudden you're getting a little bit of miscommunication errors and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a different pace for sure, and I think something that, you know, they're sort of figuring out as they go along. Of course, like 3-0 losses, not the best, because I believe they lost to Western 3-0. Western is a team that we're still trying to gauge kind of where they're at. I think they bring in a lot of unknown qualities, both good and bad. You know, a lot of online experience from what I've been told, but we're still figuring out if they're truly kind of one of the top seeds. Obviously, in that group, I believe they got to deal with, was Western? I think they're in Group A. So at some point, Western and, actually I think it's the match after this, Western and Conestoga are going to be playing to see who will get that top spot in Group A.
Yeah, that'll be a big match to see who can stay undefeated. Really a nice little thing to brag in the round robin. Say,
yeah, it's good going to bracket. But we do have the pick man at the moment, and it's Skyline and Vaults, ladies and gentlemen. Straight away, all the way through, kicking things off with Hardpoint Skyline, S&D Skyline, Control in Vault, Hardpoint in Vault, and S&D in Vault. Funny, because I swear to God, I thought I heard everyone saying they hate Vault for most of these things, and Skyline as well.
Yeah.
So I guess OTSU and York are just, you know, they revel in chaos.
Yeah, they're built different. They just wanted to let everyone know, hey, we you don't like these maps? Yeah, we're quirky.
Yeah, we're quirky, you know. Little ooh-woo,
yeah,
weavy action.
Yeah.
But we're currently just getting the map set up. As far as Skyline, it's an interesting map because I think there's a lot, at least from my own experience, not so much in scrim experience, but my own experience within ranked and you know, watching some decent level gameplay. It is like really like snowbally. I think you can very much, especially depending on the spawns, which can be pretty tight to a lot of different hard points.
Right.
It can snowball pretty quick as like rotates come through, and it's pretty, I'm not going to say it's super easy to defend points, but like in terms of spawn trapping and like keeping people out, you can get set up pretty well on a good amount of these hard points.
Yeah, definitely. Skyline's got those, to run off the name, it's got those long lines of sight as well.
Yeah.
Whereas you might be able to just cut people off before they get able to even get close. So it will be, like you said, very interesting to see how teams hold down hard points probably handily at different times. And
yeah,
rather than others.
Well, if jacuzzi's the first stop, it's pretty much, which I always love seeing, but like you'll see people just straight up dive from like roof or cat like straight into the jacuzzi for whatever reason. Because frankly, like unless there's multiple people on cat or on roof, they're not going to get a pick on whoever dives into that jacuzzi, funny enough, where because everyone is too busy shooting cross and unless you actively like just get a perfect nade into that jacuzzi. So it'll be really interesting to see how they penetrate, how they hold that jacuzzi area to get P1 and then move on to P2, which is of course just on the piano side of the map. So I'm interested. We're still sitting at the lobby, just about ready to go. It will be Hardpoint first with Skyline. It should be a banger. I think is actually the first Skyline that I'm seeing all day, at least on stream.
Yeah, no, it's I don't recall seeing
wrong,
it so far, but I'm sure some of the other, it must have made its way through at some point if both of these teams picked it twice.
Well, everyone's been, well, okay, speaking of, I think York is the one that I heard that hasn't been scrimming, really, but it's apparently worked out for them as they've made things pretty close.
Yeah.
This is definitely one of the ones where I think you don't want to get the bottom 2 seed, but I'm pretty sure they're both locked into the bottom 2 seed because of the win-loss against, Conestoga and Western. So it's pretty much seeing who gets the better seed coming out of Group A in lowers, if I'm remembering correctly.
So yeah, still could play a really big difference in where they find themselves in the bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I lost the word bracket
there. We are kicking things off on Skyline. It will be map 1. Players are in the server. You got the hype chamber. Classic. Makes me feel at home, guys. Just saying. York University versus Ontario Tech. Classic esports programs. And we will be getting underway as the players are finally in with what will be our 3rd series of the day. York University. Oh, I think we're good to go. We are good to go. We are underway.
Starting things off, we've got Brother Jammer making his way toward the point for the Ontario Tech team.
Oh, and I think we're restarting. Yep. Player DC from lobby. Yep. So we will be giving the server another go. We're just going to be filling. I think people are just getting warmed up. And Ontario Tech wins.
Nice dramatic dive off the side.
That pool, that whole resort just looks great.
Aim for the bushes, am I right?
Yeah, dude.
There
goes my hero. Watch him as he goes into a bush.
Yeah, that's we talk about the maps, but it just in terms of like visual appeal, like a place I would maybe want to be. Skyline's up there for me, I would say.
Skyline's the go, dude. They got a gym like right next to a jacuzzi. It's kind of sweet. As someone who has a condo in like not a tall building, but in a building, like I think having what is basically like a penthouse suite that looks like a house on top of a huge skyscraper, like why not, dude?
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful, beautiful pool there. It's
like, do you remember the? Oh crap! Now I'm forgetting the name of it. You remember like the house, like huge mansion kind of thing from Black Ops 2?
Black Ops 2, the huge mansion.
Where there's like the garage with a bunch of cars and...
Yes.
Yeah.
Forget the name of that one.
Yeah, I'd live there.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
With like the cherry blossom in the middle.
Yeah, and like the pool or the basketball court. The great pool with a pool bar.
Yeah. Just a basketball court on your property would be fantastic.
Dude, yeah, well, okay, if you could have any one sport to have on your property, what would it be?
I'm biased because I play hockey, but I think I'd love to even just a nice piece of plastic and a hockey net maybe 20 feet away to shoot pucks all day in the afternoon. That would be great for me.
Oh, jeez.
But any sort of sport court I think would be nice.
I think any like court or sport that is like really expensive to have.
Right.
So like for me, I'd probably get a racetrack.
Right, yeah, you want to get your money's worth.
That is so, it costs like so many hundreds of dollars just to take your own car around a racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just have on your back, you're just like, oh, I just got to like pay for the maintenance of my car, which at that point I'm already rich. So you just like, you can race on your track and be a pro on your own track. Or even better yet, which I think a lot of people do, they just get a golf course.
Yeah, that a golf course would It would ensure you have a pretty large property, which is a nice nice baked-in thing for this question.
Now that I'm thinking about it, though, is like a lot of the reason why some people go to golf courses is to like to do business and to like hang out with people. So maybe that's one thing you don't put on your property.
Yeah, you lose out the social aspect a little bit of it.
Yeah, because you're in a club.
That is the nice thing about a basketball court, basketball net. You can it's just you. You're like, I'm going to go shoot threes for a while.
Yeah. But a basketball court you can have inside your house, too.
That'd be fantastic.
Delay COD issues, Activision, please. Listen, it happens, okay? New game, not a new esport, but new game. Expect delays. You know, this is welcome to esports, buddy.
Yeah.
This is what you get. This is what you get. But I believe players are going in. That means we are going in. And with it, we're going back into Skyline, hoping for a good server that will stay up this time around. I am curious to see if we're going to get the same sides, but everything is good to go. All right.
Yep.
Yes.
I believe the sides did get switched.
I think so.
Yep.
Okay, well, York will be in the red. Ontario Tech will be in the blue. Right? Or did the game end?
This music is making me a little unsettled.
Yeah.
No,
GG's.
Yeah, the stream is still casting the hub as well. You can see lots of things going on there. But
there's so much screaming, man. Like, there's so much screaming. The amount of players that are talking schmack has been great. You know what's funny is someone saying, who's one of the players, I believe, on the Ontario Tech side.
Right.
And one of them said that their tag was Shanks. But they thought that, I think it was Colin or whatever, thought that they meant Shanks, who's like a Pokemon.
Oh.
And he was like, no, Shanks, like One Piece. He was like, what? Like, Shanks, like the character from One Piece. I'm like, who's that? I'm like, I've never seen an episode of One Piece in my life, and I know that Shanks is the one guy with red hair that's cool.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't know about Shanks for One Piece.
Shanks is cool. Shanks OG. Anyway, we are in the lobby in the game, finally underway with our third series of the day. York versus Ontario Tech for Skyline on Hardpoint.
Here we go. Havoc with the first blood to kick things off. Able to hop on a point as well. You can see they're setting up.
Nice fight. Now again, obviously we were talking about P1 being the jacuzzi point. Can be incredibly difficult to capture because of how not only do you have to deal with both roof, you have to deal with cat, you also have to deal with under here, especially in the side lanes. Brother Jammer coming in. You'll be able to get a pick on Opt and Havoc. Dabo going to be able to clear out the kitchen area, and with it, Ontario Tech will secure the point first.
Yep. Looks like they got a pretty good hold on this line of sight for the first point here. You can see that York's going to try and rotate around the other side of the map, see if they can sneak on to P2.
I think they're already trying to go for it because holding down that upstairs area is incredibly difficult, and you can just see. I don't know, one of the names are actually kind of covered, but it will be held by the Ontario Tech side, holding down that upstairs area. Now they're going to activate the security system to close things off. I think it might be a good place, but either way, they're going to have the vantage point over York University, who's coming from each side, trying to just manage their entry points as they keep coming at the same time. Havoc going to be able to take one. Dabo will be taken out too. Havoc being absolutely essential to this point.
Yeah, those are a couple big kills for Havoc. He's able to get the York team onto site, and they've got a good hold right now. They're just going to watch the side as some of the OT players come around, and Havoc takes out two more.
So I believe it's Telefury, actually, whose names you cannot see on the kill feed. So Ontario Tech, you can see Telefury coming in. Ontario Tech on the respawn, chasing down Quota right now as the rotates will come through for P3. Quota trying to have a vantage point, but will be eliminated. Even the taunt as well on P2. And Ontario Tech will take early control as the rotates and respawns come through for York.
Yeah, OT holding the side. York respawning all on that far side of the map.
Trophy down will take care of some of the utility. York perching themselves up. One outside kitchen. One trying to go near pool. Going to be able to get a pick as well. Opt taking down Dabo. And with it, point will be capped. That's a clean sweep.
Yep. keeping it close. It's only a 10-point game right now, and York is going to keep holding this point. You can see the last OT player is knocked out, and they were all back at the spawn.
Quota playing aggressive on the spawn as well. Is going to try for it again here. Going to be able to take down Tyler Fury, of course, the star for this team. Quota, Slicks, taken down and on the rotate around, just trying to cover the angles and entry points into that P3 point, as well as taking control of P4. This one is a much more, I would argue, difficult spot just because you have to cover for 4 different routes. That's a good pick, though, from Opt.
Yeah. A lot of routes, all from the same side, but
that's a bad flash.
Yeah, right off the wall there. Havoc, another grenade kill. I believe he's on a 7 kill streak now, unless he has gone down. And yeah.
Oh, Brother Jammer equals Steve. Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm actually wrong. Yeah, that's Brother Jammer's our buddy. Right, my bad. So Steve is actually the 3rd player on Ontario Tech. Had to shift some accounts around, but we will remember that going forward. Either way, Ontario Tech, incredibly tight game. Finally a tie game. As it felt like it took forever for them to actually fight for this. Off angle against York here. DeBow getting the 2-piece, almost a 3-piece. Shanks will clean it up. Still, Shanks holding down the line. And with the respawns coming in through, they're going to shift back to P1.
Yeah, that was a great hold for the Ontario Tech team there. Gives York a lot of time to, well, didn't give them a lot of time, but they decided, hey, maybe not worth the battle, and moved over to that next P. And so Shanks is also Zim.
Zim, yeah. So Zim and Steve are the Brother Jammer and Shanks equivalent. Unfortunately, we can't edit that on the overlay, but it will be good to remember. Again, Jacuzzi, which is a shame, too, because York, they were fighting pretty well on the cat end. You can see the cat control coming in through, but Havoc still being able to take care of business. Going to be able to get a 2-piece along with Slicks. As, again, York on the respawn, near pool, going to fight around Piano and going to try and take that cat control, but Ontario Tech are holding it down, finally getting some presence onto the point.
Yeah, Ontario Tech holding it down as York has respawned. They're going to just try and get set up position for that next P2 on our second rotate around the map. And we're going to see, oh, there's a kill quickly for Havoc. He's been having a great game.
Yeah. On to P2. One of the harder ones to, or easier ones to hold, I would argue, because there are so few lanes that generally the vantage points that you have on the spawns tend to be pretty deadly. So you can see York, they're playing it pretty relaxed at the moment, trying to play passive, let the grenades do their thing. Now you can see a 3-stack coming all the way across. They're ready to jump in, go hard, but there's a misread on the angles, though. Opt going to be able to take care of one. DeBow cleans up. As the York respawns coming in through, Slicks trying to rush onto site, will be taken down by Steve.
This has been a great hold for Ontario Tech. They're really starting to pull away with this one so far. Now up 155 to 87. Got not too much time left on this hard point. You can see York again trying to set up, but the York player is killed at point 3.
Yeah. Quota. York coming on live again, having a fight for the kitchen. P3. Gonna be able to take one. Ops will be taken down, but it just feels like York, they're misjudging exactly where the approaches are coming through. And I think that's what makes Skyline hardpoints so difficult, is generally it's a lot harder to predict some of the spawns in terms of where they're going to come from, whether they come from Jacuzzi side or from outside. So Ontario Tech, they are running away with this, and this will be another respawn for York, trying to take 2 different angles, one from Cat, one from Jacuzzi side.
Yeah. We tried to see a flank from Havoc, but he was taken down in the middle there, so now York is once again respawning, and OT is just going to have to keep holding this this directional line.
They're going to have to fight for P4 at some point. You can already see Ontario Tech have rotated. York trying to set up, going to come from roof side, going to be punished for it. DeBow going to be able to get one more, potentially. It's a slick. It's going to be a fight, but DeBow will be taken out. Finally, York, can they leverage some sort of advantage, as they will go on point, but immediately deleted?
Yeah, it seems like whatever advantage they got from winning that gunfight was quickly shut down by OT, able to get back on the site.
The respawn was just too far for them, I think, and they weren't able to set up as quickly. The York, they're not done yet. Zim pulling at the pistol. York finally getting on the point, and with it, hopefully some points for them.
Yep, still down 110 points, give or take. And we see OT starting to make Ontario Tech start to make their way back onto the point here.
Wow. York, we're trying to the outside angles, I think, because they were expecting more of Ontario Tech to actually push from the Jacuzzi side. But unfortunately, I think the spawns worked out where they actually came from the P3 side. So it will be Ontario Tech essentially holding this one down. York running out of chances.
Yeah, they finally contested the point, trying to put a stop to the tick before the game ends on them, but it's probably going to be one more hard point.
Yeah, we're going to shift back to P1, and York weren't able to hold this one as well, even though they did have a man cat previously. And so with Ontario Tech, they're setting up more passive and just trying to leverage their AR game right now.
We can see a couple kills moving toward point. Only 15 points for the win for Ontario Tech here.
Fire missile, jeez.
They might be able to hang on to things here. Steve on the point right now. I thought he was stuck with that Semtex.
Yeah, I thought so too. It looked like it. I think he just got dinked, and already you can see Slicks doing as much damage. Ontario Tech, York can't get on. Ontario Tech will walk away with the first map win. Not even close. It really felt like the moment they got those retakes, they didn't let go.
No, they doubled up on York there. They were able to pull away with that one. It was very close in the beginning. You know, it was a 75 point game at one point, but like you said, they did an awesome job after it retook, just holding it down.
Tyler Fury, of course, MVP for this team, generally highest rated player. And York. This is not the rebound I think they wanted coming off that best of 5 against Western. Ontario Tech, we know that they are capable. Tyler Fury going 30-17 with 22 true kills to his name. I'm just looking at this. I'm hoping that maybe a slower paced match will help out York, because it's not as if a lot of the challenges were bad. It really felt like just a lot of mispositioning. So maybe Search will be the answer, slowing things down just a touch.
Yeah, you definitely see that a lot with Search and Destroy, a team that maybe isn't doing quite as well in the respawn modes, able to build a little bit of momentum in the Search and Destroy after the change of pace, maybe play on a little bit more of their own, they don't have to manage the respawns as much, and they're playing on their own intuition.
Yeah.
And can get them some momentum.
Well, it's interesting too, because on Search, you're playing for more hard angles, and in Skyline, where the points are, you don't, I wouldn't say that. Obviously, Tyler Fury is going to be looking for the first bloods, going to immediately put, York in a 3v4 disadvantage. And so you have to find a way. It's like, how can we mitigate this just as much as possible, especially on defense, because that's where Ontario Tech will be able to leverage those first bloods most. I don't know. I'm interested to see where Skyline goes for Search. I think York, they're going to want to slow things down. I think they were rushing themselves a little bit and weren't able to just get ready. And I think we saw that especially in, P1 for Hardpoint. It really came across. Even when they had cat control, they just mispositioned.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where the bomb... I actually don't think I've seen a game of Search played on Skyline yet. So are the 2 bomb points, where are they situated, if you know off the top of your head?
What is it? It's lounge and around the kitchen area. So just outside P3.
So one of them a little bit tougher to penetrate to get into the kitchen area for sure.
Yeah, and especially I think obviously B is easier to handle. I think kitchen is just a lot harder to defend, like the kitchen area. Because there's so many angles. Yeah. And our main thing is you have to hold down the piano area to prevent any SMG flanks or rotates around. That being said, I mean, Ontario Tech have been leveraging their ARs pretty crazy, and if they're able to hold down the left side of the map, Jacuzzi side, I think they'll have a decent shot at just putting down anything offensively York has to throw at them. Because I didn't see too much SMG, great SMG play from York that game.
Right. Yeah, it'll be definitely be pretty interesting to see. It looks like some of the players took a little break here. I'm gonna wait on that.
We're just about ready to get into it in a second. Appreciate everyone's patience, but I think York, they need to talk things over. York, one of the more, I would say, established programs in esports for Ontario colleges. I remember having my own team at Ryerson, now TMU, compete against them in Smash for many years. Wow. And they kind of were hand in hand with helping us develop, each other. We were both developing our clubs at the same time. So, long story. OTSU actually too, believe it or not, also had some Smash players and COD players, and has been around, I think, for a lot longer than people give credit for.
Right.
But it's cool to see them here.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to just see esports in general develop at the the collegiate level in Ontario. I'm in my second round of college now at Condors, but I went to OCAD about 8 years ago.
Nice.
We didn't have esports there. It's art school, but there were a few gamers.
Yeah, I mean,
we just didn't have the program set up or anything like that.
Can't imagine art students being gamers. Never. No. It is interesting to see because, I would argue that at least in Ontario, you'll find a much closer relationship with a lot of the collegiate programs than a lot of other parts of the States even, where it's a lot more disparate. It's a lot more kind of not really focused around a particular region. Right. But Ontario tries to stick together. So we're going to be getting going here. Game 2 on Skyline. This time we're doing it again, but on Search and Destroy. York will be on the defending side first. Ontario Tech will be attacking.
Looks like they're moving towards A as a team right now. I'm going to try and get these angles cut up. A couple shots, no kills yet. And Steve gets the first blood.
Quota needs to get the trade, though. Oh, no. It's going to be eliminated straight down to a 1v2. Zim going to be able to get the plant. Now, this is where it's incredibly difficult for Havoc. Havoc's a great player. They're going to play the 2v1. Havoc's going to back out, try and heal, and play it slow, maybe from another top angle. Going to play it wide.
Just taking his time here.
Yeah, wall bangs.
Taken down.
I hate that wall is wall bangable because it's already so incredibly difficult to actually enter into that site. And the fact that wall is wall bangable just makes it even harder, especially because for Skyline, it takes so long to get to the other end of a map where you can actually enter that site from another angle. And at that point, especially with the bomb planted, time is basically gone. Yeah,
not exactly a way to get yourself into the clear from that spot.
Not a good start for York, but many rounds to play with, so we'll see what they can do for round 2.
Looks like York is going to be going towards Site B instead this time, and able to get first blood, a couple kills there. Now, a 3v2.
You can see picks coming out. Quota going to be able to get Telefury first. Quota does, I believe, he does have the bomb. He's also the last man alive. So we're back to a 1v2, this time with Zim and Steve alive. And Steve, take a much more passive angle, just trying to hunt down. Might have actually juked him, but it looks like Zim and Steve are going to converge on A point first. They're just going to make sure that B point is completely clear. In fact, this actually might be bad. Quota might just waltz right into him. He doesn't know he's going to be able to take one pick down, and with it, isolate into a 1v1.
That was a good plan from Quota, just to really keep moving, keep him guessing on where he's going to be able to pick up one at a time. Now it's a 1v1. Steve versus Quota.
Oh, he knows. If he saw him, I believe he saw him. He's going to take the back angle. A full minute to play with, and this is just a solid 1v1. You can even see now is Steve rotating back to A, and it's been completely juked. He might hear bomb go down as he sees it. So Steve is going to double check and just try and reapproach. And already Quota taking such a passive angle, going all the way around the map, hunting down Steve, maybe looking for this one pick. This would be an incredible 1v2. He's able to make it work, but Steve jukes around, and we're still in the 1v1.
Quota is just on the move right now. He's all over the place. In theory, Steve would have had enough time to get that bomb if he's obviously he doesn't know.
He has it.
Oh.
He has it.
Yep.
Steve will have it. The defuse comes through. Quota played that so well until the very end.
Yeah, it's like Steve called his bluff a little bit there.
A little bit.
He's like, he's not going to come. I'll just defuse the bomb.
You got to remember, especially you know, if you're the defending player, like one of the things that you typically tend to learn from CS is like you measure the time. And we've ended the game. We've ended the game, guys. But once you check all your angles in the surrounding area, like you can very much just go for the defuse, right? At that point, like you recognize that there is a defuse option within the time that it takes to defuse, that there's realistically, unless the person hears you distinctly, they're not going to have the time to actually come up and take you out before you get the defuse. So we will be back in the lobby, search and destroy. I think they're just figuring out some tech issues.
That's the name of the game, it seems like, with Call of Duty today, unfortunately. Well, I guess Call of Duty is the name of the game, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Call of Duty, name of the game, it's what it is. Yeah. I'm just going to double check to make sure that everything is good. But, yeah.
Yep. You can see the Ontario Tech players here laughing it off a little bit. It seems like they're happy with the way the match was going so far.
I mean, yeah, like easy 2-0 lead, especially off of a flub. I'm wondering if potentially maybe it's an audio issue. You know, maybe it was just Quota just couldn't hear or anything like that. They're playing with audio issue. And at that point, like if you're going to lose a round, like I think it was in the previous game that we were casting with Brock and Carleton, where one of the players just couldn't hear like anything for game one, and it wasn't enough to like make a snuff about it, but it was enough that they did lose game one. Brock did, and then they immediately came back with like 3 maps in a row. So,
yeah, that's interesting to see. Just all the different possible issues. An audio one definitely in search and destroy makes a big difference than any of the other game modes as well, because the communication's a little less like throughout the team.
Yeah.
You can't be like, oh, at least somebody else has eyes on.
You got to calm, and sure, everyone's using Ninja, so it's not like you're going to hear footsteps, but you still need to be in a position where you can hear things, and if not, it's just going to rattle you the entire game.
Yep. Yeah, that must have been a little bit with what happened with Quota. Is just overthought it.
Maybe. I think he definitely got in his own head, and especially as the time was winding down, like you got to realize that your opponent is also clearing as much space as you are. So there's a lobby settings bug. We'll resume the game at 1-0. Okay, so that Quota, we don't have to talk about that Quota misclutch anymore. So shout out to Quota. But we will be going to 1-0 1-0 within search and destroy, or 1-0 within like just the entire series. Okay, so 1-0 within the search, so it will be Ontario Tech up 1-0 in the search.
Okay. That's good to know. Unfortunate lobby settings bug, but what are you going to do sometimes?
Sometimes life gives you lemons, sometimes it gives you potatoes.
Yep, and then you got to either make lemonade or potato chips, I suppose.
Potato chips are kind of good, though.
Yeah, so is lemonade.
Lemonade's kind of good, though. All right, we're back in again. Players are in the lobby. We will see if we're able to keep this going for this game 2. Skyline Search, Ontario Tech will have the game 1 lead.
Yep. So it's starting with York University on bomb again. Once again, Quota with the bomb. He's able to pick up first blood.
Yep. Quota able to get the early pick in kitchen. This will be so important. Can you get the second as well? Quota gets the second on Steve on the attacking player onto A site. Still an Ontario Tech player on Cat. You're going to be able to get the 3-piece here, but no, Quota, don't over-aggress. So important. Opt looking to aggress as well, though. Going to be able to take out Dabo, and that is York University. Clean sweep across the board. 4-0 gets their first round for this game.
Yeah, that's a big round for York University. I mean, I guess the lobby settings bug was really getting to them, and you can see they came out full force right there. Quota able to pick up 2, and then the rest of the team able to clean up the rest of the players.
Yeah, Slick's chasing this down on the Cat. It's just, I mean, so much of this is off Quota, being able to just add so much pressure on the A side. Getting, obviously, the first blood, but also with Ops being able to chase down that second kill. There was really no opening, I think, that Ontario Tech could leverage. So we will get going into round 3. Remember, Ontario Tech also have a round for themselves. This fight Cat is coming. Steve in the waiting, knows there's a player coming. They're going to be taking the fight. One down piano, and it will be a trade.
Tyler Fury able to get one, and unfortunately goes down as well. Slicks gets taken out by Dabo.
Havoc with the 2-piece for the win. No bomb plants here. York are gunning.
Yeah, that was a great play by Havoc to get the last two, Havoc to get the last 2 kills there.
Banger.
Just got turned on there.
Yeah, just got peeked on. Banger alert. So it will be York going up 2-1 in this game.
I gotta keep the mental note at the 0. It's gonna throw me off for sure. I'm at some point going to say the wrong score for Ontario Tech. That's gonna happen, but that's okay. Calling it out now. Got on Quota with the bomb here. He's gonna move up the side towards the B side of things. Still no first blood yet. Got him looking at this angle.
We'll keep going. They're gonna okay, you can see even Ontario Tech not wanting to rush, you can play a bit more passive, but also Slicks as well. York in general, much more passive positioning on the A side. With it just waiting for that initial peek. That's a bad dive in. Tyler Fury going to punish for it. So they're going to fight Kitchen right now.
It's now 4v3. Ontario Tech has got some pretty good positioning right now. It's going to be tough for York University to make their way onto either of these sites.
York trying to dive in. Opt will be punished for it, so it's down to a 4v2. Havoc desperately needs to get a kill as York looking for that opening, trying to get onto a site. Dabo will take out Havoc, and the clock winds down. Quota doesn't have much to play with. He needed that kill, so this one might be donezo.
Yeah, 4v1's tough. He can't even get that sneaky behind the back one. But
whoa!
Unfortunately taken out, but 2 big headshots for Quota right there.
That was huge. So we will go back to a tie game. Ontario Tech recognizing York, posing a challenge. I think it's just Ontario Tech struggling on the defensive end. I mean, they're struggling with their positioning. To be fair, I think even if you look at the search and destroy positioning here, I mean, what is it, on the attacking side, it's so much leverage. Like, it's so hard to defend even on this side because, like, you look at the amount of cover you have to work with for A site on this side, like on piano side, versus like on attacking side. It's just, it feels so much easier.
Yeah, there's very little in terms of obstructions that you're able to use in your advantage there.
Okay, all right. Ontario Tech will be able to plant already on A. York will have to defend.
Under the bench press.
Yeah, that's where I like to live.
Yeah.
Take out Steve. Ops. And will be Steve, or sorry, Zim, I meant to say. Steve going to be able to take out Havoc. York being whittled down. Last man on. Diffuse coming through. Tyler Fury has the potential to create something special. The defuse will be coming through. I don't think Tyler Fury knows, or at least he's trying to rush to another angle. Might be able to make it work. Gets one, can't get the second. So York will get the defuse.
Well, that was a good play by York, just able to watch all their angles there. They know they have only one player they've got to watch out for, who does take one of their players off the map, but the rest of the guys able to hold up the angles there.
Yep. This is a great opening from Quota. Just a nice easy peek.
Yeah, nice little slide through there.
All right, so York, the bomb defusal will go up 3-2. York will be on the attacking side.
Make sure to switch your guns a couple times.
It feels good. Feels good, man. Bomb will switch over. They will go to the attacking side. Going to play for A. Needs to get this opening pick, though. Steve, trade's going to come through. Havoc will take the trade.
Yep. There's now bomb still on the ground, but there's 3 players left for each team. Fighting in the middle of the map here. Another kill for Op. Gets a wall bang on Dabo.
Dabo.
You got to get the lockdown.
Oh, good peek, though. That is York with an immediate crossfire. Going to move on to 4-2 at the moment against Ontario Tech.
It was a very quick turn of events there.
so much of this. One, the opening kill, it didn't even work out in Ontario Tech's favor. And again, it's where it's so difficult when the bomb side switches, where, for example, York on offense, in my opinion, I feel like York being on offense for the plant on this side on this side in particular, where we're at with Ontario Tech, is just so much easier than actually having to be on the opposite side. So Ontario Tech going to play 4A right now. York going to try and rush down and keep the crossfire going. 4 and 6, C on the board. Opt both trying to get a crossfire. Tyler Fury currently on the bomb, looking for the plant.
Yep, looks like he gets the plant here, so he's going to have to fight these couple of York players right around the corner from him. Dabo able to take one out. And
nice. Yeah. That will be Steve. Oh, no, actually, sorry. Tyler Fury actually taking down Slicks. Name is wrong, but it's still on the board. Ontario Tech with a clean sweep of York. I just felt like York was playing too passive here.
Yeah, they let Ontario Tech really bring it to them in that one. That early kill by Steve, I believe, unless it was Tyler Fury and I have the names wrong. But, yeah, once they got ahead there, they really held everything down.
Yeah. And again, it's just a case where bomb side, incredibly difficult to play when you're defending, because you already have to rush in and play with so little cover. Yeah. And again, it's why I'm pretty sure like 90% of these bomb plants have been on A site, because if you are playing from bomb side, it is a lot easier, though. We're going to see York attempt to take bomb cat early on, and Ontario Tech try to defend piano side.
Yeah, you want to get out of there. You know, got a couple shots on him and was hit. He's being chased down right now by
Quota has to run.
By Dabo. Quota was taken out.
That's a good pick from Slicks on Zim as well. Prevents the flanking player. Allows for the rotate. Will be eliminated, though, so we are down to a 2v1 at the moment. York barely alive. They're still able to get the bomb plant, but will be taken out. Ontario Tech, the rotates all the way through Cat, worked in their favor, and now they've tied the game.
Yeah, they just caught Opt in an awkward position there. He didn't really have anywhere to go. He's got one fight, gets a couple shots on him and not able to return any fire, and then all of a sudden the other Ontario Tech player is there to clean him up. So it's now 4-4, I believe, with the scoreboard discrepancy.
Yes. Yeah, so it will be 4-4. Tie game. With it, I mean, it's getting a bit tighter, and it's not as... I appreciated what York did, where they're trying to just isolate and make sure that Cat doesn't pose a problem. But it did, because unfortunately, it wasn't so much piano that they were focusing on for the counter-rotate, but more the Cat side. They sent 2 Cat. And that's what really kind of tore everything apart for York. So we will be going back into it. Bomb in Ontario Tech's hands.
Quota gets first blood there. He takes out Davo, I believe. And they're going to start setting up. Another one for Quota. Can't get the third, unfortunately, so Shanks is there on site. But he's taken down.
Oh, beautiful. That's just it. Yeah, Slicks, easy 2-piece for him to clean things up. And this will be York University going on match point. If you can get the defuse, please don't pull one of these. Please don't pull one of these. Please don't pull one of these. Please don't, just... Are they farming? Are they farming? It's not like there's an economy, guys. So it will be York moving on to match point. Good turnaround from them. Nice, easy, and quick. Just dive onto site, handle attacking players coming from piano. It will work out in their favor. Ontario Tech struggling to get those early picks.
This is now match point. Wonder if York will go for that A site that they've been liking all map. We're going to see right now. It looks like Slicks has the bomb. He's running up the stairs here. He's going to go toward Cat.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to get some control right now. This is a lot more passive than we're used to seeing, especially when having the bomb. York just chilling. I am a little confused. What's going on here? I'm assuming they're waiting for just a player to be overextended, but it doesn't look like Ontario Tech are willing to bite.
No, they're both really just holding on, playing very patiently, trying to see who's going to make the first move so they can react to it a little bit.
Oh, and it looks like bomb carrier will be tagged. So now Ontario Tech had an idea of where York are going to be positioned, but now Dabo, he's playing the under. He's playing through vents. He's going to try and pop out immediately. Take a look at this. He might get the early pick, which might settle this round, or at least trying to just cover this angle. 7 seconds. Bomb's going to go down A. This is Havoc. This is Steve. It's even across the board. Now the plant's going to go down, and already Ontario Tech taking super passive angles, trying to focus on the AR game. Do everything they can for the early pick. Steve going to throw a nade in. Dabo playing around. Quota chasing this down. I don't know if I can think of this as a right move, though.
Well, he gets the one pick there, so it's now a 2v1.
No! Steve! Zim will be able to do this clutch, and with it spin around, tie the game, take the pride, Zim.
Yeah, that was a great play by Zim, able to get those last 2 players.
Oh wait, no, that was Steve. Oh, you know what? It's just, we got a kill feed glitch, so it actually was Steve.
Oh, it was Steve. Okay, pardon me.
No, it's my bad. The kill feed, it's messing me up. But great 1v2 from Steve. That was actually so incredibly clutch.
Yeah. Then he got to spin around while he was defusing that bomb.
Oh yeah. We will go 5-5. I believe overtime rules apply. Is 2 wins, if I remember correctly, production? Oh, are we good?
I think it's just first.
So I believe, is it just
double match point?
Double match point. All right. We'll see how it goes. Trophy system in place. Bomb in Ontario Tech's hands. With the plant down already. Wow.
Yeah, they really want to push things on A. I guess it's because it's been so fortuitous to hold that side of the map.
Yeah. Well, it's fortuitous if you're able to set up, especially on the opposite side around Jacuzzi, because that's where you, like, look at where Quota is positioned right now. You can see he's taken in the wide angle. He's slowly clearing out the rest of the map, figuring out where the positions are. 3 stack from York University on that side of the map, but now you kind of have to skedaddle. You only have 20 seconds to work with. The defuse does take its own time.
2 quick kills for York. They're on the man advantage right now, but they've still got to worry about the players.
Done. You just got to hold off Steve right now. And they do! The last second will come through. York University at the lead.
Won't that end the game?
I believe they need... I believe, is that it? Yep. I believe that's it. All right, yeah, so it's... Yeah, it's done. Okay, well, we got baited by production.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was a double match point, but I was like, oh no, the map's going to end.
York clutched out. That was, honestly, a pretty well-positioned map from them. I mean, listen, I tend to think Skyline Search it can really be a coin flip, but so much of it is based off how you control that other area of the map. You go for A, always, but how you control the Jacuzzi and piano side of the map, I think, was so pivotal, and I think York played that incredibly well. That last, not the last round, but the one before that, really weird. I don't know what was going on, but it was a fun map regardless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was good to see, and like the prediction we kind of made beforehand, where he said, you know, York kind of got dominated a little bit in the hard point. Mm-hmm. We're able to play in the slower game mode of Search and Destroy. Did well, I thought, and changed things up with a different pace, right?
Yeah. All right, well, we will be taking a short break as we are now no break, never mind. All right.
Never mind.
My bad. But we will be moving on to our first vault of the series, and it's going to be Control. Interested to see where this goes. I'm kind of glad we're done with Skyline, personally. Not that I dislike the map.
Mm-hmm. That's nice to have a change of scenery.
But Vault, I have seen negative opinions of Vault as far as different game modes, but I've also heard good things. I actually kind of like Vault as a map. I think the spawns can be dumb, but I find that it's big enough that it can be incredibly fun, at least for casuals.
Yeah.
We will be going to Control.
I think it's a fun one for Control, in my opinion. Some of the game modes where, maybe you're playing a hard point, you get stuck in the back, and all of a sudden you're getting spawn camped. At least in the way I play it, which is very different than a competitive.
Well, I think there's still some of that, Yeah.
But
we will be kicking things off in Vault here. for Game 3.
Hold on a moment. We're going to be
Oh,
backing
We're
out.
going to be setting up again.
May have had another lobby issue.
I think it's just team switches, potentially. So,
right.
If I remember correctly, I believe it's a tie game. Yep. Or tie series.
Yep.
1-1. So this will be for the lead.
It's a big one. We got a little view here of the thing they're chatting. Ontario Tech sitting right there. Can't really make out from what they're saying what would have been.
Yeah, can you read lips?
Not great, no.
Yeah. Well, you better get used to Vault because we're going to be playing a lot of it for the next 2 maps at least. It'll be interesting because obviously I think Skyline, they worked they both had picks of Skyline, they both had picks of Vault. So both teams must be pretty confident in their ability in Vaults. The one thing that I will say is interesting is that I think ARs tend to be pretty effective here because of the outside area, because of top, and especially on control where, that B side and you have that art top area where it has so much leverage over the rest of B. So you will see, I think, teams take that A point pretty quickly. It is a bit harder to defend because of the cat area and everything underneath. So I'm interested to see where it goes and who, generally will be able to pop off more.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be I kind of like AR gameplay. As much as the SMG gameplay is very fast and exciting, it is cool to see.
It's for the Zoomers.
Yeah, see who's able to hold things off and positionally
play
set
AR.
Up. Yeah. I'm on status for sure when I'm out there.
All right, map is loaded. We are going to be underway in just a second with our third map. First one on Vault, it will be Control. Now pay attention to the A side. I imagine this is where we will see York in the red try and push to first as already a stack fully on. Immediately a pick from Havoc onto the OTSU side.
Yeah, a few trades for both teams. York, you able to put a little bit away onto the point, but they're
good pick, Dabo, 2-piece.
Dabo clean them up. He's going to keep holding this angle, try and get the guys coming in through the main doorway there, but he turns away as they're approaching that doorway.
Trying to take that cat position. Slick shuts him down, but is immediately punished for trying to get onto the control point. And with it, see the spawns coming through, and they're trickling in, just looking for individual picks. Already look at Quota. He's trying to cover any rotates that might be coming in from the spawn point and will be punished for it.
Yeah, they're still really trying hard to get this A point, which, like you said, I think it's the favorable one to pick up first.
You have to, because it allows you to slow down a little bit to really dissect B, because for B, you need to be able to take that top position as players are still fighting for some ticks. Slick's getting a 2-piece. On point, doesn't see Tyler right behind him, or whoever that might have been. I think it was him. Or no, I think the blank is Brother Jammer. Steve.
There's a kill for Havoc as he slides in on OTSU. He's going to make his way towards the point. He's taken out. Oh, sorry, he's not taken out. He gets a headshot on that player there.
Gets punished. That is a still only a single tick. Time winding down. York can't just play as passive. They have to get on the point. Quota needs to get a pick here. He needs to get a pick here. Why is he pushing off? I mean, I get for the reload, but now time is going to wind down. You have little to no teammates onto it. Oh, okay, so they're going to try and hold down the B position to at least extend the time, allow for more pressure onto A.
Got one on both sites. That B player is cleaned up.
Cody needs to get on right now. He does. Player coming through. Trophy system on board. Cat, they need to keep an eye on. Putting these ticks in. What a clutch, though. Tyler Fury going to be able to get one, but it's not going to be enough. A minute added to the board. The only problem is that York invested a lot of lives into trying to get that A site.
Yeah, they're not working with a lot left. They've only got 7 now, so they're going to try and make their way through the middle over to B, it looks like. Working as a unit, you can't afford to lose anybody in this one when you're down in the 10, but they do. Steve able to take out 2 players for Steve.
Yeah, Tyler Fury was... Oh, sorry, that was
Sorry,
Steve,
is that
actually.
Tyler?
No, that was... No,
okay,
no
sorry.
wait, no, I think that was Tyler Fury.
Okay.
The name card said Tyler Fury anyway. Tyler Fury, good positioning. That's why he is one of the better players that we have here. 30 seconds with no lives remaining on the York side, so it will be a 3v4 for 9 lives. And at this point, look at the positioning of Ontario Tech. Like, it doesn't matter what happens. You can even see here Tyler Fury going for the flank. No one to speak of. They need to get these picks in now, but these last few seconds, you need to. Nothing will come through Zim. Steve is down. Quota needs to get on. Havoc, it will be taken down. Ontario Tech take the first round.
Yeah, that was a good hold by Ontario Tech. I mean, they had the lives advantage. There just wasn't much York you could do by the end of that one. And I think it goes back to a lot of that the time they lost trying to take that site in the middle of A.
Yeah.
They just lost too many bodies there and weren't able to.
Oh, good
that's
stick.
a nice stick. Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
Kills him before the stick, I think.
Yeah.
Or no, it wouldn't have.
It was a case where it really felt like Quota. He was there. He got some 3 pieces. It just didn't manifest enough. Where it didn't feel like York was given enough room based off of his positioning to be able to actually get the A site fast enough. So we will switch. York will have to defend. And of course, as you see here, Ontario Tech will immediately go for A.
Slick's able to pick up the first blood, take out one of those Ontario Tech players. Quota gets around the back and takes out Tyler Fury. So they're now got all of the Ontario Tech players off the site here.
Yep. York doing a good job at just maintaining that cat control immediately and essentially gives back A. Quota on site, playing the corner. Doesn't see OTSU come on the board. Tyler Fury coming in so quick, and even though York is collecting, they're still just shutting him down the moment they get onto site, though. You can even see here Havoc trying to take care of the respawns, taking as much damage as possible, able to take out one, but immediately with the respawn coming in through, Dabo trying to take a wide angle or at least force some pressure onto B.
Yeah, we see one player at B. Opt doing a good job of killing players out in the spawn here, but he is taken down. And still, no one's able to get onto site quite yet on either of these sites.
Ontario Tech finally getting some ticks away. Quota, they still don't see him. And there's a reason why he's positioned there, not only to cover the respawns, but to also to handle the point while his teammates do get the respawn. So you can see Opt trying to get a pick for himself. Will be punished. Now Tyler Fury with another one for himself. Going to be able to clear off this one. A essentially donezo if they can get another tick onto it, but York trickling in.
Yeah, we'll see another kill for Tyler Fury. Able to keep making some more space for Ontario Tech here at point A. It looks like they're going to get this final tick in a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, York are just going to position themselves for the B hold, which is a little bit easier to deal with. Though Ontario Tech have a lot of lives to work with. And already look at how Zim is watching that high post. It has so much damage onto it as picks come through, forcing Ontario Tech to have to readjust off the respawn for that B push.
Dabo gets a kill on site there for B, so he's still working his way towards that first tip.
Look at Havoc. Havoc tries to get the flank, but is punished. Needed to get the kill onto Steve.
Ontario Tech still holding the points, now contested as a few of the York players make their way onto that site. A couple kills, trades going out, Quota finishes everything off, and he's
so disorganized. Yeah, Dabo, like, he's doing a great job at staying alive, forcing the attention away from the rest of outside, but the moment York is also, or Ontario Tech is forcing York into so many awkward positions, like, they're not really setting up, I think, in a way that's meant to control B, but more just to get individual picks off of B.
Mm-hmm. This is a really close one in terms of lives as well. With a minute left, both teams only have 7 players left.
Wow, so what a read from Dabo, excuse me. Getting the read onto Slicks, who was trying to get the flank in. Now this is where we're starting to see the control. I mean, look at the map. You can see York trying to take more wide angles to at least get more flanks onto Ontario Tech. Though Ontario Tech whittling away. York, no lives remaining, but same with Ontario Tech as we are coming down to the wire. 3v4, 2v4. Havoc needs to hold this, gets one pick, going to be eliminated. One last one, but it's the worst position, but he will be eliminated. Ontario Tech take round 2.
Yeah, that was a very close one. Ontario Tech able to just come out with that one, bringing it down to the wire.
Yeah. I mean, Havoc had so much potential from this position. He was able to get one. But I think this is where, you know, you cut your losses. You try not to get that third pick. You run immediately into the underground rather than just try and like stay on point to clear it up. I think at that point your lives have more of a priority.
Yeah, definitely could have been a good idea to try and pull away from that, reload, give yourself a second, and then get back into the action.
So we will get going into round 3. Ontario Tech on game point. They will hold on, and already York making a fight for Cat.
Quota's going to kick things off with first blood here as he starts going towards capping A around the backside there. Gets another kill.
Havoc, good pick. Havoc going to play from underneath. Put some pressure onto B. Or at least wait for the pick onto B. Dabo just coming straight onto A. Slicks holding down the cap position. Already picks coming through. Ontario Tech doing a decent job of just maintaining that A control as York setting up on the wide perimeter areas to focus on picks on Cat as they make space to enter onto site.
Got a bit of a gunfight here. Dabo able to pick one up, but he's taken out by Slicks. Quota comes in, picks up a couple players as well. Havoc, the rest of just all of the York team right now, getting kills on the board, reestablishing that control in that middle area. They're in a good spot to at least get a tick on one of these points.
They might be able to go into B first, but it shows a bit of panic, though, the fact that they're just focusing so much on B now. The car blowing up will actually take care of 2 players. That could be disastrous, especially as these respawns slowly winding down. Quota needs to get a kill here, doesn't. York is going to be cut off as well by Tyler Fury. Perfect read as well, makes this a 2v3 scenario for this A site.
Yeah, we got Tyler Fury taking some shots at them there. Not able to kill one, so York is still holding A, but you can see the Ontario Tech players are all swarming the site.
Dabo putting some attention onto the B side, going to play through cut. I think this could be dangerous, especially as York is kind of funneling through. Quota playing that wide peak again. Going to cut off, going to be able to take care of Steve. This might be the flank that York is waiting for, but it's too little, too late. York will be deleted, and are going to have to try again with 13 seconds left.
Yeah, not very much time for them to work with Quota working his way onto the Cat. They're all going to come off this balcony area and see if they can get onto site.
Onto site, but it doesn't matter. Everyone is being limited. Sleeks, you need to get onto site right now. 0.0 seconds. But this will be done. Ontario Tech will take the map.
Wow, that was... I didn't know you could have it at 0.0
I didn't know either.
seconds.
That must have been 0.04 or something.
That was crazy, but yeah, not able to hold it, unfortunately. Or fortunately, if you're Ontario Tech and they get that round win, map win as well.
So that will be Ontario Tech taking a lead in the series, but so much of this was just every single off angle that York was attempting. They tried to send Quota to come in as the flanking position, but as much as you look at the KD here for Quota, it really didn't work out. I mean, I think it was a combination of the teammates just couldn't get the positioning to set up properly. They invested so much into A site, and this time they couldn't even take A site.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. Just didn't work really out in their favor when you're looking at Quota. You want him to be the flanker there and get everybody cleaned up. Just didn't buy them enough time.
All right, let's take a look at the power plan here of our computer.
Oh yeah.
All right.
On our stream, we got a little visual of the Ontario Tech players. They're looking happy that they won that map. Now on match point.
I wonder if they're talking smack.
Like friendly young gentlemen, to be honest with you.
They don't
look like huge smack talkers to me.
I don't know.
Could be guessing wrong.
All right, so we will be going back to Volt this time. However, we're going to be going to hard point for map 4. I think every series thus far has gone to map 4.
Nice.
For at least the on-stream matches. It's the thumbs up all the way across. Players are good to go. We will be going into hardpoint. Honestly, Ontario Tech, as much as York, as much as I would like to admit it, so much of it is like just really rough in terms of reads as far as where Ontario Tech are coming from, especially in that mid area. They're fighting and getting Cat very well. I think it's fair to say, there's so many times where I've seen Quota, or specifically Steve, just get punished, but they don't know what to do with it And the moment that a kill comes through on that cat area, the moment that they do, Ontario Tech just flicks right over to it. And there's no one there for the trade. And it just, that's the immediate punish I think that Ontario Tech are taking advantage of.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out for hardpoint. See if York University can adjust to that. Somebody doing their emote. Oh, you're telling me.
No, someone did it in game, and I did it because it's fun.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
it is BM, but I love it.
Rage-inducing in the final circle.
Okay, we're underway. Game 4, series point here for Ontario Tech, and already we do have first blood courtesy of Havoc. York coming out early for that P1 as Quota. We'll see if he can commit to some flanks again. I think he's going to get punished here. Yep, you cannot rely on that wide angle too hard and go chasing, or else Steve will punish.
Yeah, a lot of good kills coming in here for Steve. I believe he's on a 3-kill streak right now as they hold that point, and York is spawning now at the other side. They're holding all the angles.
Yep, Zim on the board. Haven't seen too much from him, but this P1 point is incredibly hard to hold, and it does snowball, essentially, especially if you're able to get some trophies down in that P2 area. But once that P1 is capped, you can see, like, no one barely on the board. Ontario got 14 from it. Once you get the P2 area, you really can snowball that into P3 and P4 consecutively.
Yep, Ontario Tech did a good job of clearing out all the York players at P2 there, and they're now going to be holding it down on the York team, making an advance up the side behind the palm trees.
York doing a job leveraging the long range from the AR. So look at Steve again. Tyler Fury, 8 and 3, and be able to handle everyone at a long range.
Once again, York University all stacked up in one area, and they're quickly taken out again by the OT.
Gosh, Tyler Fury. You won't see it on the kill feed on your stream, but he is balling right now. Those Slicks doing a solo job on point, waiting for the respawns of his teammates. Now, you can see 2 and 8 on your screen. Zim and Opt going to take a long-range fight to see who can secure that P3 zone.
Yeah, this long-range fight is getting interesting. Nice trade in the middle that goes in Ontario Tech's favor, pardon me. And they're going to be having a gun advantage in this long-range fight.
Yeah. Essentially, who can set up early, and I believe York will be doing so. Zim trying to watch for that counter-rotate. Quota coming in perfectly on the kill against Steve and Tyler Fury. York handling this one kind of nicely. They were able to take out that outer control relatively easily, but it's going from P3 to P4 that's going to be so determinant for this game.
So we got a gunfight. The Ontario Tech player wins that, and they might be able to pick up a couple extra.
Good pick. I hate this angle so much. It's so hard, man.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a head camp almost.
He actually bumps out from it. Dabo's going to try and get the pick from balcony top.
So you see Tyler Fury rotating over for that next point, P4. Going to try and get the establishment. Going to get established down there, sorry.
Yeah. This is where P4 is incredibly difficult to retake. So if York can at least get some presence. And you can already see they're trying to take down top on this side. So Havoc will. That gives you a angle into P4, but you have to wait for the rest of the setup from the respawns onto P4 from every door. Oh, easy there.
Maybe in a reload.
I think he was caught vaulting.
Okay. And that gives York control of the point again. Yeah,
that's a take. They're playing this pretty cleanly. I'm not gonna lie.
See Tyler Fury's just waiting on, trying to get into that point. He's taken down by Off.
Punished. That's why it's so hard. This is because there's so many angles from that interior air that you have to be careful of on that P4 side.
Yeah, there's an incredible amount of cover and just little spots you can tuck into.
All right, well, Tyler Fury able to get in, be able to collect some points for Ontario Tech, but now they're going to have to fight for P1. Look at Quota. He's currently behind. He needs to get a pick on Dabo to be able to clear this up. Needs to be able to get there. He needs to, and he finally does. York able to clear this up. He gets the reload. Quota stuck in the reload. York, it's collapsing in front of them. They need to be able to clear out. Tyler Fury doing so much damage onto this York defense for this P1.
Yeah, this has been one heck of a fight for this point. Tyler Fury on a 5 killing spree, I believe.
It's 18-9 right now, man.
Yeah, that's
We're not even halfway.
Just snapping.
Beating my Havoc. Be able to clear up. Not going to bother going on yet, though, until it's secure. Needs to get this kill, and does. Havoc finally starting to pop off in this hard point. Going to be able to collect one, and he will be able to collect Zim, but will get traded out.
Yep. York's able to get there again. You can see them setting up as well for the next point, P2. Got a little bit of a numbers advantage coming in there.
Going to fight for P2, and I hate retaking this because so much of it is just based off where you can cover. But you're doing a good job of covering not only the garden area here. Actually, that's such a great job from Opt, doing everything himself to cover this P2, and with it, securing this point.
Yeah, absolutely. He wipes out all of those attackers coming down the laneway. That's huge for the positioning of York. They're able to hold this off for so much longer because of that kill.
Oh, and there you go. There you go. Opt covering that tank position, just absolutely decimated all momentum Ontario Tech had for this point. We'll see as we transition over to P3. Slicks gonna hold this one for garbage time. Dabo able to cover the rotates coming in through cut.
Yep. Ontario Tech starting it out. They've got a player on the point here. They're going to keep holding this thing. They are the player on the side. Yet picked off.
It's often Dabo again, playing that long-range fight with the ARs, both playing the head glitch positions. And especially for this point where it is, unlike Control, where B point is in that garden side favor, this one is purely in the middle, where both teams on each side, depending on spawn, have a position to play with. So you can even see now both York and Ontario Tech fighting for that interior P1 position, so you can get an easy touch on through cut. Slicks getting a 2-piece to be able to clear this up.
It's going for that third on the guy in the balcony here. I don't know if he's going to get it. Balcony player Dabo able to get a few shots back at them. And Ontario Tech's going to kind of abandon that point, start setting up at the next point.
P4. And you can see they're going to have to go piece by piece. They're going to have to carry that art top position. Dabo. It's just all need to be cleared up. Opt potentially could just collect P4 himself, or at least take care of Tyler Fury. Of course not. So Dabo will get taken care of. Tyler Fury taking down York, and they're going to have to try again, coming from more around P1.
Yep. They get the pick on Shanks there. Dabo able to kill one from the balcony, as well as one for Tyler Fury. Or Steve. Or Zim. Who's blank on the kill?
I believe that's Zim, I think. Yeah. So Steve finally getting punished from art top. I think Yarrick, yeah, they're just going to play for P1. They're going to, again, this is a point that's so, the fact that they got it the first time was already incredibly hard. They're not going to put in all that effort to do it because they haven't cleared that top area, or at least leveraged it in the same way that they did previously. So they're just going to play for the P1 position, and already Zim and Opt will be fighting out first. They're the anchors. They're going to go for it first. And with it, it's going to be Ontario Tech looking for the pick. Slicks trying to take out one. He does. Tyler Fury taking out two on his own. Slicks will get punished by Zim.
Yeah, still nobody's point really right now. It looks like York has a bit of a better hold, but the player's taken out by Zim and Tyler Fury.
Oh, look at these. Oh, jeez. Quota, again, trying to take care of, like, the rotating positions. Able to, and that's a fight you need to win. Ontario Tech, they're clawing this one back. They're losing gunfights. York are losing gunfights, and it's starting to hurt more and more as Tyler Fury, 31-18. The man is on the board.
Absolutely, just putting in a clinic this game in terms of kill death.
Pick Opt. Oh my god. Opt trying to solo, put the team on his back, and now that actually opens things up for York to just fill in. But at this point, it's already transitioned over into that P2 position. We already saw York struggle with previously.
Yeah. Ontario Tech's in a good spot right now. They're able to see a lot of those long lines and hold York into more funneled positions where they're able to take out one or two of them at a time.
That's a good pick, though. Wasn't expecting the wide spawn as well. So Havoc will come through. York finally collecting. They just need to stay alive for the rest of his teams to spawn, especially with the spawn switches. Both 1 and 4, Slicks and Quota finally getting the spawn. Ontario Tech going to be able to get on.
It's a good pick for Op. I think the Ontario Tech player.
Oh, Havoc! Whoa, what a two-piece from him. Going to be able to catch the head of Dabo coming out. And with it, collect the rest of this time on P3. And now we move to P4. But the thing is, look at Dabo and look at Opt. They have him positioned, so it's going to go straight to Ontario Tech, though Quota will be able to clear it off. It's going to be a wide battle as York tries to handle Dabo in that top position, because that is such a dangerous position, especially going into this 2 points.
Yeah, that was a nice couple of picks earlier there by the Havoc and Think players to create some space for the York team, but they've been cleared out since. And now Ontario Tech's able to get onto the site.
The pace of this right now, like Ontario Tech couldn't take the normal positioning that they wanted to coming from P2, and it clearly shows. I think they tried to set it up, but York, they weren't willing to take those long fights initially to start off. Now you look at Quota and Slicks, they both have advantage positions, but also York is now rotating already to that P4 position. The only problem is now Steve is there, and he's handling every single player that's going to be rotating solo by himself as he takes care of Slicks.
Yeah, that was a great kill by Steve, able to create a lot of time and space for the Ontario Tech team here to set up on site. They get a trophy down. Another one for Shanks on the site, or Zim.
Yeah. Love One Piece. Just kidding. I hate One Piece. Oh, you needed that pick. Tyler Fury, 40 and 24. Gonna just absolutely smurf on these kids.
Yep. Ontario Tech takes the lead for the first time in a while in this match.
And so much of it is just York have decent positioning. They have these rotates planned, but they're not executing on them.
Yep, this could be a match point if Ontario Tech holds on as well. They're up 2-1 in the series.
Actually, they are. This could be done and dusted. York had the chance to push Game 5, but they need these picks. Zim might have done it.
Yeah, some great movement there to get out of the way and then pick up that second kill. And they're going to hold it down.
Yep.
20 points away from victory right now.
That one needs to get cleared. He needs to get cleared. Quota needs to find a pick. He's going to be able to. York has 3-man on. And with the respawns coming from Ontario Tech, 1-man on Cat going to be taken care of.
Big kill for Havoc.
Just kidding. Oh my god, Dabo's still there. So much could be riding on this if he can take out a pick, but no. He's just watching for the rotating player and will be punished.
Big kills by Quota to get that mid spot cleared out a little bit. Gives them a little bit of time to set up on point.
Slicks, oh my lord. They're just covering these respawns so effectively right now. I don't think Ontario Tech know what to do. The respawns, they're just getting punished so incredibly hard, and every single player that comes through into that interior area right now is immediately taken out, and it's not stopping here. We have such a close game on our hands. Tyler Fury! 2-piece for him. The 3, capping the point, giving Ontario Tech one more chance as we transition over to P2.
Yeah, that was incredible. A 3-piece, I mean, maybe not a triple kill, but 3 very timely kills for Tyler Fury. And
oh, dude, he's still just roaming. He's preventing any sort of attack from York. They're on the respawn. This could be done and dusted. Ontario Tech have absolutely dominated the latter half with this game. Dominated through Tyler Fury. Ontario Tech take the series.
What a play there by Tyler Fury at the end of the game, just cleaning up all the York players. They didn't have a chance to do anything.
No. That was just the epitome of an example of, like, letting a player go kill, go burr, and just eliminating a team. Like, it really felt like York had no option of how to deal with a lurk from Tyler Fury, who was just sitting around, always left as the last man on any point. And regardless of what came through, just York, no matter where they rotated to, Tyler Fury is there. 47 and 28 for this man.
Wow. That's a dominating performance. just a clinic. I already called it that, but I'm out of words.
No, dude, it's true. I mean, dude, we saw Tyler's Fury, you know?
Yeah. Nice.
It was an incredible performance from Tyler Fury. I really felt like I thought York really had it because the way that they were positioning themselves was so on point. They were able to put it in wide, especially for that the P3 area. They were able to control both vantage points on. If they had set that up, I think, a little bit earlier and were able to, actually leverage that sooner in that point, they could have transitioned, I think, to P4 much sooner and would have given a better fight. But every time it felt like Ontario Tech were just a touch quicker to getting to that point. And while York maybe were able to actually leverage the latter half of a hard point, the moment that, Ontario Tech saw it was lost, they just went and locked it down like it was concrete.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very, a lot of foresight went into the planning of their play today, it seemed like.
Yeah.
And, made the difference really in the end there.
I'm really happy with how they played. I think that means York will be the last seed coming out of this group. Still, incredible performance from them. I think, I think they might be the last seed. I'm not 100% sure, but an incredible performance from them. I think this was a very entertaining series across the board. It really showcased the strength of both these teams.
For sure.
All right, so that was our third series of the day. We will be moving on to what will be probably one of our marquee matches of today, which will be, of course, your Conestoga Condors versus Western. So those are going to be banging teams.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. This is going to be an absolutely hype match of Call of Duty.
And we'll be right back. Yeah.
Condors Esports is innovating intercollegiate gaming in Ontario and beyond. We've built a community where you can compete, play, and work in a dynamic program accessible from all campuses.
Condors Esports is more than just gaming. Here, you'll find empowerment and inspiration in state-of-the-art facilities equipped with the latest technologies and unwavering support.
We are varsity athletes, turning victories into championships as high-performing gamers.
We are relentless, constantly pushing our limits and pursuing excellence through every match.
We are Condors. Gaming connects us on campus or online, all through best-in-class equipment.
We're building a foundation of experience, powered by our passion, and developing skills that drive personal and professional success.
We are eager students transforming our dreams into careers in dynamic and emerging industries.
Condors Esports goes beyond gaming, fostering enduring friendships, unforgettable experiences, and meaningful connections.
This is your chance to transform your passion for video games, esports, and technology into something impactful. Learn how Conestoga is introducing Condors Esports to your campus and connect with fellow Condors striving to soar.
We
are Condors.
Hello and welcome back to the C3L Ontario Showcase. Jumping back on the desk is myself, Seymour, alongside Andrew. I haven't casted with you yet today, so this is going to be fun, kind of like cracking jokes and getting along here for some Call of Duty. How's your last game?
That was pretty good. It was a very fast-paced match, especially towards the end. Went right down to the wire in the last game, a hard point. OTSU versus York, which is the other two teams from the bracket we'll be seeing today, but OTSU, Ontario Tech University. Student Union, they came out on top. They won 4-2. No, 3-2.
3-1.
3-1.
Yeah, 3-1.
The 4 was in my head because it added up to 4.
It was a close hard point, honestly.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to go to a map 5. I thought they were going to get it done for York, but no, it would have been York's second game 5. But that kind of closes things out for those two. And I think for Ontario Tech, finishing the way that they did, they got a lot of work to do. Same thing with York, as both of them most likely will be playing from the losers bracket later on, or for the future of this tournament. But we're taking a look right there at Group A, and this is what we're seeing. OTSU and York University at the bottom. OTSU would be 1-2 right now. York University would be 0-3 after that. We're going to be taking a look, you and I, at Concord Esports Varsity versus the Western University team here. Both of them 2-0. They've taken down OTSU and York University. And this is going to be a good litmus test for that Group A and see, who is going to come out on top. But let's get a recap of Group B going on and see what's taking place over there.
Yeah, we got the Brock University in the lead right now. Condors Esports Academy team is in second place, and the Carleton University is in third with 1 win. UOttawa yet to find their first win of the day. As long as this hasn't been updated yet, I noticed we had a discrepancy with the first group, so maybe there has been slight changes to this, but right now it seems like Brock is in the lead. It's going to be an interesting match today. This one is back in Group A, Condors versus Western University.
Oh, it looks like it just got updated in front of us.
Oh, it did.
So there we go. So Brock's still up in the first place, but UOttawa 0-3 across that. That's a little bit, I'd say, surprising to me, because even versus Condors Academy, like that UOttawa team, and I was kind of talking about it with some of the Condors guys, is that it really didn't feel like that UOttawa team was really showing what they all got. It definitely felt like they had some more in the chamber, and you could see glimpses of that at time, but you never really saw it in full effect.
No, yeah, I was on the observer for that one, so I got to see a lot of the game. I was trying to, switch through different players, but it did seem like UOttawa wasn't getting dumpstered. They were holding their own, right? And,
they were.
And just unfortunately, they're not able to capitalize on those things, the stats that matter, the wins, and in the win column there.
And some really good hard points coming out from that. But for this game, we can move forward away from that, back into Group A, as we're taking a look at the two top teams, Western versus Conestoga University's varsity team. And for that varsity team, we got a little something cooked up here that we can play for you and introduce exactly who's going to be representing. Well, the Condors there looking good. I think this is a team that everybody was excited for in Conestoga and representing. They've been showing out so far today.
Oh yeah, they've had a good day, good outing today, and they've been a fun team to watch. I've had the pleasure of casting them all season, and they started things off really slow in this season, but were able to turn it around in the second half of the season after they played some tough games with St. Clair College. I don't know if you're familiar with them. They're a bit of a powerhouse in our loop. We had to start off with them and Columbia, who are two powerhouses in the loop. So we went down first 3 games of the season, didn't win a map, and then the Condors turned things around, and they became a very fun team to watch. You could see the improvement and the skill go through just as they developed over the course of the year. And again, that was on Modern Warfare 3, so it's very fun to see how they're playing on. See how they're going to play on Black Ops, because they are a lot of a very skill-based team.
Yeah.
So I think it'll very much translate into utilizing that on the movement.
No, I think everybody's excited to see how teams really kind of evolve within the infancy of this game. It's still a lot to learn within Black Ops 6. But we get a look at the maps set for this best of 5. Protocol. Not too much to kind of look forward to in terms of diversity between maps for these first 3. But if it goes the distance to 4 and 5, we got the Vault, Hardpoint, and the Skyline Search and Destroy. I know the Vault, I was talking a little bit to Jay between games, when I was on my break, and they don't like Vault on the side of Conestoga. So to see it come through, I think that's a little sneaky one for Western. If they can kind of weather the storm into that map number 4, Western might have a chance to push into that map number 5. But for this Conestoga team, a lot of them feel very, very confident for this matchup versus Western. They feel that this is going to be a group that they should top flawlessly. That's what they said.
Oh, that's awesome. A lot of confidence coming out of the Conestoga team. You'll love to hear it. There's a little bit of a good backstory as well between Conestoga and Western. The coach of the Conestoga team, Eric Pottsy, he actually went to Western University and helped establish their Conestoga team, their Call of Duty team at Western University. So this is kind of him versus his previous creation. If that makes anything.
You can think it's like a little bit of a rivalry there for Pottsy himself. But there we get the updated standings for this group that we're looking at between Western and Conestoga. The Condors trying to top this one. Western seeing if they can upset one of the best teams that we're looking at here at the C3L land. And it's definitely doable for Western. I think a lot of potential in these players. And I think they've been playing excellent so far today, especially against OTSU and York University. But from what we've seen so far, for Western is that it's still some stepping stones to take, especially considering back in their first game of the day, they took the team that we just watched on stream, York, to a map 5. Is that kind of surprising to you after seeing them?
A little bit, just considering that OTSU is also kind of in the losers bracket. And in the second game of the day, Western was able to 3-0 OTSU. So it's interesting to see, OTSU beats York. It's like almost like a triangle of why did Western have so much of a hard time with York? I mean, it could have been like just the first match of the day, getting their legs, getting their bearings. But definitely very interesting to see how that added up.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a step up for this Conestoga matchup for Western. I'm sure these players are really excited to kind of test what they've been working on and seeing exactly how they fare up against this team. But for our hometown heroes here for Condors Varsity, a little bit of changes too from what I understand heading into this season, and the fact that they're gelling. I know that they didn't have as much success in TXP4. They lose out towards the bottom side of the groups. They go into the losers bracket. They don't make it as far as they hoped, and going home a little bit disappointed after this Saturday. It's a lot of work that this Conestoga team has been getting through, and a lot of hurdles that they've been getting through as well. So to see them ironing that out here at a LAN at their hometown, it's really good for the crowd.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely just being a student at this college to see the influence that esports is starting to have. A lot of people, as they find out about it, they're like, whoa, this is cool. We have a whole establishment, a whole room for esports to take place in our school, and the development of it has been great.
It has been. Well, here we go. We got Conestoga versus Western getting cooked up. You can see the players on the camera getting lobbied up, trying to iron some things out. I think it was a little bit of over-eagerness, false start to get into that game for the protocol. But for protocol, map 1, 2, and 3, I mean, you're going to get used to seeing protocol
for sure,
a whole lot, really fast. And for a team like Conestoga that is very structured, I know, kind of dissecting some of the brains of this team, they like to play the fundamentals, especially in that hard point. And somebody like J. Ray, who likes to run routes, is going to try to be working those rotations as best as he can. And we saw it earlier, and I was trying to talk to Willow about it too. A map like Protocol is where those rotations will come in handy, because once you get into, your P3, P4 rotation, it's really easy to force the spawn outs across the map, and then you're just holding irons towards the top of these buildings, catching people on the rotations. And if you get set up over towards P4 after a successful P3, you got a potential kind of to soak up over 60, 70 points between the two. There's a lot of potential between those two, and I think for Condors, you're kind of looking forward to seeing them try to get into that trend.
Yeah. Condors able to get first blood to start things off. Frizzy on 2 kills right off the bat. A third one for Frizzy as he takes the point. And now he's in there going to hold it as the Western team starts to come around that side for the point.
So it's better spawns for side of Western. A little bit of time off the break, but they're going to have to drop into contest. Hyper looking for the slide around. 3 for Western as they clear out the hard point. Now looking to lock down some of that time, see if they can equalize, but what they really need to focus on is this rotation and make sure that nobody from the Condors can cross this line of scrimmage and flip them out.
Yeah, looks like the Condors are making their way in, but a few of them are cleared out. They're kind of stuck on the side there, maybe starting to decide, hey, it's maybe time to go for P2. Dremo out from the window here. This couple nice kills.
And it is going to leave an opening over towards that P2 rotation. Western should be able to beat them out, but don't have a proper setup. Sa's going to find Frizz up close and personal. Allows Western to jump into the time and start to push this lead, but Condor's not too far around. Looks like Frizz is looking to make a play. Has to drop down from the ladder, and it's Teddy above actually to clear him out. Still Condor's fighting. A back and forth trade. All yellow, though, taking over. It's a 4-for-2 trade for Condors to get back into this one. And Western still with the close spawns, looking to jump back into the time.
Yeah, that was a great job for the Condors to get control of that site there. All just overloaded Western's team from the top there, and doing a good job holding down the site is the Condor player. I believe that's J-Ray, name not showing up on the kill feed.
No, he's got the 48. It's not going to pop off anytime soon.
No, the dreaded 48.
There's nothing we can do here, but trying our best. Western in the lead right now. Condors again focusing on the rotation over towards P3, and this is kind of where I set things up for them. This is going to be a very powerful spot for Condors to set up in. If you can catch a couple of these players on rotation, really lock down some time here, you can start to pull ahead in a little bit of a lead, but Western through the front doors, putting together some kills. Saw up top, lovely help onto his teammates there. It's 3 down for Conestoga, who are still spawning into the back. Before I say that, J-Ray, a rogue spawn across that, so potential to possibly pinch this out. It doesn't seem like anybody on Western is going to be ready for it, and as soon as he does, letting the AR sing. J-Ray breaking back in from the front. You got the teammates right around the corner. Conestoga right back into the hill.
Yeah, that was a fortunate spawn for J-Ray. He was able to make his way in through that door, and they now have position on the hard point thanks to that kill coming in. But Saw is on a 5-killing streak, quickly put to an end by Dremo. Dremo's taken out by Shanks. Now Western back on the hard point.
And for this rotation over to P4, we've seen teams lock this down. We've seen it be a little bit of a struggle sometimes to break. So seeing already battle down and towards the bunker, it's going to be important to see who comes out on top. Western, the first one's into the time. Saw, can he go on that spree yet again? Shut down this time by J-Ray, but the job's not done. Players from Western still looking to put some pressure on from the outside. Shanks looking for some eyes, waiting for the rest of the team. J-Ray gets traded out, 3-on-3 for the hill.
Yeah, Conestoga still holding this hill. It's a nice one to hold because you get a lot of protection from the backside, and J-Ray and Dremo are just holding it down. Saw's able to get his way in, but he's quickly taken down by Dremo as well, still holding this point.
And looking to flip this lead as well for Conestoga. It was a quick lead for Western. They held it for a little bit, but seems like the time might be up. Shank slides in. Amos at the ready. Swaps the handgun, but not going to be able to put anything together. Dremo's putting a spree down. He's on 3, but it's Frizz on 5 in a row, who has now the Hellstorm as well as the Barrage. The Hellstorm is something that we're going to be looking forward to later on in this one, especially for Protocol, which is a very wide open plane.
Yeah, very fortunate not fortunate for Conestoga. They've just been doing a great job holding that point. They're going to make their way over to P1 again as we go through the second rotation. And it looks like Western is the first team on the map holding Condors out of there, who are a little staggered in their attack here.
There's a 3-on-3 still. Dremo in behind. Pistol's going to clean that up. And sprees across the board for both of these players still. It looks like Shrieks on the board for Dremo. He's going to get cut down by Shanks. Western still only down by about 20 or so points, almost 30 points here in favor for Conestoga. Heifer going to slide on in, but he's not going to be able to stay alive. You still have players all across the map. Big spread here for the Conestoga Condors, just watching from either end, making sure that Western can never set up properly.
Yeah, trades going in from either which way for both teams here as control has been going back and forth, but it seems like Conestoga's had a little bit of an upper hand in holding this point. Now Western is on the point, and they're able to set up, hold these angles behind the turret there, and Conestoga is deciding maybe, hey, let's go for P2.
And they already have the setup. They're going to beat them there. Conestoga rarely have been the first ones to the hill throughout the entirety of this protocol. And the fact that they're in the lead, this is now where you look to see them pull away. 3 down for Western. They're going to be spawning all the way deep in the back spawns of P2. So close to hit this yet again. And Heifer's going to wait to hit this with a full 4. And you see the kills to open things up. Starts the break and finds it flawlessly. 4 down for Conestoga.
Yeah, 3 big kills for Western there. You can see Conestoga is now spawning on that opposite side. The spawns have flipped. And Saw is there to clean up one of them, but they overnumber him, and they're quickly making their way towards the point as well.
And they even find their way back in for Conestoga. Fortunately for Western, you lose that time, you're still down, but you have the rotations to nil. And we saw that Western were able to put together quite a strong hold back at this P3 hill. So looking to replicate this now in the second set of rotations, possibly even pull ahead with this one, but they're going to have to hold on this upcoming Condors hit. It's going to be a 3-on-3 to play, and Dremo waiting to go up top.
Yep, they're down by 40 points right now, so they've got to hold on for that. Condors making their way onto the site, getting it contested, now taking control after a couple of quick kills. And J-Ray able to get a couple kills right there, getting on site. It's going to hold the site for Condors. Western has to spawn on the other side of the map, so they're going to try and make their way through the middle, but are quickly getting gunned down.
I was going to say, you're crossing through the middle of the map. That's no man's land, and these ARs are just frying Western to pieces. The lead continues to grow for Conestoga, now 178 playing 122. A couple sprees as well yet again, as you can see that these members of Conestoga, they just do not want to die for free. Western grouping up for one more hit at this last hard point. Heifer's going to slide in for the contest, but quickly taken down. Now for Western, you got to start thinking about this P4 rotation. You need to make it a good one.
Western's starting to get on site for the P4, but a few of them who have gone in there have already been taken out. Kill for Heifer makes a little bit of space on site, but it's still a contest, and J-Ray picks up a kill on Heifer.
Well, Shanks does slot in behind, and his battle's not done just yet. Conestoga going to eclipse the 200-point mark, starting to set themselves up for the winner's circle of this map number 1. Only 50 points away from making it happen. Western just haven't been able to get themselves a stronghold in what seems like 3 or 4 hard points. And really that is reflecting in the scoreline that we're seeing right now. So they need a break soon, and Shanks is looking to lead the charge back in. Heifer's going to find a quick 2, but the trades for Conestoga holding them in this time. Frizz is soaking it all up, and he is shutting them down.
Yeah, some great kills by Frizz. He's on a 5-kill spree now, and he's just continuing to hold this site. The Western team doesn't know what angle to come from. They're coming through the bottom, the rock side there. They're coming through the hallway, and they're just getting shut down by Frizz every time they try to get on site here. Another one for Frizz as well.
6 seconds left. Last chance hurrah for Western. They're going to be there over towards P1, but here's the Hellstorm now from Frizzy. J-Ray's going to catch Teddy through the middle of the map. It's going to leave this one open, and you can see those Western players. They are running to the hills, but there's nowhere you can go when Frizzy is tracking you down with a missile. He's going to blow you up and secure the map for his squad. 250 to 122. Condors coming out swinging.
Yeah, unbelievable. They really started to run away with that one, especially those last 2 points. And that Hellstorm, like you said, he got pretty hyped about it, but just to hit him with the split-off missile and then finish one up with the controlled missile is just, yeah, that's good night for the Western team right there on map 1.
That's the thing with that Hellstorm. It's just so devastating when you have not just one missile, but 2 other missiles. Yeah. They can do just as much damage. Yeah. There's literally nowhere to hide there for Western, and I feel like it was a great start for this Western team. They kept it really close throughout that first set of rotations, but as soon as we got into the second set, and Western started to fall behind in those early rotations, and even when they did, they were being broken in the first maybe 10 or 15 seconds. They weren't getting a lot of time against Conestoga, and a couple of these players for Conestoga, every single time you looked at them, they were on, 6 sprees, 5
Yeah.
sprees. It just like they weren't losing their battles. It started to really fall behind for Western, and you look forward towards the rest of the series, and it's got to be something for a lot of these players on Western. You are punching above the belt. You need to start slaying out better.
Yeah, you mentioned a really good point in the middle of that map. I think it was just an offhand comment on this, but you're like, Conestoga doesn't want to die here, and that's a lot of what we saw is just the ability to hold that point for maybe 2-3 kills, even if you don't go on a full 5 kill streak, is just does so much with the use of your life there.
Yeah, it even sets up the rest of your team to follow you up even if you do die. So a very good game one for Conestoga in the hard points. And you know what? That sets us up for the Search and Destroy. Not a new map. We're going back to the protocol. So we go back to back and, back to back to back eventually once we do get to that control. But for Protocol Search and Destroy, it's a lot similar, I'd like to say, to what we have been seeing for the entirety of Black Ops 6. And it's a lot of, early offensive pressure in a lot of these rounds, especially with that timing out for the knife. You look towards the attacking team to quickly either cross through the middle of the map unchecked. The defending team can stun them out, can name them out, but it's not an easy thing to do. So you're looking at the attackers with a lot of opportunity here on Protocol to really make that first move and establish them on the map, looking to take space.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how it's going to play out with both of these teams' play styles, especially, like you said, the wide openness and the balance of this map makes it quite interesting. I don't actually know particularly where each bomb site is. We'll see in a moment, but...
Well, the A-bomb, the closest one for the attackers,
Yes.
is where you're going to be going into the bunker where P4 is. The B-bomb is over towards the helipad on the far left side from where you're looking from the attacking side, so where you're looking at on our screen, eventually where you guys will be seeing as the viewers, is going to be on the far left side of the map. So B site is definitely an option here, more of an option than some of the maps that we have in Black Ops 6, and that's just because the timing that you can get through the middle of the map and set up over towards the opposite house. And maybe we'll see it off the rip here for the attacking side, but I'm not sure what Conestoga is going to bring to offer for the offense, and it looks like they're just going to bang out A right away. Trying to get that plant off. Teddy has to make sure you play your life. You do not want to go down for free here, and it looks like Western going to have to play this retake.
Good job by Conestoga to get onto the site. Still no kills yet, but the bomb has gone down, and now they've just got to hold A. You can see Western is kind of circled right around them, so we're going to see how they make the retake here.
You got to drop down Spiral as well as the elevator, and it is a trap laid down. J-Ray only good for the first one. It's Dremel actually traded out. A couple of kills for Western, down to a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2. Shanks and Saw looking to put this one away. 23 seconds to get this one going. Frizzy over the top, but no, Western taking the retake here inside of that A site. Not an easy one to break, but a huge pickup from Teddy to trade out Dremo over towards the elevator. Draws so much attention away from those players in Spiral.
For sure, yeah. Just being able to get that quick double kill as well, or the 2 kills, I think it was between 2 Western players, but just able to get those 2 and then to make it put the odds in your favor against Frizzy for that final kill. There wasn't a lot he could do there. He tried to go over, tried to play some mind games. Unfortunately because I'm being biased apparently. Unfortunately for Frizzy, he didn't get through that, and he was taken down. Round 1 goes to Western. We're going to see Western on the attack now. Let's see what they decide to do. They throw some grenades out. See if they can catch anyone off that rotation at the beginning. And the bomb is going to be sneaking around.
Oh, Frizzy, doors are open. Saw, thought you could get across, but no. Conestoga is going to meet you for that first blood, and the door's wide open, allows for them to actually catch that player on a rotation. So Western kind of almost bottlenecked over towards this A point. There is no avenue over towards B possible.
Yeah, they're going to make their way along the side here, trying to still maybe a little bit to go toward B, it looks like.
They're going to try it.
And a lot of people in the windows just got their eyes set on exactly where Western's going to be.
Well, that's why that try is going to find no success. Frizzy just flying on forward. He's going to be traded out by Shanks, but 20 HP and Shanks nowhere close to collecting this bomb. You're hoping if you're Shanks that you can get something out of Teddy here, who's taking a long route all the way through Spiral, but as he's making this happen, Shanks ends up going down. It's going to put Teddy into a very tough spot. 1 versus 3, makes himself known, finds the first kill, but great around the corner. Conestoga answer back.
Yep. Real good way to stand strong there and just, you have your teammates back. little bit of tough positioning for Shanks. You know, Jay was ready for that as soon as he heard the shots in the hallway. Able to get there and take out Teddy off the map.
So for Conestoga, I mean, not too bad of an answer back on their defense. Just shutting down that pressure towards mid from that attempt towards the B bomb. It puts the bomb all the way down as well through a very tough spot once you go down over towards P1. The second player who tried to make it happen, I think that was Heifer. But look at this. They're going to go for a triple nade through the middle of the map, make sure that Conestoga can't do that to them, but instead Conestoga going through P2 all the way around tower. 3 players going to meet that. Sock gets caught off guard. First blood for Conestoga again. And now they have a chance to fully wrap this through the building of Western.
Yeah, that's a good start for Conestoga. Another kill picked up for Neb there as he is going to get one more. And it's now just a 3v1 on Teddy at the last alive.
Teddy's going to have to go all the way through. Clearing out their building, up the zip, finding J-Ray, putting an end to that 4 spree. But again, it's Teddy in a 1 versus 3. Bomb down, he's going to fly at them. Catching another, Dremo chalked off the board. 37 seconds for Teddy to bring this one back. And the bomb is not going to make this any easier. Teddy has to do this with 7.5 seconds left to hit that defuse. Both players on the crossfire. Teddy makes it a 1 versus 1.
Some great shooting by Teddy. You thought that player would have had him as he had the sight line, but Teddy was able to take him out. And Teddy getting a few shots on this last Condors player.
Neb is low. Backed up. 14 seconds. He's got to play his life, play that clock. He's going to spin around. Teddy just trying to catch this up. There's no time. He's done enough. It looks like Neb just bring it right over the end for Conestoga. It got a little bit worrisome for a second there, but when time is on your side, you just got to stay alive there if you're Neb. But you are breathing one big sigh of relief.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job by Neb to just evade, stay alive. He got a few shots taken at him. He gets hidden in that helicopter and gets away from him.
You got to give some respect, though, to Teddy for making that possible. A 1 versus 4 near clutch in that round. I thought he was going to do it.
Yeah, there was a good chance. There was a real good chance that Teddy could have pulled that one off, especially after he hit those shots from the higher angle there.
But it's Neb to ice up, ultimately bringing Condors into the lead back-to-back rounds. Back onto the offense for Western. Last time they got nothing done. This time they're going to take a shot over towards A. Met by some players from Conestoga down in towards the bunker. It's Frizz looking to prey on some of these members. He's going to find one. Immediately traded. Bomb still in the hands. And there's a player on the flank. It looks like Dremo is going to try to get in behind all of this. He's waiting at the top of the elevator for a chance to strike.
He's going to drop down, try and get his way in. He's got the information, that there were players there. He gets one, but is taken out. It's now going to be... Sorry, I didn't see who that was who was going to go up the elevator.
Western down into a 2 versus 2. Can't count this team up. Teddy made you know that. This bomb's going to go down. Condors giving this one up. Playing in for the retake. 41 seconds. Frizz jumps on down. Saw's going to be caught, so J-Ray giving them a chance here. Teddy in the 1 versus 2. Can he clutch up this time around? J-Ray slides around. Teddy's going to be spotted with the aim as he rips them apart. Another round for Conestoga.
Yep, made pretty quick work of Teddy there, unfortunately for Teddy. And Conestoga able to get this defuse, go up 3-1 on Search and Destroy here. Yep, good round. You could see just Teddy, is not a lot you can do, is just try and hold that line. And was beaten in the gunfight as he had the outnumber. He still had to watch the back too, so I think that put him in a little bit of a disadvantage. He came around the corner, maybe after checking behind him, and J-Ray was just already just looking at that angle.
That's back-to-back rounds for Teddy, where he's found himself in a 1vx situation. You got to look at the rest of the team here for Western and play your life a little bit better. You just can't keep putting Teddy in unwinnable spots like that, because although he's been making them close, it hasn't been to any avail. So first blood again from Conestoga. Saw drawn. Teddy's in behind. He's going to blast right through the door. He gets the bad timing, and I don't actually think Frizz recognized that. Teddy's going to take down J-Ray. Now on the hunt for the next one. Through the walls, Dremo shut down. An answer back from 2 for Western. And ultimately, we find ourselves in now a 2 versus 1 for Neb.
Yep. It's a tough place to be in a 2v1. You've got the bomb, though, so you have a little bit more information. Now making it a 1v1.
But it's doable. And Shanks is right around this one. He's looking to get this trade. Neb with the read, and puts him down!
Great read by Neb. Probably heard those footsteps coming. He's like, okay, I just got to hit these shots. Try for the jump play by Teddy, but Neb locks on. He's got it. And it goes now down to up to 4-1 for Conestoga.
What an insane play there from Conestoga, just losing out on a couple of his battles. He got a little bit worried because Frizz had no idea that Teddy just burst through that door.
Yeah,
it must have been a weird audio thing going on right there. But
no, some good composure to finish that off regardless. And we're going to see Conestoga now on the defense. Western could be their final attack. Or sorry, it's 4-1. I thought it was 5-1 for some reason. Could be their second final attack if they don't win too many. Going to see them go for that 8-point again as well. But they've got a little bit more established presence up in the mid spot by the two artilleries.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're trying to find a kill. And J Ray's going to feed it to him on a silver platter, trying to hit the route. Saw's been waiting. And it hasn't been making any progression across the map. They've just been waiting for Conestoga to make themselves available and finding themselves just kill after kill. Dremo's going to be caught as well. It's now all down to Neb. He's going to take some shots, gives himself away. And in a 1 versus 4, now Western, they just got to plant this bomb and post up.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough order here for Neb. He's got to get his way all the way around the map and take out 4 different Western players, which is not impossible, but sometimes unlikely.
We just almost saw a near 1v4 for Teddy. Neb, 6-3, on 3 in a row. Gonna look to see if he can catch some value in this. 24 seconds, not a lot of time to work with here and a lot of angles to check. He's gonna slide out, and he doesn't even get past the first one. Western finally taking a second round.
Able to get themselves back in the win column there. It just once they went up 4-1 there. It's good. It was a good strategy by them, I think, to post up in the middle and focus on thinning out the herd a little bit before they started their attack. Going to be round 7 now. Condors up 4-2, and we've got them on the attack. We'll see what they do with the bomb here.
That's not.
It seems like not the right gun. Yeah, and that was a glitch on Call of Duty's end, I believe.
I think he just had the wrong class out. Probably just swapping to get Ninja back, but it is Western back onto the defense. Saw once again getting caught in that first blood. Teddy eviscerated off of the second one. That's going to push Condors over towards A. Now looking to roll out the red carpet to a 5th round victory, 4v2.
Yep, that bomb goes down for the Condors. It's a 4v2, so they've just got to hold off these last 2 Western esports players. See where they're coming from. It looks like they're going to try and make their way in through the tower there. One in the backside of the boat here.
Down to big door. Player number 3. Frizz taking the long wrap around. Catches Shanks unaware. Heifer now put against the odds. Bringing it down from a 1v4 to a 1v2. But there's only 20 seconds left, and we just saw how difficult it was for Neb to bring this one back. J Ray for some initial shots. He slides out. J Ray puts it away, and Conestoga moving their way up. Map point.
Yeah, that was some good shooting by J Ray. Able to just, be patient, wait for this last player. You had some intel on where he might be, and you're able to hold that last line off. Although, you can see Heifer gets a few shots on him. That could have been close in that final kill.
It could have been close, but even still, it's just countless times we're fighting Western, just fighting against 1vx situations, whether it's Teddy or Heifer there. It's not a winning recipe for this team, and you can see that Conestoga are just doing a good job at drawing out these mistakes and how confident they are at taking these battles. Western, the patience paid off for them a couple rounds ago to get their second round on the board, but it doesn't seem like that patience is still all there. Bomb's going to go down, laid the rock at A. 3 versus 4, Western now looking to hold on to their map life.
Yeah, Dremo was able to start things off with that first kill on Heifer Lou. We're going to see what goes on now. Shanks is in a gunfight with J Ray. Takes him out. Sorry, that was Frizz. Another one for Shanks. He gets another one, and Saw takes out J Ray.
For J Ray, last alive slides out, and he's not going to be able to grab it either. So Western holding on now and showing a little bit of force in that post plant too. 3v4 getting that bomb down. And knowing that that bunker, it's a bunker for a reason, because there's really only 3 areas that they can come from. And majority of these players love to retake through that big door. you do a good job there if you're Shanks to find those opening 2 kills. It not only equalizes the odds, but it gives you that man advantage to start that trade fest back and forth in the bunker, and that's exactly what takes them across the end in that next round. So Western, 2 more rounds to look for. Back onto the defense. If they can force a round 11, see if they can light a fire.
Looks like the Condors are going to be going once again for that A site. It's been the favorable site for this whole map. Just the easiest one to get to. We get a kill right off the bat for J-Ray, I believe, or it's Frizzy.
But Teddy's able to answer back and slips away. 3-on-3 bomb. Yet to get planted. And Western almost setting up to look for this retake. Teddy on that spiral staircase. It's going to be Dremo actually to be caught out. Shank slides right in alongside him. So 2 quick kills coming out for Western. They're collapsing and they're shutting it down so far, climbing their way back in the search.
Yeah, they're really making a game out of this one. It's now 5-4. They just did a great job of getting rid of all the Condors that were on site there. Not a lot that Neb could do to get out of the sights on that one. He had 3 Western players coming toward him.
So 4-1 up. Eventually 4-2 up. Now Condors starting to slow down a little bit towards the search and destroy. You're seeing Western back on the attacking side, and this would be a good opportunity or a good time to throw a little bit of a curveball out. I liked it last time when Condors, switched things up and took their attacking side out towards tower, see if they can catch somebody trying to rotate towards that big door. Heifer is going to be the one looking for that timing. I think he actually spotted Dremo into the top window. Back over towards A we go, and Frizz is here to shut the door! Frizz finds 3, and just like that, it is over!
Wow, that's some great shooting by Frizz. Able to get 4 on that. Just all of the Western team knocked out right there. Or sorry, it was J-Ray, but the kill feed was showing us Frizz. That was J-Ray doing all of that.
Yeah, J-Ray taking that last final kill in the rounds and giving it back over towards Conestoga, continuing their success from map number 1. The Condors, man, they look good. A little bit shaky towards the end of that protocol, but for back-to-back map wins, a very strong look in that hard point on protocol. Now feeling confident enough to set themselves up for a possibility to go completely flawless inside their groups.
Yeah, that would be pretty awesome for the Condors to just go completely flawless. They're hosting the tournament. That's something that you definitely really want. I'm not going to be too biased here as a Conestoga student, but I like what I'm seeing. You know what I mean?
I think a lot of the Condors fans like what they're seeing right now, but gonna have to wait a little bit to see a little bit more as we got protocol control coming up next. And for Western Esports, if they want to put their foot down, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep here in this last group stage match for Group A. We're going to head to a quick break on the desk, get things set up for that Map 3 control. And when we come back, we're looking to see if Western has what it takes.
Esports is for everybody. That's what makes this so special, where there's not a lot of barrier to entry. It's, do you have a passion for gaming? That's all it really takes. There's so many different things involved in this. It really does take that full team to make a successful event run. And that's what this program does. You got the lighting going on, you got the video capture going on, you got the whole production crew that are packaging this all together, you have the shoutcasting that's happening. We want to be, that pinnacle for esports. We want students to come here, learn from industry best, and launch their careers in esports. You have that new arena that's being built. To have that investment through the college, it proves a lot. We're invested in this. This can lead to something really big and something really neat and something that you're really invested in. It's a billion-dollar industry, and we really can't wait to see where this goes.
Hello and welcome back to the C3L Ontario Showcase. My name is Seymour, and actually made a little bit of a swap up between breaks. Andrew had to take a step away, and joining me back on the desk is the man, the myth, the legend, the buffest man in the room, Seb Dot.
I don't feel that jacked right now. This turtleneck makes me feel small, but thank you for the kind words. Very looking forward to this one because I've been hearing the volume coming from the actual player room, and oh man, the Condors are talking a lot.
Really?
They're talking a lot. They're talking. They're doing the talking.
I mean, Western's not too far away from Conestoga. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump, just a couple hours down the road.
It's funny because it's like complete opposites of like Smack Talk, where Conestoga, they're like an 11 in terms of volume, but then Western, they're also talking smack, but it's like I can't.
Oh yeah, man.
You know, get smacked. Like
oh yeah, man, get smacked. Like,
yeah.
oh jeez.
Oh jeez, get smacked, bud.
Oh, get smacked, bud. Just watch out.
Yeah. So, it's yeah, like you mentioned before while we were off air, it's a bit of a smoke show right now. That S&D got a little dicey.
It did.
It got a little dicey. I was watching it, and you could tell even when Conestoga made map point, it was like no smack talk. It was just, all right, business. Like, you know, we got to close this out before we can talk anymore, right? And it was still 6-4, so.
You got to kind of think for a second that maybe that caused a little bit of disruption in the vibes for them, because Western were pulling themselves up by the bootstraps towards the end of that protocol S&D, and you got to give some respect to, you know, players like Shanks and Teddy, who are really trying to grind through that S&D. Heading into this map 4 or map 3, we're going to be going to protocol control yet again. Protocol on the docket. Again, we're going to be saying that, you know, Shanks is Drin, and I am Wing is Neb. So,
okay. So, yes, I am Wing is Neb, Shanks is Drin.
So
good to know.
We're kind of dealing with that right now.
Having that on the docket and actually having the reminder for that is actually incredibly good. Not just for the audience, but also for us.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that.
Things get a little bit confusing sometimes, but that's okay because we're in this together, and it's a journey that we get to take with you, the viewers, and you, the viewers, get to take with us. So heading into this control, Western on the attack, it looks like trying to get over towards this A zone, clear things out. Drin doing a great job at playing a little bit forward past the spawn of Condors, but as soon as you turn back around into this control zone, it looks like just not able to fully get things going just yet. Frizz doing a great job at battling his way back.
Yeah, and typically we're going to see more and more fights around that A site, and typically a lot more pressure around B just to alleviate that A site. As we're seeing it already, Western collecting themselves onto the A site, with it collecting any picks they need to clear it up.
And the A zone's been neutralized though, so Trappa's going to be able to slide right back across, try to clear off the rest of these players. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Sabian back around.
Well,
hello.
Looks like connection to host has indeed been lost.
And it doesn't look like it's just us. It
No,
does
it looks
look
like
it's
the
everybody
match
kind
just
of
crashed.
dropping out from that one. So
I think it's early enough that they're probably just going to reset it.
I think it's early enough that they're going to reset it as well. I mean, the round just started. Yeah, Conestoga was in full control of that round for sure, but it's control. It could have swung either way, and you know, you could have got a last-minute hurrah from that A zone by Western to get that capture. Things could have still there was potential for things still to elevate.
It could have snowballed
and escalate. So I think it will be a general consensus to restart that map 1 from the beginning. You don't expect Conestoga to really, I'd say, argue with that, with the way that things have been going so far. Even back in towards the hard point.
It would be a little beyond.
I was going to say, even towards that hard point, this Conestoga team, it was a little bit of a contention early from Western. But as soon as some of these players on Conestoga get going, in a map like, or in a game mode like Control, where lives are so important, you know, if Dremel goes on another 5-6 spree alongside J-Ray, like, it's going to really make a big dent into the Western team. So Western have to be aware of not throwing away the lives like we've seen back in that hard point and back in the Search and Destroy as well. And they need to make sure that they're locking some of these kills down before working their way into the objective.
Yeah, and I think especially when we're looking at Jay and how pivotal ARs can be on this map. Having that outside control around B before like big door, and then around in the mid area around like obviously the 2 center buildings with lockers and whatnot. It's been a big factor, especially when trying to maintain that B side control. And trying to just get guys on that point. Get guys on that point, prevent any sort of respawns from the defenders to come on, holding down that wall area and tower. Like, there's so much angle and coverage that you can, it's why I like snipers, I meant, but it's also, there's so much coverage you can get from those ARs just from that left side on the attacking side on control on this map. And it creates a bit of a bottleneck, but not one that's impossible to deal with. I actually find it kind of fun.
No way, shape, or form are we seeing snipers in control.
No.
That is...
No, absolutely. I'm not saying they're going to be, but I'm saying that with how accurate, for example, the AMS is, it's not that it's a sniper necessarily, but it's so incredibly accurate that you can hold down quite a bit off the AMS alone, just holding down outside.
You can. It beams. That thing does fry. But we did get a little bit of a quick bit, and I mean, it's like we know what we're doing here. It's going to be a full fresh restart for Map 3. Server crashed, so players are just getting lobbied up yet again. Things just waiting. I'm sure admins have to make sure that everything is happy. No, it's just different camera angle.
Oh, okay. I was like, all right, yeah.
They flipped around. Those Conestoga jerseys are so fresh.
They're pretty nice. You know, they're pretty nice. I love what collegiate people are doing with jerseys nowadays.
Oh, yeah. They're leveling up the game.
Yeah. Because I think people are realizing, like, dude, the only way you're going to get investment into, like, your collegiate program is if they look sick. And, you know who I will say I think was ahead of the curve on that? FaZe Clan. They were, before 100 Thieves, they were, like, the ones who had, like, the weird hoodie as jerseys, you know, organization stuff. And I thought that was really cool. And then 100 Thieves kind of came in with that, and everyone started buying the crew necks like you did. What?
Dude, I mean, like, that is, like, generations behind. Like, the Fnatic. Like, you're missing out on a whole lot of different organizations.
No,
come on.
I have a Fnatic jersey from, like, 2016.
Yeah,
I'm talking about, like,
FaZe Clan put it on the map for jerseys.
No. I'm talking about the streetwear style jerseys, you know, with the hoodies and the crew necks and stuff. Like, that, you know, that was cool. But
cool.
We're seeing more of that from different collegiate orgs.
I would say the
really cool.
Conestoga jerseys, it's like a Call of Duty camo. I mean, you're looking at a different hue for like Red Tiger or Blue Tiger or something like that. It is fresh. It is so fresh. But look at this start from Western off the read to start. You get A-zone captured right off the rip. And they do a great job at just electing to value the kills off the break-off over diving into the zone and trying to fight your way from the outside in. So they get those kills, they capture A, and now they have 2 whole minutes and a life advantage to get this B zone.
And not just that, I mean, okay, they're going to play it pretty aggro, I think, trying to hold that under area with it. See Dremo pushing up forward and just preventing any respawns from going to that outside area. One's going to tag on Teddy. Am Wing taking down another J-Ray. Of course, holding that outside position, going to be able to rappel upwards. This is a dangerous spot, but will be punished.
And you can see that the feed lighting up purple is going to add some pressure to Conestoga now to work fast off the respawns. They do get those close spawns because you can see player number 4 Saw actually blocking the back spawns for Conestoga and forcing them in towards the tower area. So a little bit of a misplay from Western there. It doesn't seem like Saw really had the read on where to block those spawns. Even still, you're getting pressure over towards A. That first tick of progression is in. And yeah, you called it. Player number 7, J-Ray, has pushed all the way deep in towards the Western side. And that is an issue for these Western players.
Yeah, it's helping control the spawn a little bit, though I think it has just been mitigated because he has pushed far up forward as... Yeah, which one is Shanks again? Is that Neb? Drin? Okay, so Drin just coming in on the respawn. Of course, J-Ray will get punished and taken out. That actually leaves full possession here for Western as the respawns come through for Conestoga. That's a wrap. That's a wrap.
This is going to go fast.
Something's
got to go. They got to contest this. The contention down in. Frey's going to jump from up top and coming to save the day for Conestoga. It's not done yet.
I think I heard a scream from here, but all the respawns coming in through. Jay playing under, going to play around Spiral. I think actually he's going to push up. Dremo putting a trophy down and getting as many picks as possible as the ticks clear.
Where has this Western been?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. Like, where are they trying to push from?
No, I'm saying, where has this been in the first 2 maps? This is a new look at Western as a 7 life deficit, or 7 to 11 life difference for Conestoga's to try and hold on to the rest of this one. Heifer on the flank, 7 and 4. He's going to take down Frizz from that top tower area, sliding in 17 seconds. The double stack is through. They got some pressure to worry about, but if they stay inside, they can capture the zone. And 6 ticks of progress out of Western after getting nearly fully held before the restart. That is one hell of a turnaround.
Oh, and if you're Conestoga, you want to take that back. I mean, listen, the coverage of the different, choke points were there, and you could tell that they were trying to just control different areas of the entry point in that big door area. But then they kind of forgot that, oh yeah, no, there's actually people already on it, and it's so incredibly low, and they capped it.
And man, that shakes things up for this control, I'll say.
Yeah.
For Western, I mean, shout out to Saw there, 9 and 5 across that first round, really being a nuisance towards Western, always moving into their zone, or for Conestoga, and always moving into the Conestoga side, catching some of these players off guard, cutting off their rotations, and all with a jackal in hand. He's going to unfortunately drop on down over towards B, and J-Ray's going to be spotted. The slide out from Heifer, the double chow is going to take him away from that position. And it looks like that's going to give a chance to hop the zip line and get into the building of Conestoga yet again.
Yeah, but if Dremo can hold down this upper area, it can be so dangerous onto anyone who's trying to push the B site. But now we're seeing Western camp a little bit under the position, actually trying to push through, as now we're going to see some control and maybe even more so damage on that A site.
Look at this, Heifer leaving the player on zone to the rest of the team, turns around, takes him down. That's Neb getting cleaned up. Only a tick of progression on that A zone so far. A minute left, and Western are just doing a good job at playing in the face of Conestoga and not really letting them breathe at all. It just doesn't seem like Conestoga have any footing underneath them to stand on.
Yeah, it really feels like Western, they're isolating these particular spots with 2v1s, especially these vantage points that, Conestoga, they're pretty confident in holding their positions through these vantage points, but the amount of 2v1s they're isolating to completely eliminate it and then force them on the respawn it's ruining Conestoga.
It is, but still, they've been doing a good job at holding on to this A zone, just contesting it as they can and keeping that time bank pretty up there. 31 seconds, third segment almost done. Neb's in the base now of Western, and he's going to look to do a little bit of damage to the live count that Western are sitting on. Teddy traded out. You have some scans over on B and A. Contention over towards A, but the point's going to be secured. That's Neb finishing it off on that end. Now the B zone being worked on. A minute 30, 14 lives playing 13. Neb's going to cut off a player through that tower, and Saw's got to be patient here. You cannot jump the gun.
No, but Dremo trying to hold an advanced position, and with all the respawns coming through, he's going to have to be very careful playing in that mid position. Players dropping like flies, though Western doing a decent job from pushing from under. And the big door area will be a little bit exposed, as now Conestoga playing passive.
Somebody from Western's got to neutralize this. That B zone is so close to getting that second tick finish off, but it doesn't seem like anybody wants to move into no man's land just yet. But with 2 going down, that's going to be an opportunity now to finish the second tick of progression. Condor's going to have the double stack. Somebody's got to come to the rescue for this Western team. You have a flank down the stairs. Heifer getting caught. A double kill there. Dremo and J-Ray fork down for Western. And Conestoga stepping up to the challenge and answering back with an offense.
Dealing with every single push through clear comms and clear shots. The Condors will tie up this game. And finally, presenting a challenge to Western in this control.
Round for round, that's going to mitigate that tick, I'd say, advantage that Western did have going for them. And you thought for a second that Western were going to be able to get it done. It took a while for Condors to actually get that A zone captured. It wasn't until, the 23-second mark that they actually finished that off, and that leaves you with not a lot of time to get over towards B, and there was still like 11 lives on either side. So for Condors to walk away with all 6 ticks and an 11v11 at one point, that is a major upside for Conestoga now. And it looks like it has completely shifted gears for this team as they are fully taking over the defensive side.
And I think that was Western's first kill And even then, Conestoga, just the amount of AR shots they're hitting continues.
Oh, boy.
Dremo on a clinic, holding down this point, not letting go.
No, not at all. Just look how far these yellow arrows are pushed up on the map. The line of scrimmage drawn in the sands, and Western cannot move any further. Neb's going to claw it together too. 4 in a row for Gemo. Frizz as well on a streak.
Saw though.
And Western, they need somebody to crack open this shell.
I think Saw was just forcing that positioning. Dremo, the eco child chase, so clinical. And even then, look at this push. 5 kill streak for J-Ray.
Gotta watch out for those pumps, Frizz. We're watching. We got red cards ready to throw up there. No snaking on my watch, but Dremel, Frizz there. On 6 in a row now. Sliding in back towards this. See if he can get that artillery barrage. Now working towards that Hellstorm missile. 20 seconds left. Only a tick of progression for Western as they are getting snuffed out. The dimming of the lights right now. Nowhere to go for Western.
Clock will be winding down. This has all been Conestoga from start to finish. Not a single ground given. And finally, Western can get on some points. Hold that clock at bay. Stack on point. Kills going through. Potentially one more. That will be A captured and a lifeline given.
With 7 seconds left. Double the lives right now of Western were Conestoga. And you can see this one's going to go down to the wire. 53 seconds, Western. I mean, it's a chance, a small chance, but there's a chance.
Look at Teddy, look at Teddy, look at the flank here. Coming all the way from behind, potentially could be disastrous. J-Ray going to be able to collect. Western playing it slow, just trying to reserve as much picks as possible, but Teddy coming all the way back through, collecting one, only one. J-Ray going to be able to punish.
Neb in top, Grandma's just punishing some of these members. 12 lives pinning 4. No more respawns for Western in this offensive round. One last chance, but up top, again, Neb just up in such a tricky position to take him down. And with just 2 lives left, I mean, for Western, you're looking back at this offense saying, man, this could have easily just been one take a progression for us that whole time. The fact that they got A in general,
crazy.
It's more than they deserve.
I think it was legitimately something that Conestoga wasn't expecting. They weren't expecting a full stack on A. At the last second, they really thought that it was just going to be, they had enough presence. That scrimmage line was so far pushed forward. They didn't realize that, especially Saw, when he pushed up so far, he kind of scattered the rest of the Conestoga players, forced them to play a little bit back, that they weren't, going to risk playing overextended. And at that point, the Western players were feeling confident in their positioning that they could play towards that gun position and eventually capture A. Just it wasn't good enough. So Conestoga on match. And
I'll say, watching that offensive round, for at least the first, 2 minutes and 53 seconds of it, it was just like somebody just got the wind knocked out of them the whole time. Western.
See a nuke on the board, dude.
That would be crazy. It's happened before. Shout out Justin Pistachio in the CCL back in Cold War. But Condors, man, what a way to resurface back into that defensive side. Got a little bit shaky towards the end there, but they get the job done. Now back onto the offense. It's going to be a B hit right off the bat. They're already on, and there's already a segment done. The second one is going fast, and who's going to put an end to this one? They're spawning so far away. Somebody's got to dive in and stop this. The quadruple stack, and B is gone.
And how often do you see B being secured first, and so quickly, too? They were able to take care of the entire team wipe. Now we can see Saw pushing far forward, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible to cover that A rotation.
I could probably count on one hand the amount of times that I've seen that
what does Teddy do?
At B. But another double kill. Pushing into the spawn of Conestoga. Frizz should be able to shoot a couple of these players in the back. Teddy cut down, Saw nowhere to go. J-Ray so far pushed up, waiting for the players to challenge him. And Western are just being snuffed out here. Conestoga chasing the potential 3-0 sweep versus the Western Wings. And at the moment, nothing is stopping them from taking it on protocol. The stack is in, the 3-0's out, and Conestoga go flawless in their groups.
How did they even lose a round? That was the cleanest sweeps of the last 2 rounds I had ever seen. It felt like it was literally just a bunch of bronzes on the other side.
Well, that is a little much. For the
Oh, well,
Western
still,
Giants. They
listen.
put up quite a fight in that control. I'll give it to them.
Listen, in that last one, especially for capping that A, but this one, it was just a complete rush down, like all the way through.
Well, I mean, for Conestoga, they stepped up to the challenge. I mean, you give up that first offensive round and you have a little bit of nerves there playing against this Western team. Obviously, from that reset, they had some fire lit underneath them that they wanted to deal some damage towards this Conestoga team. But quickly, Conestoga rose to the opportunity to meet them there. And as soon as they met them, they just dropped them right down to size yet again. This Conestoga team, one of the best that we're going to have here at C3L, and they're just proving it in their groups, topping it 9-0 in map counts against both, York, Ontario Tech, as well as now Western University. Incredible run here from the Condors.
We really thought Western coming into this. I know they were a bit of a question mark, but of being the second seed kind of in this group, you would expect, at least a map, or something. Not saying it's bad. It's just clearly Conestoga playing on that home turf has been a huge, huge benefit to them.
And you noticed a little bit of a trend, and Andrew and I kind of were going through this when we were looking at the groups. I mean, you had Western take York to a map 5, beating them, and then you had York getting beat by Ontario Tech 3-1. But then Ontario Tech was beat by Western 3-0, and then we're just sitting there thinking, what is going on in this group? And Conestoga, they're sitting there licking their lips like, all right, we'll take you all on at the same moment. And they looked good doing it, I will say. But for Western, I had a lot that impressed me from Western throughout, especially the search and destroy. I think there was a couple moments where, they were getting a little ahead of themselves, giving up some lives for free at the start. Teddy was a very strong player throughout this whole series that, honestly, for Western, I'm excited to see Teddy do more with this team. I think that he is definitely a player to look out for in future matches, especially heading into the bracket play now, and alongside Drin too, throughout that, playing under Shanks throughout the control and towards the back half of that search and destroy. Drin was making some major plays for this team. It's just taking all that individual prowess and sticking it all together for this Western team. That is what is going to send them over the rest of the hurdles here, especially for C3L. But we're setting things up now away from the group stages, Seb, and we got the bracket play coming up very, very soon. And I'm excited for a little bit of bracket play. We got double elimination across the rest of today and into our Sunday, folks. This is kind of winding down now. And we'll see you on the other side of this break with some more Call of Duty here at Conestoga.
Conestoga College is setting the stage for a new era in gaming. In 2025, we're opening a state-of-the-art esports venue, a premier facility for high-performing gamers in Canada.
In this 10,000 square foot facility, we're putting you in the center of the action. The facility will have 50 top-tier PC stations, 5 console stations, immersive VR stations, a team operations room, a full production suite, and a premier competition stage.
Esports is a rapidly evolving industry with global viewership of 532 million in 2022. This initiative goes beyond esports. It's also a platform for forging bonds, making memories, and creating connections.
Since 2020, Condors Esports continues to evolve, providing industry-leading facilities and experiences to the esports community.
Conestoga's esports venue expresses a sustainable and intentional future to compete, play, and work, all powered by gaming.
Hello and welcome back to the C3L Ontario Showcase. My name is Seymour. With me is Seb again on the desk as we are winding things down here for the end of the night. We only got 2 more matches on stream and we're leaving the group play. We are jumping into the bracket plays. This is where the fun begins.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned winding things down. Are we winding things down or are we winding things up? That is the question.
In intensity, up.
Well, yes,
but
in intensity, but in terms of the day.
And me going to sleep soon, it's going down.
It's going down. But we're just as excited as ever. Here are the groups and the results. Of course, 9 points for your Conestoga Condors. 3 wins, 0 losses, no map losses.
No, 9-0. Flawless as could be for the Condors. Hometown heroes, I'm sure the fans are looking to at least cheer for that. As you know, it's been a little bit of I'd say improvements for Condors after falling short at TXP 4, not having the greatest showcase for some of these members at TXP 3 as well. Western just behind them, 2-1. A lot to look forward to that, especially got to give a shout out to Saw from Western because he finishes the group play with over 200 kills across 3 matches. So that is incredible. Yeah, around 220. Sometimes we don't get the
stats in the sheet, but we know what it was.
We have a general idea, and we know that it's over 200. Without one S&D, it was around 202. So we know that for certain. But looking over to Group B, topping things off, Brock University and Carleton University. And at the bottom, that Condors Esports Academy. They take down the UOttawa in a very close matchup that goes to 4 maps. But it's going to be UOttawa ultimately going through this one 0-3, unfortunately.
Yeah, Brock looking pretty good as well. We saw, of course, the first match of the day was Brock again. And they're a team that all like the Conestoga Condors are just oozing confidence. And we could see what the seeding of this bracket is here. In the upper bracket, we have Conestoga versus Carleton, and then Western University versus Brock University. So the first seed of Group A will go against the second seed of Group B, and vice versa. Group B first seed will go against the Group A second seed. Bound to be banger matches, but then on the lower side, we have OTSU versus UOttawa, and then York University versus Condors Academy. That one, in particular, I think, of the lower bracket matches, is sure to be a banger. Regardless, we're starting things in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and, for the upper bracket, you look at a couple of these matchups, and, for example, Carleton versus Conestoga for a first map. Our first matchup that we're going to be looking at, a second one that we're going to be looking at later. There's a lot of friendship from team to team in there. And these are players who, across TXPs, across, Challengers lands in Toronto, any sort of Call of Duty that's been happening in the Canadian scene, these are players who have been very present in that scene. So they know each other, they know how they play, and I'm sure that as we're going through the winner's bracket, it's going to be very fun to see how they interact with each other throughout these maps. It's going to be intense in terms of rivalries possibly against them, or maybe some friendly banter. I know J-Ray's been getting kind of loud in the pit lately, and
friendly?
I'd say not as friendly, but
well, you know what?
Maybe a little bit more friendly.
It is friendly because even though Conestoga were talking as much smack as possible, we were, sitting with them as they're dissecting the post game and figuring out, here's what these particular nades meant, and just talking about the game in general. So it is friendly in a sense, as much as it can be given the circumstances, and especially because, of course, Western being on the other side of the upper bracket obviously wants Western to do well against Conestoga's competition in Brock, who is, of course, the main competitor here this evening in that upper bracket.
I've been told countless times that, when you look at the bracket, when you look at the teams who you expect to be in that grand finals, Conestoga is what a lot of teams have on their minds to beat, and same thing with Brock on the other side. So that's a good shout. 2 of the best teams we have here at the C3L Ontario Showcase. But even towards the bottom side, I think there's a lot of surprises to be expected as we're kind of intermingling between groups as well through the 3 and 4 seeds. And to have Ontario Tech just barely kind of edging out against the likes of York in their matchup, and now potentially going to be playing the sides of UOttawa from the other side. That UOttawa team, and I keep on saying it, I don't think we've seen the best out of this UOttawa team, and I think they've yet to showcase the best that they have to offer. So I think in terms of the lower bracket, there's still potential upsets. There's still some what-ifs to be happen, and there's no certainties on that side of the bracket. I think one thing that has been very known, and a lot of people, I think I was talking to Eric in particular, the coach of Conestoga, and he's saying that without a team like St. Clair here at C3L, it is really open to any team walking away with a championship at this one. I think for Canadian Call of Duty, you got St. Clair on a pedestal at the top, and then everybody at this LAN are fighting to see who the next up is.
Yeah, it's legitimately a best of the rest, but also who is kind of next up on that competition ladder. Obviously, throughout the course of the spring semester, you're going to see more and more matchups between domestic teams, and those are always really exciting across really any esport, whether it is in Call of Duty or outside of it. But it is very much cool to see that we are getting a LAN to determine that sort of title. Obviously, St. Clair, they competed in their own tournament. They're doing all right, and they are on their own level. But we also, because of this lower bracket, we get to see the development of some of these teams. We get to see your UOttawas, we get to see Condors Academy, your Yorks, your OTSCs. Like, every single team that we're kind of getting through here is either A, a new team trying something new, or B, just trying to see what works against more of the top tier competition that we have in Canadian Collegiate.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these teams, it's just showcasing that talent is there and putting yourself on the map and the radar for a lot of these teams outside of the domestic matchups, in the international matchups that you're looking at to challenge after this is done. But we got our first match of the winter semifinals. I think we can dive deep into this one. We got Brock University, the #1 seed out of Group B, taking on the likes of Western, who we just saw fall to Conestoga to match in that #2 seed through Group A, and now battling against each other here. Western still have a lot of improvements to make. That was known. Not the best hard point against Conestoga and the search and destroy. It wasn't until the back half that we really saw the best of them. The control, it was good at first versus Conestoga, but then they just fell off the face of the earth, and Conestoga took control. And now versus this Brock Esports team, a big competitor to that Conestoga side. This is where Western, again, just has to ask themselves between matchups, where can things go better, and how do we step up against a team like Brock?
Well, it is interesting to see the map ban. I don't know when we'll be able to have it on the screen here, but it is kind of funny when we're looking at it. Of course, Western had to play 3 protocols in a row, both to their pick as well as Conestoga's pick this time around. Brock goes to protocol first, so that's where we'll be playing, but immediately in return for map 4, we're going to Vault. And then immediately for map 2, we're going to Rewind. So clearly, I think Western...
You're spoiling it.
Did I? It's right there.
Now
it's there. Okay. Yeah. But it is kind of funny. I think Western wants a little bit of a break. They're like, all right, we got battered on Protocol 3-0. We don't want to deal with that again. They're still going to have to play it. At least they're warm on it. That is kind of the biggest takeaway. You're playing one of the best teams on Protocol and playing them pretty well for a decent amount of them.
Yeah, and you're kind of going back to both protocols on the respawn that you just lost to. So the hard point for Protocol, Brock's going to be bringing that out. They just watched this Western team play, and you can see some big mistakes coming out from Western. I think they, I don't want to say fell off for that game #1, but they slowed down for sure. I mean, right out the get-go versus Conestoga, it was a big contention in terms of numbers throughout the first rotation. It wasn't until the second set of rotations that you started to see Western losing the rotation battle and not being the first ones to get into that hill and get those setups. And Conestoga just time and time again were always there first, setting up and locking down those power positions towards the top of these buildings to cut down the rotations from Western. And if you're Western going from series to series now into the bracket play, you have to keep that on the top of your mind. The in-game leader for Western has to be the one to say, all right, 15 seconds left on this hill. We need to start looking towards the rotation towards new. Just be proactive in that sense. And at first, you might struggle, but if you just continue to try and iron out those rotations, you will find success eventually.
I think what I'm kind of interested with is because would you consider Rewind as being like an AR-centric map generally, or does it pose to be more advantageous towards more SMG players like Saw, who we really did see pop off on a lot of occasions throughout the course of this group stage? I'm curious if that's why they went towards Rewind in this case, and for later on, I believe we have Vault, where it's a little more SMG-centric. It's to mitigate the factor of Wonders, which we obviously know of, but also Ziz is still on the board for that Brock team, which, yeah, you either pick whether you want Wonders on the board or Ziz on the board, and you got to pick one. So
I'd say for Rewinds, you get the best of both worlds
Yeah.
between the SMGs and the ARs. And that's saying that, when you go over towards B or you're playing over towards Restaurant, you have to push into Amos, just holding down those irons. But you go into towards A, and it's a bang out with Jackals. I mean, you're playing against those SMGs. You're looking to take those up-close battles, see if you can catch a timing. And you don't normally see the Amos go deep in towards A. Usually they're lingering around towards the bookshelves of window and trying to make sure that you're absorbing that timing and catching that player off guard. But in terms of it being more AR-centered or SMG-centered, I would say that a map like Rewind does have a lot of impact on what value your SMGs can find. Your ARs are going to be locking down the outside lanes. It's where does the difference happen? And if those SMGs, especially on the attacking side, can open up a chance to get that bomb down at A, suddenly you're forcing those AR players that are playing towards the outside lanes to have to retake in very close quarters.
Yeah.
So that's where your SMGs will find value, is if they can get those first bloods and get that bomb down at A, forcing those Amos to go kind of into unknown territory.
Yeah, and like you mentioned with, I believe it is on the S&D side for Rewind, like, again, having to, not only in retake situations, but if you're on the attacking scenario, you can deal with everyone who's in, the cop car in the back and also 18, but then it's actually initiating and getting onto site. But we have our first map out of that way. We can talk about Rewind later when we have another version of Protocol, which is coming up. This time, it's going to be for Hardpoint. It will be our upper bracket semifinal. It is going to be Western University versus a Brock University. Let's get this underway.
Yeah, the Brock Badgers versus the Western, I think they're the Mustangs in general, but
it's something with a horse.
But I think they go by the Western Wings, changed up for the esports side. So you can see, at the top, it's Western Esports for now. We'll just stick with Western.
Western, it's what I've always known Western as. Even when they ran like different collegiate leagues in other esports, it was always just Western University. So that's what we're going for.
Yeah, and I mean, for this Hardpoint again, you're looking at Western to stay proactive, don't get down on themselves, and don't try to force anything against this Brock Esports team, because if you try to force it, I know Brock, this is a very structured team that is going to take advantage of those mistakes. You can see Wreckers just posted up top and towards those buildings for the catching those players on rotation, cutting them down with this Amos and removing them from this P1. 16 seconds for Western. They're going to be respawning on the opposite side, so you flip out. And now for Western, might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise. You can start looking over towards the rotation to tower.
Yeah, Lou also on the board. Heifer playing that back line, immediately switching over to that P2 side. And as the rest of the kills are going to be coming through, we immediately see Brock on the respawn playing towards P2.
Well, Dren up top, immediately read there by Records. He's through the middle of the map. Cool Talk's going to find a second. Ziz on a route. He's already behind. Nobody catches that from Western. And the flank paying off dividends. Now Western spawning in the back of P2. And Brock Esports with a full four-man setup to hold this one off.
Yeah, saw it, needed the pick there, and as the respawns are coming through, they are the far respawns too, so they're not going to be able to fight for this hard point that much longer, especially when Wonders, who's an absolute laser right now on the point. We can see Teddy looking for tower to approach, gets one angle, but will be traded out.
Yeah, and with that, Western, nobody tried to overextend to see if you can flip this one out, so you're getting scrap time. Yeah, that's nice and dandy. You got yourself a tiny lead by 10. But you're losing all these battles. You're spawning so deep over towards the backup P2, and everybody on Brock, aside from Records, are posted up in P3, all ready to soak up this hill.
So we will see P3 come through. Teddy trying to push on. Everyone playing this under area. It's such a hard time when it comes to drain. That's going to be just one face shot over towards Brock as Cool Tux will take care of Drin.
And Western break from the front, so into this time, you spawn out the side of Brock Esports, and it doesn't seem like Brock Esports or Western has caught up on this just yet, and Wonders is going to hit that from the front door. Teddy has no idea. Following up is Records with the Jackal and the Amos. Everybody just gets shut down, and Western immediately removed from that early break. And Brock Esports, their lead stands.
The spawns have flipped over, and with it, Hardpoint will switch over.
That's a good
lower
set.
end, that is. But now we can see Brock, even though they have the far respawn, we do have Wonders on the board, but just going to wait for the rest of his team for a full stack. Actually, I think they're rotating over.
San's going to get caught through mid. It looks like Cool Tux wants to lead the charge through Big Door, struggling through the start of this one, 5 and 10. But it's still okay because he's got some backup from the rest of the team, and the team is what steamrolls their way into this point. A trade from Records, and Brock find themselves in a little bit of a lead from Western, but soon to be swapped yet again as this back and forth affair between Brock and Western has been electric so far. Some nice shots from Cool Tux to the players down in the elevators, but the rest of this time for Brock at least should go their way. Western need to start looking towards the new set.
Yeah, and especially because Western, I think it could be argued they might have overextended a little bit too much, trying to be a little bit too eager. And as we switch back over to P1, Brock trying to fight for every single last point here. Western going to be able to collect the last one, but it will switch over as Brock immediately on the rotate. Western just trying to play it passive, looking for these individual picks by gun.
115 playing 81. It's been a close game up until that last hard point for Brock. As they start to pull away with a little bit of a lead, Western spawning towards the P2 side of the map. Backside of their house. Cool Tux 4 in a row. Watching from that P2 cross. See if you can catch any of these players. Nobody inside this time just yet. It is happily going to be able to touch it on that one. Slides out, catches Dread diving towards the point. Records now on 5 in a row. As it's actually Cool Talks that's messing with me a little bit on what we're going to be looking at. But it doesn't matter so far. Brock just dominating throughout the past 2 hills. And again, they're looking to start working over towards new. There's a big battle between Drin and Records, and it looks like Drin's going to win that out.
Drin's going to win it out, and with it, secure the next point on P2, which can be so important for Western. I think it's time for them to start to get some momentum back in the game with how sporadically Brock are playing around the point, just allowing one man on while they just cover the rest of the respawns. It's been working out for them, but once Western gets locked down, like we're sort of seeing here, it forces Brock into a passive position every single time they're on the respawn.
Well, 45-second difference. Western hoping that this lead can close here and now. Saw sucking up the clock in for the contest. Slides out. Oh, big win onto Cool Tux, but nobody there to trade. Records is going to take you out, and now for Western, it's just trying to find your way back in towards this hill. Drin, pistol, diving on through, player on the ladder. That's a tough one to take at range, especially with the regen coming in, but Saw is able to jump right back in towards it, and Brock giving up the rest of this hill, setting up for new.
It's ambitious, but it does work out in their favor. Sheer confidence, which is what we've seen from Western from the previous series to now. They're keeping it going.
Just flips out. Western doing the right things. They push the issue, and they have cracked the code.
Wow.
Brock now spawning on the opposite end of the map. Gonna have to race through the middle, and Western are here. That lead that once was about 50, 60 points for Brock after the first set was done. Now it is looking to be Western just down by 5.
Brock trying to push in from gun side, but they already are dealing with the flank from Heifer. And although they didn't get the kill, I think it was enough just to distract them. This kill will come through. Records able, but will be traded out. The kill's coming through. Teddy going nuclear on them.
Roaring into that hill. Teddy just wrecking them. And now Western, another lead swap in this game. 162, they're pulling ahead and down and towards P4. Trent's gonna catch another one. Trent for 3 in a row. Absolutely coming alive when they need it most.
Perfect time for the clutch as the point will rotate over to P4 side, having to cover under. And with it, having to hold Spiral. Brock trying to come from different angles, but holding that boat position, looking for the long form pick.
Where have the Badgers gone? Just
haven't
had an answer for the past 3 hills. Gonna need to fight this one from the front. Drin looks away. 3 in a row, looking for number 4. Slides out to the left, catches the first player. That's Records down, but Cool Tux trades it, and Brock, they have the break.
Cool Tux doing everything he can. Though Western, they're going to play a bit wider and just allow the overextension from Brock, waiting for the retake, waiting for the response. You can even see now Western, they're slowly gathering as Teddy going to take the wide approach, try and come in from behind.
This game is so neck and neck between both of these teams. And it really reflects as well from the performances of all these members in the server. Records and Wonders, 2 members from Brock and the AR line that you expect to have some good games. They are 23-12 from Records. But it has been this man on your screen, Teddy, alongside Saw, who just continue to find breaks. Drin went big back at P4, this time to P1. He's going to be the first one to fall. So opened in the hill, Brock jump on. Now their lead up by 10, looking for more.
And with it, that's going to be 1 pick off on top. Brock able to clear out lockers, and although respawns will be coming through, Western taking it a bit wider. Just going to try and go for these huge rotates all the way around, looking for these flanks. With it, Records still on point, though no one's currently fighting for it. Everyone is just playing it patient.
Well, Saw pulls out the Hellstorm. And now it's time for the jump into this one. Cool Tuck, some nice shots, cleans it up with the help of Wonders. A couple kills for Brock Esports, and the Badgers now up 2-17 and counting. Looking to put this one away in the next hardpoint. Western, they're going all in on this rotation. Cool Talk's going to be caught. First one to drop, and it looks like Western now sinking their feet in towards this hardpoint. Some big work to do for Teddy, but he gets caught out, and Brock immediately flip out Western from this one. This could be it.
I think it could be, but still, with the spawn by tower, it allows Brock to get a bit more leverage, and with it potentially putting Western away, the respawns are just too far. The picks can't be done. Brock have clutched it out after a scary affair. 1 more pick for Wonders, and Brock will collect map 1.
What a test that was, though, from the side of Western, just putting Brock against the iron all throughout that protocol hardpoint. It wasn't the same Western that we saw versus Conestoga, and it just seems like a little bit more was clicking throughout that. Drin looks great inside that second rotation, but as soon as we get to the third rotation and Brock get out to a little bit of a heater in the later half of that P4 prior to that third set P1, you saw a couple of these members just stepping up when they needed it for Brock. I mean, Cool Talk's just taking things one step at a time, getting into that. Finishes off 25 and 23, but I think a majority of that 25 was taken in towards that back half of the second set of rotations. A big step up for Brock, and kind of what you expect for the series, for Brock to come out to an early lead. But I think Western, like I said, bringing out some big guns there in game 1.
I think it was a perfect warm-up game for them. It's clear, I think, even though they picked Protocol, that they're doing all right on it. They're going against, like, the second seed, I believe, of the tournament. Like, it's not as if it was a disappointing game by any means from them, and it clearly was swinging in their favor at one point. But I think Brock, they're too good of a team not to make the adjustment where they were just being a lot more aggressive on those respawns, and it did. They were getting the read and eventually ran away with it.
And I think that when you just have Records and Wonders just with just so much presence towards the top side of Protocol, it's difficult to really rotate through the map and try to find those routes. And they did a good job at really setting up Cool Tux and Ziz to have as much space as possible to make those Jackals work towards the end of that protocol. And that kind of takes us into the next step, which is this rewind, search, and destroy. And you were kind of talking to me about, if this is an SMG map, or is it where we're going to see Saw and Teddy really come alive for Western. And I want to believe that. And I really am rooting for this team to pull things back and, even us up in a 1-1 scoreline. But we saw this Brock team at the start of the day play Rewind versus Carleton. And it was not close. 6-2 versus Carleton. Another top team that we have here at C3L. You know that Brock is strong on Rewind.
Yeah, when we were talking about it too, because Brock was just, it was a case of just so much confidence. They were full on face checking CD and not caring at all in the world. We're fully confident that they were going to get not only First Blood, but the 2v2 trades and be completely engrossed into what they needed to do for CD, for even Outer and Street. It never felt like at any point they were really stuck on what they needed to do. And a lot of the rounds that they did lose were just, frankly, from like 1v1 trades and just kind of stuff that happens. I am curious, though, because while, yes, I do respect Carleton as a school, I think that Western has shown a bit more in S&D. They were the closest ones to take Conestoga to actually a dub. But how will that translate to Rewind? I think that is the biggest question.
Yeah, and it's going to come off some, I think, really big plays out of Saw and Teddy. Obviously, Drin and Heifer have the work cut out for them when it comes to this AR battle versus Wonders and Records, especially considering I think Wonders and Records were clutching up numerous rounds versus that Carleton team. But it all starts with the SMGs in this map. And if you can find that value through mid and win your fights against the SMGs of Brock, open up for a potential plant on that A site, that sets you up for potentially even nullifying the impact that Wonders and Records has from those outer lanes.
All right, well, here we go with map 2. Brock up in the series 1-0, but Western looking to fight back on Rewind.
Yeah, and Teddy, I mean, what a treat it was to see him play for that Conestoga team on Protocol. I'd love to see him hit that form a little bit earlier versus Brock. And it was constant 1vx situations for him. I said, Western, they need to value their lives more. Well, a lot of patience being shown here in round number 1. It still seems like they want to take a shot at A, though.
I think so, and although they're playing incredibly passive, Brock is just waiting for the angles. Ziz can't get a pick, and even though he's the anchor, he needs to chill out a little bit. Going to keep playing by CD. I think they're just going to wait for this 1v1 fight, or at least wait for potentially a 2v1 trade.
Saw wants this. Yeah. He's going to get some shots on the player towards Double Door. Oh, bait and switch as they are toying with the idea of executing over towards A. You got a player in Drin who is slowly working through Restaurant and a First Blood coming out through Records. If Drin can take down this outside player, that is going to allow for a full collapse on this A site. But unfortunately, Drin's going to lose that battle, and we're into a 3-on-3. Ziz hitting a quick flank.
We see that Ziz, like, he is so incredibly good at just being this lurk, especially in S&D. Can hit these flanks. Saw needs to win this fight if they want a chance. Only 13 seconds remaining. You need to get the bomb down. Saw trying to clear out as much as possible before he gets the plant.
There's no time to chase. 5 seconds left. No time to plant.
None.
It's done. Brock Esports just whittling down that time, and Western kind of teasing us there that whole round.
A little bit.
You can see that they wanted to go all in at A, but they could never find that moment to just hit the site. Brock were throwing shoulders, just toying with them, and you never saw that green light to go, which is unfortunate for Western, but for Brock, I don't think it doesn't get cleaner than that.
Yeah, it's just, it was clear Western was trying to bait Brock into just over-peaking just a touch, and Ziz almost did, but the fact is that there was another player on the A site, legitimately on bomb, and at that point, they couldn't get the trade that they wanted, so I think they're going to maybe try and just play the defense a bit more passive as well, just kind of give away that A site a little bit.
Well, it helps when Wonders finds 3 kills in round 1 as well.
Yes.
Shutting down that full flank from Restaurant. But this time in the next, Cool Talks taking the trade. Teddy going to keep 1 foot forward as it's numbers for Western, quickly snuffed out by Cool Talks here, and it's bringing us down to a 2-on-2. Bomb is down, and look how disconnected these Western players are.
Yeah, a little bit at this point with the 1v2.
They got
Heifer
the lead.
Potentially needs to get this pick. Not going to be able to. Now Heifer needs to chase, needs to actually dive. They're going to go for the plant now that it's calmed, and you'll have a bit of time, but you need to isolate this 1v1.
He's got a frag. No trophies yet in round 2.
You saw him run.
With the bomb planted and so much to check, I mean, you can almost guarantee that there is a lot running through this kid's head. So Heifer just looking to take it 1 step at a time, checking all the corners. Over towards the back truck. Here's the frag. Cooked up. See if you can find that kill. He backs him off, but it's not going to find the kill. 20 seconds left. Heifer caught right in the open. Unfortunately, There's nowhere to go.
He has no idea where the other player is. Meanwhile, Records is literally at the back of the map, chilling, having a margarita, enjoying his vacation while his teammate does all the work, and it's done and dusted.
Not the map I would go to have a margarita on.
Yeah, you know, no, you know what? He rented a movie.
Hey, a little movie night in the bag for Records. But yeah, I think Cooltalks does a fantastic job at just playing his life. Trading out that first blood, staying alive towards the dumpster, wrapping all the way through Jenny's, taking a second fight inside Courtyard, just dissecting that execute from Western and setting them up for that 2v1 over towards the B side. They get that bomb planted, they play on the opposite side, and yeah, you don't have a trophy, but really that frag grenade couldn't have been more telegraphed, and he's able to escape that. All of a sudden, you don't have to deal with that lethal, and Heifer, as much as you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, not a lot of people can make that work.
No, again, it's one, especially when you're playing side street. There's so many angles you really need to cover. I don't blame him for kind of panicking a little bit because you expect at that point.
Cooltalks. Oh, well, this guy's overheating.
A little bit.
Yeah, he's got to get out.
Yeah, he's gonna just chill in Burger, and I don't think there's a better position for him. That's the pick during the defuse, though.
And he was gonna follow up. Wonders had to read, but it's traded. 3-on-3, bomb getting planted at A. I don't expect Records to shoulder this one, but you can see that Brock are starting to spread out towards the street side. Heifer's going to get caught now at 3-on-2 for the retake.
Teddy needs to get this kill on Records. Maybe the 2, maybe the 2 will get the 2. Might have saved the round. It's going to be a 1v2. Records, one more. Can you get one? No. Western will take the round.
Teddy, my man, coming out with a spicy 3K in that round as well. Hey, you said it. It all comes off of that kill onto Records just sliding out. You get that first win. You get behind the pillar too unscathed. You got to chackle. You're chowing that. I'm chowing that. Anybody's going to chow that. And Teddy, who was fantastic back on that protocol versus Conestoga, you can see that that confidence is oozing through this SMG of Western, finally getting their first on the board and now looking to make it a second. Back on the defense. Gonna have to try to figure out a way to pick apart this Brock team and not let Cooltalks kind of dissect you the way he did back in round 2.
Yeah, that nade hit. Western side, Teddy. RC on the field? Am I hearing that correctly?
You are hearing that correctly, but
where's he going?
2 kills already for Saw in this round.
Oh, no. That's bomb as well. You need to get that pick, but still, now that they know exactly where, you can see Cooltalks and Ziz playing very passive, looking for that opening pick. Cooltalks still just chilling, looking for that opening pick with RC.
This is the safest way of information that you can get in Black Ops 6 S&D, but Ziz is on zone. The door's open. Hello, goodbye. Saw is going to be cut down 2 versus 2 with the RCXD. This has been a very sloppy round for Western, just throwing bodies at these remaining Brock players. Not utilizing that streak as well as it could have been. That A site is open for a plant, and both members of Western taking a detour through the spawn of Brock, seeing if they can hit this with enough time.
But I don't think Brock are going to be expecting so many players on the flank. That's going to be one pick, but no, you needed it. This is going to be on the ground. It's going to be traded. A 1v1. Teddy on a 5K. Last man alive. Needs to take the wide angle. Cooltalks.
Just posted up inside blue. Teddy has no idea. Making so much noise, 26 seconds. Cooltalks has everything to play with right now. And you can see that panic again, just sitting in for Western, just having to check so many different angles. Teddy's going to hop the defuse.
He doesn't know.
Sticks it out. Does he check it?
Potentially?
He doesn't check it. And another one. 3 times, Seb. 3 times today. I've been sitting in this chair. And I've seen somebody just stick the defuse. That is a heartbreaker for Brock.
It's a ninja, dude. That is a ninja if I've ever seen one. And
I'm going crazy on this.
I think you are, man. It's a case where it's. I almost wonder because we thought that was out of the hands of Western for a minute. But Brock, they were playing that incredibly passive. Western wasn't expecting it, but the adaptation to go 2-man on the flank worked out for them.
6 seconds. 6 seconds, you say in my head, peek up, check the bomb. Maybe even less than that, 5 seconds. Mental math. You just got to keep that internal clock going.
2v3.
This is a big swing round 2 for Western. Back-to-back rounds, back onto the attack, and now off the opening engagements. Yes, you lose Drin, but you've taken out both SMGs from Brock. You know you're playing into the ARs, so I like this wrap. Wow. They catch Wonders getting a little bit overzealous, back in towards blue, and now Records in a 1 versus 3. We've seen him clutch up on this map in the past, but will he be able to do it against Western?
Do they have the info, though? That's the question, and they do. Records will be put down. Brock has to stop this swing. They have to figure out how to read these Western swings because they're going 2-3 man all the way across the map, and they're getting so much off it.
Everything, really. And like I said, what does it come down to? These opening engagements from Western. As soon as you find those first 2 kills and only lose Drin, you see, without those SMGs, it forces Records and Wonders to play close quarters with those Amos inside of the A site. And when a Jackal's just able to use that Omni movement to throw shoulders, slide at you, do whatever, it is not easy to keep up with that AR in hand in such a close situation. So Western just dominating right now in those fights. They want to do it again.
Straight up to the face. Cooltux gets a 2K, but it's traded. Saw gets 2K on his own. Makes this a 2v1. Now a 1v1 as Records will take down Heifer. Bomb is down.
Oh, bomb down. And look at this rotation from Cooltux. All the way in
Saw
behind.
sees it.
Saw has no idea whatsoever.
He's going to check behind.
But he is getting the timing of his life. Saw! I mean, it's the man who stepped up in the group stages for Western. Over 200 kills in 3 matches. Some of them not even going to map 5s. And 8-4 in this S&D has just been lights out alongside Teddy. Together, they have 17 kills.
It's a good thing that he's been able to carry over that group stage performance over into this S&D because right now, Western need it. So Western will go on the attack. Brock are going to have to figure out just how to stop it. Brock has tried everything. They've tried to hard face check. They've tried to play more passive, and Western has adapted every single time. But now they're going to play outside on street, looking for this early pick. Saw with the AR, going to fight for this in burger. You can see Hyper looking to face check, going to try and get one. Records will take him down.
Yeah, big win from Records. Cooltux actually just stepping away from that. Spots underneath the truck. Kobe.
Banger.
And it hits nothing.
Yep.
So, able to get away from that one, not cooked enough. 1 minute left on the clock. Numbers for Brock. This is a good chance to finally cauterize the bleeding that has been these past 4 rounds, but Cooltux just handing a free kill to Saw. That's his 5th in a row.
Yeah, I don't think you can expect just free kills off of a team of Western's caliber with the AR, especially when they're matching you gun for gun on this site. So now we're seeing Teddy. 3-man here trying to approach. I think they're going to try and make an approach on B, but they're going to run right into the hands of Records, who's going to put the info down. So they're going to have to rotate down into A, which I think they're going to try and Drew.
Over the top. He gets the info into both members.
Saw
knows he's there. 6 in a row. 9 HP Wonders last alive, and it's just not going to happen this time. Western, what a change of dynamic. Rewind treating them so well. And it's been the Saw show all game long.
Brock in good spirits, though. You can see them on cam. They're laughing. They're having fun. They're realizing, okay, you know, we're not playing our best, but they're chilling. They know what they need to do. Western, though, on match point, haven't really dropped too much of a beat, I'd say, since, you know, round 3, potentially. And with it, looking for another. As again, we'll see Brock on the offense. How are they going to approach to this? Are they going to face check? And they're going to go super hard into A as they have done in the past.
You ever been to Brock?
No.
One of the vibiest schools you can go to. These guys are not going to be down on themselves whatsoever. But bomb going down at A. Brock down 5-2. Map on the line now. How much can they hold on? It's going to be a 4-4 for the retake. Opening things up is going to be Cooltux, and Teddy's on the hunt right now. See if he can trade one out. 3v3. Teddy taking down Cooltux in the trade.
Dren holding the long angle as Wonder is going to play outside and try and keep it going. 2 and 3. Dren and Teddy trying to play the interior, but need to clear out some picks for the defuse, and it's all falling apart. Teddy going to try and collect one more
1v1.
and does. Down to a 1v1. Teddy, all on you to clutch up. 10 seconds on the board. Defuse is going to go through. Are you going to check this time? Ziz, yes!
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, that ain't going to happen.
They knew. They knew.
5-3. Man, Brock, I mean, they put one on the board, but it has been 5 rounds in a row before that for the side of Western Esports. So that is a much-needed moment of relief for the Badgers. And Brock now trying to expand off of this one. You're swapping back over to the attacking side, or sorry, the defensive side. And really got to find a way to silence both Teddy and Saw on these A executes. Just Brock Esports, you almost want to see them kind of maybe post up on some angles, see if you can catch some timing onto these members getting aggressive.
Oh no, look at that trophy. That hurts, but that will be a pick in Record's favor. Just going to continue to hold this angle as bomb goes wide. It's going to be 4 and 6. Face checking. Sizz takes him down.
It's 2 quick kills from Brock. Again, just approaching this pressure with patience. That's a nice check from Wenders, too. Drin just laying down prone, leaving Heifer in a 1 versus 4, spotted through the drive-thru, and it's a delivery back. We don't like that order.
No, I just don't understand. I mean, was he trying to just play more for information? He saw him. I thought at some point go for the pick, but Wonders snipes him through laser eyes.
Look at this.
I don't like it. Can I return it?
Sir, I ordered the number 2, not the number 3.
You forgot the pickles.
Have them back. Take this burger. 5-4, man.
Look at the KD difference on Western right now.
I know. Drin and Heifer kind of in the backpack of Teddy and Saw right now. Not a good map for the ARs of Western, but it's okay because I think Saw and Teddy just have been really putting on for the two of them, giving that time to bounce back. But it looks like we're going to get a 4-man execute. Saw playing close. Drin just over him. Saw tearing them apart, ready to put this one away for Western to tie us up.
Just absolutely smoked going into the buzzsaw.
And we got a match on our hands, Sab. Western, welcome back, taking down the number 2 seed on Search and Destroy. Brock, they look so good back against Carleton on this map mode combo, but you know, it's one thing to play against Carleton. It seems like it's another thing to play this Western team.
And we did ask, I mean, how much of a factor was it going to be? Oh man, look at this.
25 kills. What is that?
We knew, we were asking how much of a factor was it going to be that they were going to have a SMG-focused map. Yes, 25 kills.
25 kills.
It's crazy.
Between the 2 SMGs.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got our answer. Clearly, it is an SMG-favored team right now. And listen, as long as they're able to admit that and plan for it in the map pick, it's going to work out for them. And it clearly did against one of a team that, obviously, one of the best teams that we currently have here.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, that's one thing for Saw and Teddy, and it kind of brings me back to the way that Western's playing that a lot more in the rewind instead of the protocol. I feel like rewind looks a lot more safe for them. You don't have to overextend to maybe combat like the A point on protocol where you have to be kind of compromised in that position to find those first bloods and to stop that plant. You don't have to take those early duels if you don't want to. And when you're able to play patient, really dictate the place on a rewind, and Teddy's not in a 1v3 half the time, you can really see the impact that these players are able to do with these SMGs. Unfortunately for the side of Western, we got to go back to a protocol, though.
Yeah, and with it, it's going to be control as well. So they're going to have to face their past demon, and they're going to have to make it work. The problem is that Brock is one of the better AR teams that we currently have. It's just, now that they know that, they're going to have to figure out a plan to play around. I think control, they've had to play it and they played it okay. I'm not going to say they played it bad against Conestoga. They did show some signs of like light in terms of rotation, and I think it worked out. But I don't know. This is going to be a Brock that's going to want to fight back.
Oh, of course. But for Western, I mean, you had a chance to take 2 offenses against Conestoga on this map. That is something that you're going to hold dear to the heart. But it's going to be a little bit until we get to see this protocol control come into fruition, as we're going to be jumping to a quick break and get these players in the lobby as quick as possible. You're watching the C3L. We'll see you soon with some more COD here at Conestoga.
Esports is for everybody. That's what makes this so special, where there's not a lot of barrier to entry. It's, do you have a passion for gaming? That's all it really takes. There's so many different things involved in this. It really does take that full team to make a successful event run. And that's what this program does. You got the lighting going on, you got the video capture going on, you got the whole production crew that are packaging this all together, you have the shoutcasting that's happening. We want to be, that pinnacle for esports. We want students to come here, learn from industry best, and launch their careers in esports. You have that new arena that's being built. To have that investment through the college, it proves a lot. We're invested in this. This can lead to something really big and something really neat and something that you're really invested in. It's a billion-dollar industry, and we really can't wait to see where this goes.
Welcome back, everybody, to C3L. We got a big matchup here between Western and Brock, because Western has thrown a little bit of a curveball into something I'm sure not a lot of people were expecting after the way that they were handled by Conestoga back in that first match. They lose the hard point. It was very close up until, I'd say, the last set of rotations that we did get. But that search and destroy, 5-1 from the side of Western at one point.
Yes.
They really showed up on that. I can see why they wanted that as their map choice for that second search and destroy. But to do that against a Brock team who is notorious for being a good search and destroy team, that is a really big step up for the Western side.
I think it's pretty safe to say that of this best of 5, this protocol map is going to be the swing map. This is going to, I think, determine a lot of the mood throughout the rest of the series, and it's obviously not in Western's favor. They are currently like not 0-4, but like they've lost their past 4 protocols. And at this point, you really have to wonder, like, what is their solution? They've obviously catered themselves towards an SMG style, but how is that going to translate into a protocol control?
I don't think it is. I think this is where you really need to start to see Drin step up and Heifer as well. And it's not like we're not going to see that. We really saw Drin and Heifer have a good go at Conestoga on this map mode combo. So you're really expecting to see a little bit of a resurgence from the AR line of Western here if they want to take another map off of the Brock Badgers. But starting off on the defensive side for Brock, already working into the spawn of Western. You can see that these players are on red alert.
And Saw loves to play this interior area of lockers and of rope here. Even here as well, you can see Teddy both trying to control these interior areas to have complete vision on point A, but even Wonders trying to force Saw out, and it's going to be a 1v1, back and forth, trying to force the 2v1 as well. Saw will finally be taken out.
It's actually interesting. Saw using the GPR, maybe not a big fan of the Amos, and not wanting to elect to bring out the Jackal this time around. You can see that Brocker just chomping at them. 3 kills in a row, and Cooltux is looking to push an issue here into the spawn now of the Western side. Cooltux doing some damage, chipping away, and finally putting these members in the dirt. Pistols out. Cooltux 3 in a row. Ziz started this off 6-0 as well, and 23 seconds left. I mean, Western would be happy to get away with even a tick of progression anywhere.
Yeah, Brock is trying to really suffocate that B-side spawn, and with it just having the perfect positioning to do so. They have it down on lock. However, we finally see Saw on that point A side actually collecting some ticks. That's going relatively unchallenged. If they can get a pick onto this lockers area, it could be done and dusted. No one will be challenging, but look at the flank. Look at the flank from Cooltux coming all the way.
It looks like Cooltux just wants to clean things up on the exit still.
Oh, gonna get one.
Has a chance to find these members off the respawn. Drin not expected to be so fast. Heifer finally gonna put him away. But now you're looking over towards B. You only have a minute left in this round.
Yeah.
You're happy that you got that full capture over towards A. It could have been way worse. That life deficit by 6. So I think time's the biggest issue right now for Western. They're going to have to figure out a way to get a clean 3 or 4 down before jumping into the zone.
And the hardest part of it is, like, this is where you need your ARs to be on board. You need to be able to tackle these long angles on the B side to cover boat, to cover the wall and tower.
They have a member into the side of Brock. It's going to be Saw towards the building. With the help of Drin, it's going to be 2 down for Brock Esports. A chance now to come alive for Western. 3 go down, 18 seconds.
Need records.
Are they going to drop on down? Records falls, so this is your opportunity now for Western, but it doesn't seem like it's been enough. Just hiding away, Records cutting them apart. And with around the corner, Wonders not too far away. Seems like he's able to finish off the rest with 4 seconds left. I'd be surprised if they get a touch.
No, there's no one on point, and they're going to aggress. Brock handedly taking care of B-side, taking the first round.
It's a big, big stop there from Brock, but even still, you're coming away with that, and you're not too disappointed if you're Western. That could have been way, way worse. You were just getting shut down off of the respawn again and again by players like Ziz or Cooltux. So the fact that you're able to get a full capture over towards A, at least there's some value from that round. You're not walking away from that empty-handed.
No, but it's clear, I mean, why A ended up going to the Western side. They were able to make it work, not solely, but pretty strongly in favor of the SMG side, where they serve it strongest, but they just can't do enough underneath by both sides to be able to do as much. So, Brock going to aim for B first, take advantage of the ARs, and with it, already collecting their first tick.
Brock looking to work this B zone. Conestoga was able to
Drin.
sneak this one away from Western back in that control, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be given up the same way. 3 go down. They're able to neutralize B now and send the side of Brock back to the respawn.
Nice.
Drin's able to find another one. 3 in a row now for this AR. A couple players of Brock half overextended over towards A.
Nice.
But are they going to be able to get the takeoff of this one? Players from Western starting to collapse to see if they can stop this. Contest is out. Ziz overwhelmed. And it looks like A's going to be held onto for a little bit longer.
And Dren, now that he's gone, the response will turn back to normal. He was for a good while able to force it to a far end. However, now we're seeing Brock full-on blitz onto A side. Hyper all alone, no one to speak of. And Teddy needs to get over to support, and he will, but the tick will be going by.
They were able to fully neutralize that, so Teddy's going to have a chance to shut down this first tick. Only finding the one onto records. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Double stacks out. First segment's in.
Trophy up.
And you still have some disconnect from the side of Western. Only 2 players here to try and stop this inside the building. Ziz overextending. Drin's going to miss him. Contest on the zone, but it's still not enough. Drin finally shuts down records. It's going to stop this for a second, but not for too long. Ziz hops back on. Second tick should be a lock.
Wonders and Ziz both up for the support. You can see Teddy, Drin trying to fight for it. Tick being fought over. Cooltux coming from the side angle, or at least adding some pressure B side. It's just a battle. Battle for this point.
This is what we were kind of looking for. Drin has been awoken into this control. 13 and 12. Really locking down A. 25 seconds. The contest on both sides of it, but
Teddy took care of it.
It's A that's going to be the issue here. 3 segments in total. Drin finds 2. Nobody here to trade out wonders. Soaking up this third segment, keeping the time stopped at 25 seconds. And the backup is just around the corner. Hyper going to be stopped. A nice double kill from Cooltux. A should be captured fully. And you can see that Brock with 1:20 to get done with B.
Look at the lives, though. Last team spawn here for Western. 8 more for Brock as they're able to collect out A. Kills will be coming through. Saw trading out records. Again, only 3-man on, especially with the subs on the board. Ziz will collect 1 more. It only takes 2 more frags to wrap this one up, and the flank will be coming through. Saw doing everything he can to stay alive. The 1v6 right now.
If I'm Saw, I'm running at this one. You don't want to give up that last segment. And he does. Stack comes out. It forces Saw's hands, and Brock answer with an offensive round, so shutting down that defense, or shutting down the offense of Western and following up with an offensive round. This is really Brock bouncing back in full form after losing that S&D.
At the same time, it is kind of feels bad. This is the one time where I feel like Drin and the ARs were starting to get activated on the Western side. They were getting the picks they needed to at least defend A as much as possible, and they kept it to like a pretty low live count.
It's just still not enough. I mean, yes, you're having one player step up, but you're lacking in other areas. And those other areas that round was Cooltux was just constantly finding value over towards B, just forcing one member of Western to try to take that 1v1. And it allowed for Brock just to have the numbers on that A zone for so long. It really was just a masterclass there from Cooltux to keep all eyes on him.
Hyper really struggling in this game. 4 and 18. Having a hard time just having any strong positioning records. Stay in the back line. Heifert needing to play around the A area, but it's going to be too much. And now we're seeing Brock lock down the mid area. Teddy doing everything he can in the opposing half.
So you're kind of thinking about win conditions here for Western. Yes, you have to win on offense, and most likely you're going to have to win 2 offenses. The fact that you got 3 segments back in that first round means that it's 5-3 in favor of Brock in terms of that segment control. So even if you do find this offensive win, all Brock needs are 2 segments to win out on that round 5 defense. So for Brock, I'm sure they're feeling comfortable on both sides. They've already proved that they can find value on defense and offense, and already coming out to quite a considerable lead here in terms of that life count. 24 playing 16.
This just reminds me of the last control game that Western played against Conestoga, where it was a bit of a steamroll. The last 30 seconds, there has been no presence on the point almost at all. Cooltuck's going to be able to take care of Teddy. The SMGs have been stopped in their tracks, but finally we'll see some presence on B.
15 seconds though, 21 lives versus 13. This would take one of the biggest breakdowns of all time to lose if you're Brock Esports, but I don't want to doubt at Western until the time is done.
Switch to SMG.
3-1 trade. Drin gonna hop on, stop this clock at 10 seconds, just trying to play his life. Allow for some players off the respawn, maybe to show up here, but it has to be an offensive round. Nothing less than that. First segment's in at B. The rest of the team is here to stack it in. Heifer going to be taking to the skies, but he doesn't have the read onto records. Players dropping from Western. Here comes Brock on the collapse. Unfortunately for Western, that search and destroy, it may have been great, but the respawns for Brock are just better.
We're only hoping that for Western, they're going to take this in stride. Protocol is not their game. They're going to play towards their strengths. And even in situations where they were playing against their strength, Brock's had such a good stronghold on those respawns. And even in the long-range game, yeah, Heifer was able to get something here, but like the ARs were just completely stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, you could really see a difference in the killing on both teams. 22 and 13 from Wonders, 24 and 12 from Cooltucks. Both of those players, Cooltucks especially, I feel like Cooltucks on defense spent more time in the offensive zone than he did locking down a lane.
Yeah.
He was just always putting on the pressure, finding double kills, triple kills, and I think that that's the biggest issue when it comes down to these respawns for Western. They're having a tough time really shutting down the aggression that is coming out from the SMG line of Brock. It was an issue back at the hardpoint on Protocol, and it's an issue on the control as well. And it doesn't seem like that issue is going to get any easier because now you're going into the next hardpoint, map number 4. Vault up next, and you still have so much to think about in terms of SMGs.
Yeah, though I will say that this one is going to be a bit more of a coin flip for me. I really do think that how they're going to handle that cat area, I think is going to be such a big deal, at least for P1, because we know that with how aggressive Saul likes to push in, he is going to be taking care of that cat area, of that opposing spawn area. It's going to, like, he's going to be pushing as much as possible, and it's on Brock of whether or not they're going to punish it as hard.
It's just we didn't see that same Saw from map 2 in map 3. It was almost a non-factor for Western, and that's what gets me worried. So heading into this map 4, I mean, for Western, this would be a really good moment to seize hold of your destiny inside C3L and push Brock to the distance. If you get to that search and destroy, we saw how good this team can be in S&D. It's getting to that map 5. I think you look at Western to have a real chance to steal this away.
So we will be underway on series point here for Brock Esports. Western trying to make a statement for themselves against the #1 seed of Group E as we get going with Vault on hardpoint.
Opening up to B1. First one's in. Drin for the time dives out. Cool Talk says, all right, I'll take that one. All day and yesterday. 3 down for Western. Brock able to battle through, and you can see with the better spawns, the rest of Brock Esports just want to surge past this hill, flip the spawns of Western into the less preferred side, and set things up for a strong rotation of P2.
It's Ziz having such a good control, not just of point, but also of the spawns. Though Saw bringing in the Saw. And with it, switching back to the Jackal, his preference, holding down the point, will be taken out, but it's going to be combated over this point. No one is giving up just yet.
I want this guy to have an actual Saw in his hand.
Oh, dude, that'd be crazy.
But this is
making a melee weapon.
Going to be the case here. Brock set up for the P2 rotation. They flip things out, and now with the 20-point lead, it's only going to get bigger. Records pushing further and further into the lines of Western, and it is delaying this hit and continuing to just draw out these numbers. Nobody able to secure a fast hit together. Finally, Teddy's going to have a chance. Slides on in, takes out Wonders, looks for the player in the back, and no spawns here for Western. It's really close for Brock to be able to hit this yet again from the back.
I mean, so much of this was honestly thanks to Drin and Heifer getting the openings and then let Saw and Teddy take over, handling all of the aggressive pushes thanks to their spawns. Though it will go back into Brock's favor, having to clean this one up, and now we're going to start seeing some rotates over to P3.
Well, here they are, Drin grabbing that scrap time. Brock out to a quick lead here, but we know how quickly this can slip away, especially if you lose that P4 rotation. So P3 pops open. Not a lot of time usually gained on this hard point, but still Brock looking to tease for some progress here. As you're going to see Western now fighting from that P2 side of the map, looking to push on in. Heifer, big kill there, but still not enough to allow the rest of your team in. Drin now looking to open things up through mid.
We're not seeing anyone really try and combat or at least have any coverage from Trophy Top, at least on the Respawn side, which has actually switched as Wonders will spawn, and I don't think that Western are expecting it. Wonders going to come in, going to be able to collect one along with Cool Tux. That's a clean sweep that I don't think Western was expecting.
No, it was not, but even still for Brock, this lead has been cut down to only 11 points, so you gotta be careful not to lose out on this rotation. GPR there for Drin, finds one, but it's Wonders or Ziz to answer back double. So P4 pops open, you got the better spawns, you're gonna have a good setup here for Brock and for Western. Patience is what you're looking for to see if you can crack this one open.
Drain was able to punish that Art top position and hopefully take control of it.
Still spawn in the back.
So with it, you can see Teddy needs to be the clutch, but is unfortunately going to get traded out, as well as Drin taking out top side. You can see Heifer just maintain some presence, but no, this one's done and dusted, as unless Western can find an opening. But look at Records just going all the way across. Finally some presence on the point for Western. They're going to collect some pity points at this point, as the point will be going over to the next one.
30 points for Brock off of this hill. Scraps for Western just to keep this in some kind of a striking distance. Teddy's going to hit the full wrap around. He's on 3 in a row. Contest, slides out. Whew, decimates Cool Tux with the help of his teammates. But back into the second set of rotations, I mean, Brock just, it seems like they are really ahead of the game here. Just constantly looking for the better spawns, getting some really good setups, not allowing Western to get away with some free kills here and there. Every single time we see Brock, they're doubling up in moments to shut down these Western players, and that is really what's holding them into this lead.
Saw going to be able to collect 2K along with Teddy, clear off the point and collect at least some. The respawns will come through as the fight over the flanking routes. You see Cool Tux just try and enter. Then Wonders play from cut. This could be a dangerous pinch, especially if they're coming in from Cat. Saw needs to hold the Cat position, and he continues to do so. We're going to see one more entry. Teddy handling it with ease.
And that's a breath of fresh air for Western. This lead now down to 5. Heading into P2, you can see a full focus from Western to see if they can lock down these back spawns, but you got Wonders who is going to detour his way back there, sit pretty, and allow the rest of his team to spawn up.
Cool Duck's going to try and get the cutoff here on Teddy. You need to eliminate the SMG player, and I don't think Teddy's going to be expecting it. He's going to stay alive, not going to be able to get the kill.
Western still in control of this hill. Wonders traded, Drin swaps out. Back and forth.
Saw needs this.
Would be a good kill, and he reads it too. Ziz gets cut down 2 again here. 3-point difference between both of these teams. Only Wonders back here to see if he can win out the rest. He is dancing around though, but it's still not enough.
Wonders getting the 2K, still not enough, and there's still so many combatants fighting for this particular hill. Though now we're going to start seeing the rotates. We're seeing a chase right now between Teddy and Records. Teddy trying to set up on this long position for the P2 rotate, as Brock will finally call off, play for that P2, and actually they're going to be chasing down Teddy right now. This is dangerous. If he's eliminated, that could mean P2 is exposed.
Teddy down to 70 HP, going to be able to have that chance to regen. Would be a great distraction to have Teddy up there, but cool patience from Wonders. He's going to be able to remove Teddy from that angle, and while that happens, the team actually breaks from the middle of the map, so Brock are able to at least penetrate this hill and start to swing this lead back in their favor, but only for a moment as Western, with those close spawns, clear it back out.
They're going to be able to take control of this and with it hopefully cover cut, but now we're seeing Brock. They're going to do these wraparounds and push towards cut. Yeah, look at Records going all the way across, but I think Saw sees it. He's going to face Records straight to his face and take care of him with ease.
Such a big win. I mean, you know how much emphasis goes to those P4 spawns, but look at
at
Brock. What happens there for Brock? I have no idea how they spawned there, but it seems like Western has been able to read this in some sort of fashion. Now Saw still having some work to do against Wonders, rips him off the heady, and that is sweat wiped off the brows of these Western players. That could have been dicey.
Put an AR in this man. This man doesn't become a buzzsaw. This man becomes a drill straight to the head. The AMS just being a weapon on Saw right now.
Yeah, man, they're holding off this oncoming traffic too. Hyper looking to deal some damage to the player out front. On the backside, Saw still holding things down for the back spawns of Western. Big win there for Saw. 3 down for Brock, and Hyper now into that hard point.
No, that's a bad pick.
165 to 128, so this has completely paid off for Western because of Saw.
Oh, no.
They are out to a 40-point lead heading into the third rotation.
Okay, that might be well-timed because this might switch over to P1 as it does. That's actually great timing for that mistake to happen because it forces the respawn, which will eventually lead to an advantageous position. We're going to see Drin needs to get this pick, needs to at least open things up for P1, and that might do it as it'll go into Western favor.
Look, somebody's got to put some spotlight on this guy, Saw. He is taking over for Western. 22 and 17, just off of that P4 alone, getting 40 points for Western to take the lead that they have right now. Brock Esports suddenly on the back foot. 3 go down for them as well. And you can see that this whole time, Western dominating the top catwalk, and they have the better spawns in P2 while getting this P1 time.
Not only that, I know you want to give Saw credit, but Drin and Hyper, this is a complete 180 we're seeing from them. The amount of times they're anchoring sight, they're doing a great job. Yes, Brock will be there, but now we're starting to see the transition over to P2. Western already in position for it, already locking down the lanes.
It's no longer the Wonders and Record show from Brock.
Oh, that
is
hurts.
Some good shouts there to Drin and Hyper. They are stepping up for
the
Western.
Respawn right on Pete.
And look at this player in the back. Records is taking a deep flank here. Looking to see if you can penetrate this back line, and it will. Drin goes down through the front. It's only Saw in this hill. You have Teddy behind you, but he's quickly going to be removed, and that is a double kill from Cooltex to get his team in.
Records putting himself on the board, needing to clutch up for his team and at least gain some positional presence on this P2 point, though I think they're playing it a little bit too passively. The space they're giving to Western here, but it doesn't matter if Wonders can take care of the lanes. That's 2 picks for him.
25 and 24 Wonders. I mean, you talk about it, it's not their show, but it's not their show at the same time. You know this Brock team can 180 just in a moment.
He also killed his teammate.
A 3-point game heading into the third hill in this third set of rotations. And yes, Brock, they have the better side, but we've seen Western flip things in a moment. Again, they know how to put this one away, and it looks like they're trying to play proactive and get it done.
They're going to play towards cut, but also send Teddy far side around line. They expect it though, and it's a good trade from Saw. So they're going to try and play one a bit far from both sides and pinch onto sight. It's actually working out, especially as the respawns go in their favor.
They're just slowly getting this time on P3 as well.
Yeah.
This is not something that Brock can allow happen, and you can see how quickly they are to adapt to the middle of the map. 4 goes down for Western, and Brock sweep them under the rug. Look how far they're spawning.
That might be a lifeline, especially now you can see they're transitioning over to not only cover these lanes, but also to keep that control of P4 as it will spawn, which could eventually determine the map. Look at where the positioning is from Western. They know how important P4 is. They're taking the furthest lane possible, getting as many picks as possible, but Brock are wiping them out one by one.
Well, here's Teddy in the back. Will he have the reason towards Records? Just trying to do some damage onto the players, and he will. Finds 2. Records.
They're so far
inside the top of this house. And he's going to be able to hold off the rest. 232 for Western, 223 for Brock. This is winnable for Brock to put it away on this hard point, and it is one of the hardest hills to break for Western to deal with.
The question is this going to be enough to wrap it up? Are they going to be able to hold on to it long enough? They're just going to dive in. Teddy, I think you needed your teammates there, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to wrap it up. The 2v1 will work out. Brock diving onto site.
15 seconds. Western looking to send this to a map 5. 9 seconds, and saw he's in, sliding through the teammate onto Wonders. Oh no, but Brock, they get in, they get through, and they have another chance with 10 seconds left. It looks like players are trying to get into this one for Western. Is there enough time for Brock to end this? Is for anybody to touch this one? 2 seconds left, and it looks like Brock putting it away. Close to the distance. A 6-point game, Brock trailing by 30 points heading into that third rotation. But they hold on. Man, Saw giving them a run for their money. Western in general giving them a run here in the winner's bracket. But Brock, they weather the storm and they move through to the winner's final.
I have to wonder what Brock are thinking right now. Whether they're happy, whether they're shook. Because that was as nail-biter as you can possibly get. And I think so much of that, we look at it, I mean, dude, Wonders. Like, I think he got five kill streak right at the end, was able to just put away, especially on the rotation, over to that point 4. Clinical, clutch as ever.
But Wonders, he's listening to the cast, and he says, it's not the Wonders show. He took that personally. He took it a little personally on there, I will say. But, man, what a game between them.
So good.
35 kills from Wonders, 30 kills from Records. Again, just the AR is really locking down those long lines of sight. And it really pays off for something like P4, where you kind of see the way that Records is playing it. He wins that back spawn. He immediately goes to the top of that house to get onto the balcony and see if he can find somebody off the respawn. And that is just draining the life of Western every single time he's able to do that. Those double kills are, it's like a stake in the heart of that Western team. But I don't think there's a single person after watching that Conestoga game who would have expected Western to push Brock the way that they just did.
No, and if anything, I think it kind of exposed Brock a little bit on like where their weakness was. Like, not only was Saw able to really dominate on different parts of the map with the SMG, but when he picked up the AMS, it was like, oh, okay, he's an AR player now. He's balling out. The only problem is that, that transition over from P3 to P4 and having so much presence on that far side lane, like you mentioned, when Wonders is playing that top position and covering all of the transitions from the spawn over to that P4 section. Oh my lord, there's so much pressure on Western to be able to get that kill, to relieve themselves of that position. It just didn't come in time. Brock, though, I mean, whether or not they take this in stride, they have the day off. They're able to kind of chill out a little bit until tomorrow. I think they definitely ran away with this one, and everyone's looking at Western like, all right, you gave them a legitimate run. Yeah. More than I think a lot of other people did.
Western fought up, and man, they impressed the hell out of us. Stop. He made himself a fan of the two of us, but man, it is getting late here at Conestoga, and we still got one more match to go from that winner's bracket, the opposite winner's final, Carleton versus Conestoga. This one is going to be a doozy because Carleton, man, they fought against Brock, and they did a hell of a good job against them. Conestoga definitely seems to be a step up. Yeah, undefeated through groups. And it is going to be a good one that you don't want to miss. The two of us, we're going to take a little bit of a break off the desk. We will be back with some more COD here at C3L.
Condors Esports is innovating intercollegiate gaming in Ontario and beyond. We've built a community where you can compete, play, and work in a dynamic program accessible from all campuses.
Condors Esports is more than just gaming. Here, you'll find empowerment and inspiration in state-of-the-art facilities equipped with the latest technologies and unwavering support.
We are varsity athletes, turning victories into championships as high-performing gamers.
We are relentless, constantly pushing our limits and pursuing excellence through every match.
We are Condors. Gaming connects us on campus or online, all through best-in-class equipment.
We're building a foundation of experience, powered by our passion, and developing skills that drive personal and professional success.
We are eager students transforming our dreams into careers in dynamic and emerging industries.
Condors Esports goes beyond gaming, fostering enduring friendships, unforgettable experiences, and meaningful connections.
This is your chance to transform your passion for video games, esports, and technology into something impactful. Learn how Conestoga is introducing Condors Esports to your campus and connect with fellow Condors striving to soar.
We
are Condors.
Welcome back, everybody, to the C3L as we got our last match of the day, Seb. It's going to be our second semifinals here in the bracket. Conestoga Condors, our home team heroes, playing up against Carleton Ravens. And this is one that I think a lot of people will be excited for because of how well Carleton played against Brock.
Yep.
And you saw Brock definitely was going to be the next step up beside Conestoga. So this is Carleton's next chance to kind of battle up against the top teams.
Yeah, we saw kind of Carleton early, actually, of the day, and we saw what really they excelled at, where they were sort of finding some holes. The one thing that they didn't clearly work on was their rewind S&D. That was just a smash all the way through. But I think their main goal throughout the course of this is they are just trying to game off of Conestoga, which Conestoga has not lost a single this far. If Carleton can do that, which I'm pretty confident they will be able to, I think they're going to look all right. But you can see what our bracket is thus far. We already saw Western, unfortunately, fall to Brock University. So shout out to Brock and be able to make it further in the upper bracket. Western is not out, however. They will have another chance in the lower bracket as OTSU will be facing them tomorrow. And on the lower bracket side, York University, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I'm not going to be biased. York did beat Condors Academy, so they'll be moving on. And now it's just one more match left, Colin.
That's really surprising, too, for York. I mean, York struggled during their group stage against some of these teams. So to be able to take down Condors Academy, that is, I'd say, a really good take-home for this team to be able to push further and further into this bracket. I think for Condors Academy, some things you're going to be looking at to improve as you're taking your exit from this tournament, it seems like, alongside the University of Ottawa as well, who lost to OTSU. So big setups for the losers bracket, and we're kind of waiting to see who is going to be matching up against the likes of York down in that lower bracket, as they're going to be awaiting the loser of this match here between the Condors and the Ravens. We got our map set for this best of 5 set. Vault Map 1, Protocol Search and Destroy, Protocol Control, a red card hardpoint in that map 4 area, and then an S&D on Rewind, which you already hinted is probably not something you like to see if you're a Carleton fan.
Yeah, it probably, and I mean, it's a good thing that it is the last map. Hopefully you're able to wrap it up before then, but it is a risky affair considering that obviously Conestoga, great S&D team, has continued to just smash people on S&D throughout the course of the day. And I don't know if it's like, if that's what you want to be your map 5. You don't want it to be, oh, it's be-all, end-all, last chance to do an incredible upset. Oh, we're going to the map we got destroyed on earlier today. But maybe they're feeling a bit, you know, maybe they're feeling all right
maybe they're
about
feeling good. As you can see, those players getting set up on our lovely pit setups here in
look at that.
Conestoga. I am so impressed with the team putting this one together. It has been such a smooth day all across every single match that we've had. Aside from you players who can't remember the passwords to your accounts, I'll always hold you guys. I'll always hold them accountable. It happens all the time.
Really? Like, I'm so confused as to how you can forget your own password. But regardless,
no, it's different. We're not competitors. You know, they got their minds on
get
playing the game. We got our minds on remembering our passwords. It's different mentality, I guess, to say the least. But here we go. Map number 1 for our second semifinal, Carleton versus Conestoga. As we are seeing this vault hardpoint get underway, Shio going to be taking himself down immediately to his own Semtex, and Carleton going to hop onto this hill right away.
So we will see 4 hardpoint vaults. We haven't, I haven't seen it as much. Well, actually, that's a lie.
We literally just
saw it. Yeah. Anyway, Dremo going to be able to take down Chip, have control. McBain can't take care of that cat area. Will be punished for it. Beautiful 1v1.
Yeah, and Carleton coming out with a lot of time off of this first hill. They don't have the spawn flip just yet, so Conestoga has a chance to, you know, really dig deep to pull things back in this second set rotation. You can see a player of Carleton working over towards the outer palms on that pool side. That's Chip trying to slowly ease his way towards the side. And I think he's actually got unnoticed. Shio has no clue that this is happening. And in behind, Chip's going to be able to shoot him in the back. Now look towards the respawns. Unfortunately for Chip, he's not able to take that kill. but it is going to be Conestoga to take care of that pressure and hop in for a little bit of this time.
So we will go to P2, and you can see the flank coming in already. Starry, as aggressive as ever. The Star SMG for Carleton. So we will see. Shayo is Neb, by the way.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you, prediction. Appreciate it. But this will be in Carleton's favor thus far.
So Carleton able to break from the front there. Starry, I mean, what set Carleton apart from the likes of Brock back in that first hard point that they won on Rewinds was the performance that Starry was able to put on with this Jackal in hand. Just the constant breaking of hills, being in the face of their opponents and catching a lot of them on rotations as well. So you're looking at Starry to be that star yet again. As Carleton holding this lead, Neb's going to be able to cut a few on rotation at P3. Is it going to be enough to allow the team in? Well, it flips the spawns for Conestoga on the better side of the map. And you got J-Ray hoping to maybe find a little bit more value as well. Your teammates come off the spawn, but he's only able to find one. Ailey answers back, a team kill from Starry, and a 20-point lead for Carleton.
I don't know if Carleton kind of looks at that spawn flip in their favor because it allows Dremo to take that top position, to be able to cover, as we see here. J-Ray going to be able to take down McBain. Starry going to put some damage on. Dremo will get taken down finally as P3's in Carleton's favor.
And that spawn flip's a moot point now. Carleton's back in control for the better side of the map for this P4 rotation. We saw how important that was between Brock and Western. Western had a chance to sneak that away, but Brock did everything to hold on to this P4 to net themselves enough time to win things out in a little bit of a comeback. So Carleton now looking to extend this lead by already 30 points. Let's see how far they can get.
Carleton doing a really good job just covering these rotations right now. And again, we saw it. It's not as I would say suffocating as it was previously, but Neb, Ailey needs to get a kill on Dremo. But even then, just look how much time is wasted by the factor of Conestoga having to cover these angles, having to cover and check to see if they can cross safely.
First is behind. They have no idea. Chip's going to be shot out of this one. Finds
What?
a second, too. Big kills coming out from Frizz. And it looks like he has a chance to find all three. McBain's alone inside this hill. Should be traded out. He should be traded out. McBain has other plans, doing enough to allow the rest of the team to close this one out and potentially have another shot behind it. Conestoga with the close spawn is going to get back into that hill for the remainder of that scrap, but it is just scraps you're getting out of that. A major lead for Carleton heading into the second set of rotations.
They were able to get the spawn flip, and it will transition back to P1, so they'll be able to collect at least a few off of that last point. However, cat control. Coming in, Frizz going to take the wide angle for it. Cut, going to try and get the kill on Cut. Starry able to do so. The point is going to be fought over. Dremo going to be able to collect one as Neb will be able to get on.
Yeah, Neb locking in now for the chaos. You can see a couple players overextended for Carleton through the middle of the map. It's Chip, 8 and 10. Going to take that member out of the hill. Neb drops as well, so Carleton able to battle back from the more preferred side for this rotation. 105 to 56, a 50-point lead for Carleton right now with every single kill so far on rotation to P2. Getting locked down. McBain on 9 HP, hoping to stay alive in the catwalk, and things looking good so far for the Ravens.
You can see Starry already setting up for that P3 position. McBain looking for the cutoff on Cat, but also coming out of P1, P2, and with the spawn. Everyone rotating on over. Neb, Chip, Carleton cleaning up.
3 down. Only one here. Actually, the spawns. What happens there? Conestoga get blessed. Again, we see the fault spawns just...
It doesn't matter. Look at where Chip is.
A little bit of sense. Yeah, you see the kills still flowing here for the Condors. Or, sorry, for the Ravens. As they're able to battle against that wonky spawn in the back. Ailey cuts down 3 inside of the hill. 17 and 9 from Ailey to open up this vault. And the Ravens are running away with the start of this hard point, quite like they did against Brock.
Starry coming away with the 3K. Alien Ship getting the flank of their lives, completely ruining any momentum that Conestoga had on that P2 position. So now Conestoga, they're going to be forced to have to rotate. J-Ray looking for the last few seconds. Needs to get one. Will be able to do so. But as we switch over to P3, Conestoga set up top.
Yeah, you have a couple members through. McBain. Big shutdown onto Neb. expecting the next one into that top arc position on the hard point. Again, just Carleton locking things down for that extra time. Slowly pulling away with this one. Again, a total 80-point lead for the Ravens on Vault, and that is scary for the Condors, who have just been waiting for their chance to continue their dominance throughout this bracket. This could be where we see Carleton steal the first map away from Conestoga.
Oh my lord, someone stop this man. Starry, as much as possible, just putting a stamp on Conestoga, saying this site, this hard point is not available.
Unforder. In fact, Starry, 4 in a row, can't find the 5th. And now you're a little compromised if you're Chip. Up top, P4. Gonna have a lot of battling to do right now with the Amos, and he's not expecting Dremo to be underneath him. So big kills for Condors on this rotation. They have the setup. And this is where you have to say enough's enough. And see if the Condors can put on a little bit of a clinic here. Starry's gonna get traded out back into the time, and Condors, they need every second.
I think that's what they're looking for, but also just to make sure if they can transition over to P3 or P4, excuse me, they're going to be able to have as much time to work with and try and just keep that clock stopped as much as possible. Keep that train going, the momentum going to the next point. Look at Starry.
A little bit of a ways away, but it still seems like Carleton are going to take one last swing of things. Alien behind. Nice pistol down onto Shio. You know there's going to be more in the hill, and Alien's just going to dive on in. Takes down Dremo. Clears out the hill. And back in for the remainder of Scrap.
We're going back to P1. And already look at Neb and Starry fighting it out. J-Ray trying to hold that catwalk, but can't do so. The pick's coming in for Carleton.
This is going to be mixy for this next one. But Carleton going to do a good job at managing this pressure. Still in for the time, chipping away at this lead. On the front line, it's Dremo. 13 and 21, not the best game here on Vault, but still not out of the race. Down by 60. Shio slides out. It's Neb to find one, traded by McBain, who on the other side has stepped up for Carleton. 23 and 19, not able to find number 24. But it is allowing the Ravens to just get into this hard point and now eclipse the 200-point marker.
Oh, they got the far spawn as well. Makes it so difficult to have to retake this, but possible benefit as it will switch back over to P2. Have to collect this, but no. Starry, who is going nuclear, 35 and 17. There is no one that can reach for these stars.
I mean, there's only one person, and it's in his name. 35 and 18. Incredible from the young gun of Carleton. Just in his second year of university as well, so
expect him to be around for a while.
He's going to be a lifeline for this school. Starry breaking from the front. Only 30 seconds left for Carleton to put away this map one and steal the first map away from Carleton that they've dropped so far in C3L. Carleton, do they have it in them?
Conestoga been chasing this all map long, but every single attempt, every single push has been blunted. Now we see Starry covering the angle, gets taken out. Finally, we're seeing a cross with the ARs, and it might work out in their favor. Dremel finally taken out, but McBain needs to be taken out to allow the path over for Conestoga. And we seeing a map. Are we seeing a player disconnect?
Somebody's gone for Conestoga. It seems like we've lost J-Ray. Where'd he go?
He's back in the server.
We don't know. Okay, welcome back, J-Ray. Seems like he didn't know, but we're still playing this one through. So over towards P3. It looks like Carleton 10 points away from finishing this one out. And Condors got a race to get into this touch. See if they can stop it. They're spawning far. They're racing to get to it. 2 seconds left, and they're not going to touch it. Carleton taking the first map from the hometown heroes that we've seen today. Flawless through the groups, 9-0. But you step up to the bracket, the winner side, and that skill has ramped up.
Undefeated no longer. And it's not as if, you know, again, I know we're in the hometown, but this was difficult to watch. It really felt like it wasn't the level that we had seen from Conestoga through the group stage, that Carleton, especially Starry, my lord, with 36 and 22. It felt like every single force was behind him.
Yeah, 66 kills between McBain and Starry. That is a lot of eliminations to help them out. 250 to 140 for Carleton to kick off the semifinal, and oh man, what a treat that was. And it's kind of to be expected. I mean, we look back to their match versus Brock to kick off the day back in groups. They stole that rewind hardpoint away, and it really wasn't a contention at all. It seems like this Carleton team, when you put them to the test on the hardpoints, they have just really succeeded the rest here at this tournament, and they look so deadly behind Starry and Ailey in these SMGs that just constantly finds a value on these rotations, breaking hills, breaking spawns, doing whatever they can do to just be an issue and create pressure on the map. So to see Starry do exactly what we saw against Brock here, I mean, that is exactly what you could ask for from the side of Carleton to take this one away and now give yourself a real chance. But heading into the rest of the series, back over to the Search and Destroy, I mean, we're heading to Protocol, and it's a change of scenery to what we saw them play against Brock, but they did not have a good go at the Search and Destroy. That's where Brock completely shut them down, and for Conestoga, this is a strong Search and Destroy team, so you don't expect them to kind of stay down for long.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see how this goes, because we've seen Conestoga take pretty strong Search and Destroy games, but we've also seen them borderline slip at times, and I think there is a case where they kind of let themselves off the gas, let the foot off the gas just a touch, and with someone especially where we've seen SMGs really start to pop off, Starry, he is going to be a nuisance in that lockers area. He's going to do everything he can, so we will get going with SND. Carleton versus Conestoga. Conestoga looking to tie up the series.
Quickly, right away, Neb looking to cross through no man's land. Bomb in hand as well, so looking to see if you can find a way into enemy territory. First blood goes to Carleton, but Neb's on a mission right now, and he's actually going to find McBain up top. So here's the opening for Conestoga. What do they do with it?
I think right now they're expecting him around locker, but Neb, he's just holding that rope area. Going to stay around top until the rest of his teammates start to clear out. These odd angles. We are seeing Neb just hold on to that B side. It's going to be a fight. Neb going to be able to take down Chip, and now everyone is going to start to rotate, trying to focus on the 3v2 position. Frizz keeping that player up top to at least isolate the B spawn or the B bomb site, and the palm will go down.
3v2. J-Ray in exactly the spot you like to see him for this post-plant situation. Everything down to Ailey, and looks like Frizz just playing distraction. Ailey's going to get the kill, but right around the corner, Conestoga putting the first round down for this S&D.
It's where they're playing to their strong suits. Jay holding down lines. This particular line never gets past them. Continues to be an anchor on this side of the map, just being able to make sure that all the vision is there, all the information is there, and they're taking it slow. They're willing to just allow themselves to gather more information, do everything they can to make sure they know exactly where every single member of Carleton is on the map.
You gotta give some shouts to Nab, the way he's able to open up through that defensive building. Frizz pops open the doors, see if you can catch some of that early aggression. Nobody's gonna be spotted on that mid-cross. But a very different look from Carleton this time around. Patience on their attack. They're hoping that anybody from Conestoga can give something up. Instead, no, it's going to be a kill from Frizz to find that opening pick, and Neb a second one onto McBain, already deep in enemy spawn.
So we're going to see Bomb keep going, but that is a flank from Jay. We'll be able to take down Bomb, and at this point, they just need to crowd around it. That will be Starry taken down. Conestoga take round 2. Now, real quick, someone said that Starry's gun camo, you only get that if you complete all the Warzone camos. And apparently, Starry has that. Apparently that's really cool.
I wasn't paying attention, to be honest.
All right, yeah, bad.
But that is cool.
That is cool. That's hard.
Warzone's only been out for like a couple weeks.
Yeah. got all of the... Yeah, just take a look at it. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, back to the game. Conestoga, I mean, they're playing very clinical right now and very just surgical with how they're taking down each individual pick with Carleton. I mean, it's feeling a little bad right now. That's a good opening.
Starry's got to touch the grass.
Bro, it's winter. What else are you going to do?
I don't see snow on the ground.
The grass is frozen. Oh, Neb.
Free kill onto McBain. Shots in the back. You look at the dust to settle. 3v2. Bomb in Dremo's hand, but he's still back in your spawn.
Look at, like, how slow they take this.
Yeah, but there is safe passage over towards B, and you look how deep you're playing here if you're Chip, but not a guarantee to stop this bomb plant.
I think Chip is just making sure that there's no lurker going by.
He spots it.
Yeah, he spots it. Now they spot him.
Yeah, so
the information.
You dip away here, maybe go for the bomb plant.
Look at this.
But you can see the changes here. Shio going to get caught. Chip,
oh, that's team
kill on the on Starry, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 1. Dremo.
He's just transitioning over to A site, which could allow for a plant. It will, but I think that Chip is still thinking that Dremo's going to go for B site. Now he starts to realize last few seconds, and it will be planted. Ooh. And this is all in Dremo's favor. There's so many angles for Chip to cover.
And look at this. He drops the bomb, planted for elevator. Swaps over to the opposite side, hoping to see if he can bamboozle Chip a little bit. And as soon as he sees that bomb, he's going to think it. Slides backwards. He thought it was over towards the elevator, but Chip stays alive. 22 seconds. Dremo now forced to take this fight. Slides out, plays his life.
You gotta play for time.
Looking to burn that clock, and the chase is on. Chip just trying to run it down.
He's defusing. Please.
It's on the other side. Dremo has to go check this one. Slides through, and there's a lot of time to get that kill. Conestoga with the first 3 rounds.
That was a fight that I thought was going to end a lot sooner. That was enough. I swear I thought there was enough damage there that I thought it was going to end a lot sooner, but regardless, Dremo played it calm. I think a lot of other players would have actually panicked to chase it down immediately and put themselves in an overextended position to get countered.
As a matter of fact, we've seen plenty of players today panic in those situations. So, yeah, that is a really good moment for Dremo to stay icy.
Yeah.
In those clutch situations. Playing to the time, playing to exactly what you wanted to do, planting it for elevators. Chip had no idea until it was too late.
CJ covering the long.
Ailey's got some timing here, and J-Ray's gone down, so Ailey can slip all the way through.
Frizz, oh my lord, this is a fight back and forth. The pistol comes out for Ailey, who is going to collect, but now it will be a 2v3. J-Ray's still alive. You need to isolate this kill on McBain. You need to take him out of the equation so you can figure out where...
Where's the bomb?
Actually, it's on A site, I believe. Actually, I think that's why, is because bomb is down.
Yeah, bomb
right
is
next
down
to A.
Hey, how have Carleton kind of thrown this in the bin?
Well, if it's a 3v2, you're able to actually trade off.
Stuns back. That should land. Nade as well, looking to weed Neb out into the open. He's going to escape. Ailey crosses. Shots are good, but not good enough. Neb with a double kill. Putting things together. 1v1 again, but on 6 HP. Not enough time to get the regen for Conestoga. Still making that so darn close. In a round that realistically should have been a lot cleaner from Carleton.
That was incredibly clutch action from Starry, because he already got hit. And it would have been so easy for them to trade out, but that pistol, that Strider 22.
I'm still wondering why the bomb was on A. They had full control of B, pushed all the way through the middle of the map. Like, what's the call there? Like, send 3 towards B while you can maybe distract, get that bomb down at A. That doesn't achieve much because as soon as that bomb gets planted, everybody on the defense is like, okay, like, we're just going to collapse on this solo player. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you. But I think Conestoga played it within the best of interest, but now we're starting to see Carleton taking advantage of a grouped up Conestoga. At this point, we're in a 2v4.
It's a fantastic read from Carleton. Drop the trophies on A. It eats up the stuns and the nades that Condors were looking to exasperate to take control of that bomb site. And in fact, you just sat stunned, and it's Carleton who reaps the reward. The opening 2 kills, J-Ray and Dremo caught off guard, and they have made no progress to any bomb site. In fact, Carleton's now going to be able to reinforce B, so is the call here for Conestoga to wait things out?
I think so.
Draw out the clock and see if they can maybe make this A site a little bit better? No, Neb's
so
going deep
separated.
in towards B.
They're so separated now, and Neb is pretty much praying at this point that he's not going to run into someone, so he's going to be able to maybe get the...
They didn't spot each other.
They
Okay,
didn't.
wait, no, Chip had
There's
to
no
have seen
time.
that. 16 seconds. I mean,
There's
you are
no time.
really playing this towards the end here.
There's legitimately no time. Even if he
I'm
gets...
not sure what you thought you were going to achieve here. No time to get that plant.
Now you're just hoping for picks. You're in a 1v3. I liked the idea, but I think the fact that he went top and then he went rope, trying to wrap around for an extra pick, at that point, just get the guy on the B site, buy trees, and just gamble. You have a teammate to play with. It's not like you're in a 1v3. Just call him the 2v3.
You're trying to dive, duck, dodge, dip, dodge, and there's just too many dodges at that point.
I understand, like, you got to clear out your angles, right? That's absolutely the most important thing, but there is a case when you are on the clock, you have to make a compromise.
Well, in the moment, it's hard to tell sometimes with that timer just escaping you there for Conestoga. You give up another round. That's back-to-back for Carleton.
Yeah.
And suddenly that 3-round lead has been completely answered back, and the Ravens are starting to catch a little bit of fire here. Nab for the first blood onto Ailey. J-Ray pushing forward into enemy territory, and he's going to hop up those ropes. Fortunately enough for Carleton, they do find Frizz and trade things out 3-on-3.
Was that the boat grenade that we were talking about? You know, the one that we just saw get hit at the opening round?
It might have been.
I think it did hit, but it didn't kill.
Whoever
but
it was, Neb cleaned him up fast, and Neb a second one. Dremo's going to have some timing here onto the bomb. If you just look over the edge, Chip sticks it, gets away. And now for the post plant, 2v3. Can Carleton find their third in a row?
2 on helipad, though.
What is this?
Oh. I think this is just for info.
Oh
There's
my
no way you
goodness.
get. There's no way you get an actual kill off it, right? It's just info.
Or to deny info in this one. Everybody's going to be looking for Chip, but all eyes on McBain. 22 seconds. McBain, nice shots there onto Neb.
I think you just got to stick. You don't want to overextend too much. And now you're gonna, you're gonna die to the pistol, and it's gonna be a 1v1.
Oh,
but
there's time.
There's still time.
And Neb gets a 3. Chip and McBain, I love the effort. You get
love
that
idea.
bomb down, and you're playing over towards the ladder. I mean, you're just trying to stay hidden from the rest of the players of Conestoga, but not able to escape Neb. He was just on a mission to hunt everybody down, and nobody's safe when Neb's on the hunt.
I love the idea, though. It is really taking information into your hands, and especially when you're playing by that B side, it could have worked. I think
it's creative.
If anything, you should have maybe waited a bit longer. Let your teammate die, and then play for maybe the defuse kill, if you can.
I can confidently say I've never seen anybody do that before.
Well,
so whether that's just,
new game.
you know, it says more about my knowledge than it does about this, I mean, I'm just impressed to see them try something different. Nade onto Starry, and Dremo with an easy cleanup there. Lovely teamwork again from the Condors with these set nade strats, and Carleton just seemed to be caught deer in the headlights. Rock being laid down at A, and now post plant with numbers. Conestoga, all they need to do is trade things out, and they're looking at map point.
Just have to isolate now. Trying to make sure you hold that outside for any positioning, but I think that's a pick coming from top. Frizz going to play it, but we're already seeing more presence coming out top side. McBain finally making an entrance. Going to have to drop down. Ailey taking down Neb as well, leading in 2v2.
Sliding out. Neb's still alive. Ailey knows he's low. 7 HP. The regen's coming through, but it's not enough. 11 seconds. Lots of time for Ailey. And the retake is fantastic. 4v3. And Carleton still get it done against the odds, bringing this one back to a 1-round deficit.
I swear, Carleton has been so clinical with these man-down positions that it feels like it's natural to them. Whether it's a 1v2, 2v3, every single time they're in a deficit, they somehow find a way to pull it back.
And it's just how clean Ailey is to take that first fight, damage up Neb, and with full HP, you challenge the person over towards elevator. You just ego that you win it, and you know you got Neb in a corner shaking in his boots. J-Ray's in trouble, and Starry's on the chase. First blood to Carleton.
Starry going to stick around gun to at least prevent any presence from going on to B side. And it does work out, though the drop down onto boat still gets the kill. Tremo is destroyed.
Oh, let me drive the boat, says Starry. He's going to jump off with a double kill in this round. 3 versus 2. Carleton have the numbers. The bomb slowly making its way over towards A. It seems like they want to hit this from the big door, and only person to stop it is going to be Neb, who just got the information.
Going to be a spiral. Neb does. Get 1 pick on Alien. That is a pretty important pick. Dremel going to try and come from outside, but this is a difficult one to clear. Not only do you have to cover the headshot angle here, but you also have to cover backside. And we see 1 backside. This is going to be a pick. J-Ray will, or I mean Dremo in this case, will be able to.
1v1, Chip laying prone, full health. Is he going to expect it? Dremo with the check, and he checks him all the way down. Conestoga holding things down for this lead, giving themselves a map point chance to tie the series up.
I think that's what Conestoga was looking for. They like to play it close, but once things gets a little to the wire, they find a way to clutch up Dremo. This was so important from him, being able to cover this. I actually thought he was going to lose it. The aim was all over the place, and it didn't look too great, but it feels like it's destiny for Conestoga. With it, they will be on match point. Carleton, though.
We've seen the Ravens struggle at closing out SNDs before, though.
Yeah.
So now the Ravens down by 2. Have been able to keep this one in the relevant 1-round territory. Can they do it again? It looks like it's going to be a very confident hit here from Neb right through the middle of the map. Dropping on down. Let's see the zip line up.
Yep, covering top. Oh, but a bit too far. McBain reads it. At this point, it's too difficult for McBain to clear up. Neb is just going to clear him up anyway. Chip takes care of Jay. Now we're seeing some collect. Is down though.
Frizz going to be caught 2v2. Frizz not able to find a second one. Is Neb here? Starry continuing this back and forth trade, but it's J-Ray at the end. The trade battle for Conestoga. And they defeat Carleton on the protocol search and destroy, evening up the series 1 apiece.
So much presence in that mid area. All came down to trades, but also on Neb's aggressiveness in that top area, being able to play around the rope and then taking care of McBain, immediately removing any pressure.
What a game from both of these teams. I gotta give it to Carleton, who just continued to prove that they had the right read onto a lot of these situations, but in a map like Protocol, where towards the end it's a little bit of a bang out through the middle of the map, it turned into a little bit of a trade fest a lot between both of these teams. And I think Carleton, just in those situations, you had so much opportunities to be able to close out those rounds with those man advantages. I mean, every single time I think we saw Carleton win a round, it was after losing that first blood. So you see that Conestoga relatively are doing the right things at drawing out those initial kills and then trying to continue forward to put away those advantages. They're doing just a good job at playing some fundamental S&T, and it's why they just stay out to a lead that they did back at the end there. Those 2 rounds to put it away, they get it done in the first one, and 1-1 heading into this control. Pretty tight series we got here between these two.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. And if I'm thinking correctly, that we do have protocol for map 3? Yes, it will be. It'll be protocol control. We already know kind of how strong at the moment Conestoga have been thus far. But even so, I don't know, man. It's been a difficult affair, I think, for Carleton to match gun for gun. I think assault rifles have been doing so much damage, and unfortunately, this is a protocol that has mitigated a lot of the SMG damage.
Yeah, protocol control, I think the most that we've seen for every single time that we see this game kind of come up is the fact that it is it's just a game where you kind of look up towards the Grandma's control, towards that zip line. If those the defending team can get into the base of the attackers, it is proving to be very difficult to not only get B, but to even have a chance over towards A. I mean, there is so much there's so many power positions that have had such a big impact here on protocol, and I think for Conestoga, we've seen them find success here, and that is just a big thing for Conestoga, looking to go back-to-back now in the maps.
Okay, so we are going to start with Control. Ailey going in, diving in, but will be traded out by Neb. Dremo and Carleton, actually, I believe we're reversed currently, I think, on the teams. Carleton currently in the red, and vice versa. So Conestoga is actually in the red.
Yeah, Conestoga in the red, Carleton in the yellow.
That's going to get confusing.
That's going to get a little confusing across this one. Let's do our best.
Yeah,
so,
we'll be right. It's the names that matter.
Yeah, Conestoga coming out to a little bit of progress over towards B. We've seen them do this versus Western, and they were able to clean up that B zone relatively fast. That second take hasn't been secured just yet, it seems. So, seems like Conestoga can have to take another shot at this if they do want to capture that. They do take down McBain before he's able to finish off any more of these respawning players. So big moment there for Conestoga, working out of their spawn. They have to reclaim their building and probably take a little bit of a look over towards A with only 40 seconds left.
I think Conestoga trying to focus a lot on that upper area, but also preventing any rotates from the respawn. Dremo doing a great job of that, getting 2 picks off the respawn to at least allow Conestoga to focus on the B side. We're seeing this. We saw this in the previous series against Western, where they did favor that B push, and they have capped it. So they have gone ahead, capped B, and will now have a ton of resources to focus on A.
You've taken care of the hard part right now if you're Conestoga. Let's see if you can finish things off here for a strong offensive start. 5 life lead, minute 13. No progress on the A so far, but you have been explosive when it comes down to this map mode combo. Back to the respawn for a couple of these members. They still have building control. If they can find Chip up top, that is going to be the first step outside of your base. But Chip with a big shutdown there, and it seems like you're starting to get Carleton setting up in these angles and starting to set up shop inside the base of Conestoga.
Yeah, they're playing such an advanced position, whittling away, but at this point, Neb needs to settle this down, needs to prevent any more spawns from being taken. Though Starry can't get the pick, especially on the GPR. You need to be able to settle those, and this leaves an opening here for Conestoga. They're not going to take care of it right away because Chip is being a nuisance and covering that top position.
Another 3 down for Conestoga. Carleton really stepping up in terms of slaying. Big read onto Starry as well onto that flank from Neb. So everybody shut down, sent back to the respawn block. 11 lives, playing 8. Starry on 3 in a row. The Ravens taking flight inside of this map number 3. And although it was a tough loss, losing out to that B zone, you're able to fully ride it out to the end, locking down A, not giving up a single tick.
So Carleton, not Conestoga. Don't look at the overlay. That will be a Carleton early win, and I admire the effort in that. Okay. So I admire the effort in that they went for B first. I think it's a clearly good idea because if you can, it really takes people for a loop. So we will have our main overlay here. Conestoga, Dremo's 1-11. Ooh, jeez.
Yeah, not a good start there from Dremo in round 1. Losing 11 lives. I mean, you gotta give it to Condors. It was a fantastic break over towards B, and you look at off the next round, Neb starting off hot, taking control of the attacker's building, and now this is where Carleton looking to get forced on the respawn block. This is spawn trap territory.
Yep. Though Chip having this top position, he's not doing much to at least stop the B site, but it prevents any more pressure on the A site. Though he's just watching this rope. He's carefully watching it. J-Ray, though, they're just collecting. They're looking and probing, seeing what they can do on B side. Now J-Ray is going to cover this top position. You haven't covered all of it, Jay. You need to cover the rest, and Chip's going to come in, especially taking you out. It's a slaughter here for Conestoga.
3 swift kills and the double stack over towards A. First segment already gone. Second one being worked on. Nice shots there from J-Ray, but it's not enough to stop the second segment. Nades and stuns. That's where you're looking at. Dremo not able to make it across. This third one, will it be enough? The kill's still coming from Carleton. Starry doesn't seem like he wants to go down just yet. But J-Rape's able to make it across. Just not enough to stop it from getting capped.
Chip having the wide angle, preventing any more rotations from Conestoga on the B site. So now Conestoga need to set up. They will take care of Chip. Frizz gonna make his way under. Starry, 2K from him as B site is exposed, and Conestoga trying to mitigate by taking an advanced position around the mid area, but it might not be enough. Though Frizz and everyone's starting to pop off the Conestoga side.
12-6 for Frizz. Give up A, but you can still kind of deal a little taste of your own medicine to Carleton if you can shut them down at B. 3 segments for both teams right now. Tied up in terms of objective. Frey's going to get traded out. 2 kills answered back by Conestoga. And on to B we go. Double stack for Carleton. Looking to get that first segment. Take a lead in terms of the objective. But Starry's going to get aggressive. See if he can find a couple of these players. J-Ray shuts him down, but it's not enough to stop that first segment just yet. 4 segments for Carleton. They take the lead in the OBJ.
I like the idea. Almost gets the flick over.
Now a second one.
Carleton, they're just collecting.
Conestoga have to contest this, and J-Ray knows that. He's going to go over the top. They get rid of the players inside of it, but they have to neutralize this point. It is halfway through. That's the third segment. Neb knows that. He gets rid of it.
Neb holding on to this boat position for dear life, especially as Carleton are going to take wider angles, trying to go for these rotations around and just swing. Swing as hard as they can. Neb looking to hold on. Frizz going to be able to take down one. They're going to approach it from gun position, but I don't know if they can set it up this early.
17 and 8 from Frizz. I mean, oh my lord. An absolute animal right now.
I just can't imagine what he's like in the room right now.
That 21 seconds. Conestoga, they have to set up, but here comes the last effort for Carleton. 2 players up. Starry over the top. He's going to get the information. Now set up. GPR in hand, but he's not expecting the pressure from down low. Neb shutting the players down and winning the round on defense. Conestoga tying up this control. Unfortunately, though, they give up the 2 takes at B after losing A. So right now for objective, it's 5 segments to 3 in favor of Carleton.
It's just, I don't know. I think it might have been that they just waited too long, especially for that last retake attempt. And frankly, Starry just didn't get enough information on his drop down. He only saw, I think, Jay's position. Meanwhile, there was still 2 players, 1 tower, 1 on, on point. And it just didn't work out in their favor. So Carleton will try again, this time on the defense. Can Conestoga actually collect, though? That is the question.
Well, Ailey looking to get aggressive. Nice snap around to Jay. Can he find 3 on the hunt? Ailey's going to just pray off these respawns. Another one for Ailey off the break. Sliding down. He's just got the reads. Out and about. Ailey is on a tear right now off of this next round. Looking to put Carleton or Conestoga in the dirt.
It's a good amount of lives taken away from Conestoga's bank. One that they're going to pay dearly for. At this point, just being very careful. Going to have to take care of one. Won't be able to make it to Spiral. Another one off the bank. Going to have to clear off top. Jay does. Neb also able to take care of Starry. So that creates a bit of an opening. But look at Ailey. Still back in the same position. Looking for the flank. Gets called out. Going to be able to collect the kill. Ailey, you monster.
Yeah, Dremo wants to get that one back ASAP, Rocky. But here comes Ailey. Up the zipline. Nobody has a raid right now. He's so active around. And just decimating those respawns from Conestoga. Look at the life lead you got. 22 playing 18, 4 life advantage for Carleton.
Ailey has to be careful. I mean, yes, he's going in, but you have to be careful not to give too many lives of his own. That's Dremo catching him out again, and this will be a control going the way of Conestoga. Will be taken out. 25 seconds on the clock, and Carleton have wipes. The last respawn will come through. The last attempt. There is a trophy on for Conestoga, but they have the wide rotate. And look at Carleton's positioning. They want to stop Conestoga in their tracks. Chip in the top area, preventing any sort of push forward.
Yeah, Carleton's starting to slow down in these respawns, and you can see it. A and B progress. J-Ray playing close. Out the window goes McBain, and you still have players here locking down the zone. 8 is collected. An 8 life difference. Make it 9. And only a minute to get to B.
Neb is in the top area, though. A lot to push up. That's 2. That's 2 in the top area. That is cleared. Beautiful from Conestoga and great comms. This drop down. J-Ray needs this. Going to get the stun. You can get collected under P4. Get the rest of Conestoga settled under P4. Great 2K from Dremo to open things.
Time stopped at 44 seconds. 13 lives playing 7. Another set of kills from Condors, and that's the first segment in. This is doable. Second set going fast. The stack is out. You have to jump if you're Starry. It's being collected. You gotta touch. And Conestoga stealing away the offense. You see it on J-Ray's face. He's surprised even.
Even the dive, you can literally see someone dive from top in a dive to attempt to save it. And it just wasn't enough. At least we know how close you need to be to actually register if you're in the air. And in this case, Conestoga able to take this one and force things to match point.
Taking an offensive win, that is completely shifting the tides of this game for the Condors. And they were struggling down to about 7 seconds on that A zone. They stack it, they get it done. Lives, an 8 life difference. At one point, it was a 9 life
what a
difference.
Comeback too, especially with how much that first 30 seconds hit them so hard.
Well, now Carleton have to answer back with an offense of their own. 2 early kills. It's going to open up the floodgates over towards this A zone. Hopping on for some of this objective. And no stack just yet, but you have to put some focus onto the top of your building. It's 3 down in retaliation. Conestoga, welcome back to this control. Wiping the likes of Carleton. They haven't gotten rid of this A pressure yet, though.
I think Carleton was a little too focused on the B pressure, and they forgot how many people were actually close to mid. Regardless, Starry looked like Neb, though the flank will be coming through. J-Ray, along with Neb, collecting 2. The ARs coming out in force here for Conestoga.
Well, they overlooked Chip, who's just been setting up shop towards their top building. And that's going to take a little bit of a detour for some of these members. Chip just being a slippery snake in their base. Neb doesn't spot it.
Slippery
snake. Chip the other way. He's on the prowl. Catches a couple shots there onto Neb in behind on the opposite end. J-Ray doing the same. A tick at B, a tick at A. Halfway towards that second one.
Chip
on the A zone. And it looks like Chip is just trying to do it all.
McBain, though, settling in that respawn suffocation position. Starry looking for the rotate. Not going to be able to collect 1, but things have slowed down significantly. Although the time is there, the lives are certainly being whittled down. Neb needs to collect 1, and he doesn't.
18 playing 15, minute 44. Carleton looking to force a round 5 inside this control. And if they do, that's a guaranteed defense. Frizz looking to get some shots down. Second ticks in. No stack, so it's going to be slow. But they have to take down Chip. They do. 2 kills for Frizz. 3 down for Carleton. 1 left in your base, but it's not for long. McBain's cleaned up everybody off the respawn.
Starry going to be able to collect a pick. And Conestoga trying to play as much as they can off these respawns, but Chip has been awesome this series.
Another set of kills. Neb playing it slow. Sidelines Ailey. Back to the respawn. Back to the bench. Only 1 segment needed, and Carleton looking for that defense. Round 5, minute 10. 11 v 10. Condors, a small lead, but a lead nonetheless, and Carleton looking to dig deep to force this all the way. The distance.
But this positioning from P4 is so hard to deal with, especially when Jay is also covering in tower, but it will be taken out. McBain, the lurk does work for the Carleton side. Now it's on Ailey, who has been a hero for this team before. Can't get the pick. Dremo will take care.
Time ticking down, 45 seconds. 5 lives for Carleton. 1 death, and that's no more respawns. You are playing with a very fragile line right now, and there it is. No more respawns for the Ravens here. Last-ditch effort, back and forth trades, down to 3. Shio gets caught.
Hold on.
It's a kill onto Neb, and the stack is out. 2 members here. Carleton sending Conestoga back, forcing the round 5. The distance is here on protocol.
Amazing end, and we're not even halfway through this series. It feels like this is going to go forever. Incredible Call of Duty all the way through. I thought that just off this positioning, which looked so strong, that this was in Conestoga's favor, but Carleton, no matter how many lives they had, were willing to never say die.
It just takes one good break. 1-4 down, and that was only one segment at B. It goes fast, especially with a stack, even with just 2. And there's just, seems like the gas on both sides is running low. Round 5, defense for Carleton. It's offense actually for Carleton here. I had it backwards. It seemed like Conestoga just did enough.
Such an important factor thus far in terms of his AR. Yeah, the KD might not show it, but
no, I was right. It's defense for Carleton.
It is. It is, but Neb on the board. Frizz has much. Frizz but locked. Frizz needs to be unlocked for this last round.
We know that Conestoga, even down to the wire, has the ice in their veins. But do they have enough to do it again? Dramo's going to tap over towards B. Big kill there onto Ailey. Traded out. Frizz looking to overextend, but he's caught. Member inside bunker. That's going to be Chip just hiding away.
J-Ray taking the long angle as he likes to do. Throwing the Semtex. Won't get a pick, I don't think. 36 seconds left, and they have not captured a single one. In fact, they haven't even gotten close.
No. Time's getting low. Pressure's on for Conestoga. When you thought you were at the finish line, Carleton dragging themselves right back into this race. Big win for Nab over towards the bunker. Pressure on towards B. Another set of kills here, and there's the stack.
And being able to cover the flank as well could be so important, but the respawns, they're going to come from outer. They're looking for anything. Dremo going to be able to, with J-Ray getting another. That is a single point given at the last second.
And the B-zone's gone. This Condors team, they don't know how to give up. Even to the wire. They fight tooth and nail. With a minute 11, life lead. Shut down, tied, 16 apiece. Neb's in the spawn, into the building, traded out by Starry. Back and forth, but it's numbers still for Carleton to stop this progress to A. Cap hasn't come in for the first take. Ailey around the sidelines them up. The nade takes him down, but still the contention's out. Fighting for this back and forth. It's 2 down for Carleton.
It's a slugfest. There's barely any positioning here. It's just who can kill who on the point. But now top control needs to be acquired. J-Ray doing that, making sure he takes care of Chip. Starry deletes J-Ray.
27 and 33. Not the best we've seen from Starry, but he is still pulling his team through it. One tick at A. Ailey pushing forward. The dive in. And Dremo says, all right, I'll take it. 37 seconds. 7 versus 9. Chip on the flank. They have no idea. Neb's going to be shot in the back. He finds 2. Back to the respawns for Conestoga. 1 more extra life.
But Neb, that is a great pick. But now he has to worry about Chip. If he can get this pick on Chip, or if someone can get this pick on Chip, but it won't be done. Everyone is falling. The clock is winding. Carleton are collecting. And with it looking for the end, Carleton will keep going in this series.
Look at that. The new look of Ravens, and they look deadly. Talons are sharp, and they are aiming right for the heart. You thought this Conestoga team, we've just praised them all day. The #1 seed heading into this one, and they looked like it during the groups, but heading into the semifinals, Carleton have hit a new level. And they do not want to step down. When you just thought they were out back in that round #4, just seconds away from losing it, the stacks onto B, and they just close it out. Both of these teams never wanted to give it up, and we got ourselves a battle. Carleton taking not 1, but both 2 respawns, taking a lead of 2-1.
Again, and it's on Protocol, which is one of the Conestoga stronger maps. It's looking so good in their favor through their group stage matches. But the moment that it came to playoffs, there just is something about the grit that Carleton is showing. They're fighting for every point. Conestoga is too, and that's why it's so back and forth. It went to a full round 5, and at any point, it could have swung in either way.
It was 4 lives, I think, for
crazy.
both sides. At the end, there was like a 7v3 at one point. I mean, it was so close in that last round 5. Both of these teams, you can see how much they want it, but at the end of the day, you can only have one victor, and Carleton, they are setting themselves up for success. We're heading to another respawn. We get a little bit of a break here to rest our voices, but when we come back, we get to continue what has been the non-stop onslaught between this winners semifinals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the C3L. We'll see you soon with some more.
Conestoga College is setting the stage for a new era in gaming. In 2025, we're opening a state-of-the-art esports venue, a premier facility for high-performing gamers in Canada.
In this 10,000 square foot facility, we're putting you in the center of the action. The facility will have 50 top-tier PC stations, 5 console stations, immersive VR stations, a team operations room, a full production suite, and a premier competition stage.
Esports is a rapidly evolving industry with global viewership of 532 million in 2022. This initiative goes beyond esports. It's also a platform for forging bonds, making memories, and creating connections.
Since 2020, Condors Esports continues to evolve, providing industry-leading facilities and experiences to the esports community.
Conestoga's esports venue expresses a sustainable and intentional future to compete, play, and work, all powered by gaming.
getting late here at C3L, the Ontario Showcase, and I couldn't be more excited from the outcome that we have got here in the winter semifinals. A complete shakeup of our predictions, with Conestoga struggling in this best of 5 versus Carleton. They win the Search and Destroy, and they make it look good as well. But in the respawn, something is missing. It is getting a little hectic out there for the Condors.
I think it's a case where I can't even think about how many times we've seen them at this point either be at the mercy of Ailey's SMG or Chip, especially on the respawn, where they're getting cornered a good amount of the time. They're struggling. Now I will point out, Jay immediately came up to us and said he really had to use the bathroom. So you play differently, but I don't think Jay was the worst. I don't think Jay was the worst on his team at that point. So
Jay was actually making some plays.
He was kind of clutching out, and maybe it's just because he just needed to, go to the bathroom. So we will see how things turn out on, I believe, are we actually on red card?
I think we're going to red card.
So
everything seems like a blur right now. We've been going for a long time today.
Yeah, long time.
We get a false start, though. You saw it on the screens of the players that they were loading into the map. Maybe sides are wrong. Maybe some frames are wrong.
Maybe somebody needs to use the bathroom.
Maybe somebody's got to use the bathroom. Anything is possible here at C3L. Yeah. Anything is possible. And
including a crazy upset, potentially.
Crazy upset would be pretty crazy. I mean, for Conestoga, it has been the story for this team that I feel like this is such a strong roster, and we see the potential. But when it comes to tournament time, whether it's TXP3, TXP4, NACE, it's just the results haven't been there for this team. And I don't know if it's just when the going gets tough, it's just not able to get going, or what it is, but it definitely seems like the pressure is mounting, and when it does, it's a little bit chaotic on their side. You can see how frantic it was towards that control in some of those rounds, just throwing bodies at the points, not really clearing out their own house, losing some battles in their own spawn, and just allowing Carleton to really ease into this game. I'm not saying that Carleton were playing it flawlessly. It was a very back and forth control, but you can see how frantic it gets when that pressure is put on right now, and neither team is really settling in so far to this series. But with Carleton taking every single respawn so far, heading into this red card, I'm sure that their confidence is through the roof.
I'm incredibly confident, and we will be going back to a hard point on red card where it's a mix. I think you get a really strong mix of both ARs and SMGs, but again, with how Starry, but even with how Starry's been playing, Chip has also stepped up.
Yeah.
Ailey has also stepped up.
Yeah.
On every factor when it comes to long-range engagements. Frizz has been in the mix as well, but you need more of Condors to step it up.
You do, and you can see that Condors aiming for that outside pressure. The control is just going to allow you for a little bit of a safer transition to P2. They lose the battles, and Carleton's getting actually a good chunk of time off of this P1. You can see Chip soaking it up from those mid doors, and he does make himself known, but he's still got Ailey on the other side waiting inside Ticket for the pressure to come through. Big kill from Frizz, going to kick things off for this retake on in. Finally, Shio slides in. A couple kills there from Neb, and a little bit of time here from Conestoga. Chip. They flip the spawns actually for P2. That's the big thing here for the Condors.
Yeah, and again, with these spawns, especially if they are going to flip it, that is going to benefit a lot more for P2. Neb is going to punish as well. You see a flank coming in from below, around stage. Starry will be taken out. Beautiful from Neb.
But the spawns, they've lost them. Carleton.
What?
In the back. It's a little bit of a flip C spawn right now, and
they're taking care of it.
Is solidified, but they're fighting from the front. The kills keep coming, and the Condors holding strong, tight game in the numbers, but no pressure just yet for a safe, secure hardpoint. Starry looking to dethrone the members inside the soccer net. Frizz still locking it down from top. The aim is shooting straight. A little bit of help from Neb. Another kill from Frizz, and this lead from Condors, they are back.
And you can immediately see how quick they were to react off of the flip spawn, playing a more passive engagement closer to the stage. So we will switch over to the P3 side near the parking lot. And I fully believe that with Starry here, I mean, it's all on him, but Dremo being the back line, looking for the flank, will get taken out for his effort.
First looking to battle for this outside control still, just locking down this lane. It's going to allow for a safe transition for the rest of the team through the front, through those hedges. Sliding in is going to be Neb. The backup from Dremo and J-Ray. It is going to be enough to pinch out Carleton from this hard point, but the job's not done. The spawns are close for Carleton, still in the back, so Ailey's going to be able to just re-up that trophy system, get back in, and start soaking this hill.
Neb stalking the outside, looking for an overextended pick. The respawns are going to come through, and you need to be able to cut it off. Dremo going to be able to do it, but Ailey and McBain will trade in kind.
A little bit of back and forth when it comes down to this tug-of-war on the hard points. Rotation back over to this stage. It seems like the Ravens, again, going to be the first ones to this hill. But it's not secure just yet. A couple kills for the Condors, breathing down the neck here. Let's see if they can put it together for a quick break into Hill 4. Jay's going up top.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to get a vantage point, especially on P4, where not only are you able to get not only are you going to get this pick, but you're also going to get the ball banks through the actual stage. Frizz or Jay going to be able to get those picks.
Fortunately for Jay, he does a big dent towards the setup, but it takes a little bit for the rest of the team to get active. But once they do, it looks damn good. Unfortunately, Nab goes down on that hard point.
Oh my lord, Frizz going nuts in this outdoor garden area, getting the wallbang, getting the triple, beautiful, and he may not be done yet, but he's done so much for the Condors. A fourth! This man cannot be stopped!
Frizz just roaring back into this game right now. 51-59. Carleton has small margin to the lead, and again, going to be the first ones on rotation to this fifth hill. They're going to get that initial time, cross the 60-second mark, but you look at those spawns for Condors, back over towards the parking garage. They're going to be able to quickly mount a retake, and leading that's going to be Neb. Some nice shots behind him. Dremo doubling down. A fight back from McBain inside Ticket. Nothing being solidified just yet. The tug-of-war, man, this is scrappy.
Dude, this especially this P5 area, so difficult to fight for because you are playing for these long ranges, but Ailey deleting the rest of Conestoga with it, a multi-kill of his own. Dremo looks to fight. Ailey playing that advanced tunnel position, and at this point, they're able to hold it. If they can hold it, it'll mean so much for Carleton.
Shio shooting walls right now. He is locked in. I mean, he is way too locked in at that point. A little bit of a lead, though, from Carleton. As although this tug-of-war, it's been scrappy, even in the midst of the chaos, Carleton is still finding moments to just lock in for a little bit of time here, a little bit of time there, across the stage, the parking garage, as well as that P5. 30 points in this first set of rotations with how close this series has been is a good lead relatively from what we've been seeing throughout this series, but Condors are in. Let's see if they can put a little bit of a comeback on for this first hill.
Neb finally sees Starry right on top. Neb is playing it very slowly, but he needs to get the flank on Starry at least when transitioning over to the new point. I think they're just going to forget about each other, and Starry is going to go for a flanking position. Even though this will be a meetup, and Carleton end up on top for this point, and with it, potentially lose it. You might want to consider rotating to the other one, even though it is going in Conestoga's favor.
Down to about a 24-point game. So you can see that the Condors are slowly chipping away at this lead. Nice shots there from Neb with Amos in hand, 16 and 13. And if there's anybody to pull back for Conestoga, it has been this man right here.
And especially in this point, it's been a much easier time for Conestoga. They've been able to handle it nicely, but you need to be very careful of these flanks. You need to have the positioning to be able to handle where the spawns are coming in. But Conestoga just can't get a read on these respawns right now. Carleton taking full advantage.
And they got the setup through the middle.
It's one.
J-Ray flanking, locking things down, putting a dent towards the setup, but is it enough to hold on for the remainder of this scrap time? Big fights going on. You get the spawns in the back as well. Neb's at the front of this helm, and he's going to try to hold on for dear life. Here comes Carleton to try to get this rest of the scrap time. They're going to barrel on through. Look for the kills. The nade lands. They take them out, and it looks like the Ravens holding on to their lead.
They're going to hold on, but they're going to jump off the point right now, looking for P3. Conestoga. Frizz
race.
doing everything they can to stop Carleton in their tracks. But look at the respawn. It's already on the P3 side to a dramatic affair. Conestoga has no idea what's hit them.
They literally spawned on the hard point set. What am I watching? Carleton have to set up, and they're into P3. The lead is favoring them, but Condors still spawning right beside them in the backline. 3 kills come through from the Ravens, and you need something here from J-Ray. He's going to take the outside, pushing around. And Condors, they need a lifeline right now. And nothing went right for them on this rotation.
That is so absurdly unlucky, and now they're going to have to rotate over to the P4 side. Because at this point, what else can you do? I mean, they're going to collect it for a little bit. They're going to collect the scrap time, but Carleton's going to fight for every single second of it.
And they need to. Oh, you just can't give everything up here to Carleton and allow this lead to continue to grow. So keeping it in and around a 40-point mark, especially heading over towards stage. We saw between stage and P5 over towards TV, Carleton were able to amount, around 50 points. That would be enough for Conestoga to bring this one back.
If Conestoga can handle it. Oh, but Frizz is going to go off. Jay needs to, but this will go back in Carleton's favor. They're going to go ahead and wallbang underneath. A-Elite just doing everything they can to stay alive, just to keep everything on, but Carleton dragging those points up in the tally. And as P5 approaches, Conestoga are starting to sweat.
Still a little bit of time here to fight with. Haley underneath, staying alive. And that has completely neutralized the pressure from Conestoga, even though they were the first ones here. A split spawn from the Condors over towards P5. Starry looking to set up shop, see if he can put a little bit of damage onto these players rotating. He's going to be snuffed out. Condors are here, but can they put something together and hold on?
You got to keep those lanes open, or at least closed, in terms of just holding the angle, making sure that there is no path to entry for Carleton. But as I say that, it seems that the respawn has flipped to the other side, and with it, can't get a read. The Ravens just continue pushing on with no obstacle in their way.
And they're just not getting time. This has just been so scrappy from Carleton. Just if they're not going to be getting time, they're doing a good job at making sure that Conestoga can't either chip, mowing them down from Ticket. And there is nothing so far that the Condors have been able to do to amount a good chunk of time here inside of red card. Jay's trying to sneak on through, but even he can't get across.
Knew it was a matter of time before Chip was going to be activated, especially with the ARs being on the board. We even see Starry switching over to the AR. Same with Ailey. This is an AR-centric map. Conestoga giving up P5, willing to fight for P1.
Carleton crossed the 200 points, 80-point difference right now inside of red card. And the Ravens, they are soaring to their victory. What a chance this would be to move into the winners final to match up against Brock for a rematch from what we saw all the way back in our first round of groups. 27 seconds left in the game clock. This has been so contested that now we got to be thinking about the time.
We have to worry too, because again, with how many of these points are so contested, that clock is going to wind down like right now with the amount of respawns on the table. Conestoga chasing this down, doing everything they can, desperately putting a hand on this point.
No room for error as the Cadetians in, and the time is burning. Chips gonna hop out, 15 seconds. Somebody's got to touch, and they're just gonna let this drain. Carleton, they don't have to do anything.
That's a gamble.
Over towards P2, trying to slay their way out. Conestoga, can they get on? 4 seconds. Here comes Dremo, dropping in. 3 seconds left, and Carleton are just around the corner. A couple kills go their way inside the contention. The kills, they're going to jump out. This is it. The time draining, and sound the alarms. It's an upset at C3L. Carleton taking down Conestoga and ripping the hearts out of the hometown team.
Red alerts all over. Draw the red card. With it, Conestoga going to the lower brackets. And I can only imagine that tonight is going to demand for some VOD review. Everyone is going to be looking at this and seeing what happened.
I'll tell you what happened. That is a well-oiled machine over at Carleton, and this is a team that, no matter what, just does not give up since the start. Back in game 1, you had Starry running amok back on that hard point in protocol, and right behind him, Ailey and McBain just putting in so much slaying for the side of Carleton. And as much pushback as Conestoga was giving them in the respawns, I mean, you look back towards the control, every single time you saw Conestoga push, Carleton pushed right back equally, if not more. And I think when you're just looking at that star power potential from this Carleton team, when somebody like Starry gets going, or you have your ARs in the backline frying against Conestoga, it is a really good matchup between these two teams. And I think realistically looking back at a couple of those, especially that map number 3, this could have gone any way.
It really could have, and a lot of it came down to like the particular challenge game. I mean, how many angles did we see Carleton hold down and just never let go? There was the McBain on point 1, on P5. It was completely just the cross map, or excuse me, the cross point lines were just completely done and dusted. There was no way Conestoga was approaching. They left that so early, just trying to fight for that P1 point again. The moment when we saw that weird respawn switch, where it felt like they were mentally broke. They had no way to recover. They just weren't able to position themselves in a way because Carleton was putting themselves in their favorite spots, being able to take him down bit by bit.
And on top of all of that, too, I mean, you just saw how Carleton were on that red card every single time that it started to get chaotic. You saw that Carleton just took a backseat. They're like, all right, if we're not going to get time, you're not going to get time.
Exactly.
And
they'd rather fight for it than actually just, let it go.
And they really showed that they can do that this is a team that can slay out and find that success. So really good moment there from Carleton. We can take a look at the bracket. Moving on forward to the winners final, they got a date versus Brock, a rematch from what we saw earlier today, and a chance for revenge from what was a 3-1 victory for the Brock Badgers in that matchup. In Conestoga, they drop all the way down to the lower bracket, and they're looking to get some revenge from their sister team there. York took down the Academy. Can York take down Varsity as well?
I don't know. I think that's the road. If York can make through both Conestoga teams, they will be an absolute demon in the stands. No one is going to be everyone. They're going to be the enemy number 1. But Conestoga, I mean, if you're in the lower bracket, you're scared. You're like, okay, we have to lock in. We have to wonder what is going to happen here. But congratulations to Carleton. That was a huge upset. Immediately balled out. And really, I can't think of a single player that didn't have their moment. Every single player really felt comfortable in one way or the other at specific points in that series. Starry was going off. Ailey, oh my God. Chip, obviously, on protocol. There were so many points where we saw Carleton pop off because they worked together as a unit.
Yeah, and everybody, like you said, just stepping up. A good team effort there from the Ravens. And that's going to close things out for today, Sep. A whole day of action here. And you can see that tomorrow is just going to continue. 10:30 a.m. we get to the rest of this bracket. I think we're going to be dropping down into the lower side of things to kick things off for tomorrow. And that is going to be such a ride. I think that we were just proven that quite literally anything can happen at this tournament.
I think there's so much that can happen. I think we've seen not the peak of it, but it's showcasing that Black Ops 6 is a new game. You can't go off of conventions in the past. You need to be able to adapt and make optimizations. We've seen it. We're seeing that boat nade on protocol and how much it's having an effect. You're sure it's getting adjusted, it's getting adapted, but a lot of these collegiate teams are taking some lessons from challengers, from the professionals who are currently screaming, and they're applying it at the collegiate level. We're seeing it in real time, which is so exciting to see for a new game.
And it's so exciting to see for the first ever Canadian collegiate LAN that things are just so hotly contested on every facet that we're looking at. But for us on the desk, we are going to be saying goodbye for the night, as it's time for us to go to bed and for us to get ready and hyped for what we got tomorrow. The action continues here at Conestoga College, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time for the rest of the bracket. We want to see you there. We hope you all enjoyed, but stay tuned for tomorrow as we got more Call of Duty to watch. Have a good night, everybody.